Hello, my name is Kaceli. In this 11-hour training on Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Access, and Outlook, I'll introduce you to most of the technology skills needed in today's workplace. This tutorial is based on the desktop versions of Office 2016, which are part of Office 365. If you'd like to skip to a particular section, please refer to the timeline in the video description. If you find this content helpful, I would appreciate if you could press like and subscribe to this channel. Thank you for watching. I have designed this tutorial to serve as a learning tool for anyone who wishes to learn Excel, even those who have dreaded it for years. We will start with the absolute basics and then proceed with the most commonly used features in today's business environment. The first time you open Excel, this is what you'll be presented. Here on the left-hand side, you'll have a listing of recent documents that you might have opened. Also here on the bottom left, you can open other Excel files or workbooks that you might have worked in the past. On the right-hand side is a listing of various templates that you could utilize. Instead of you starting from scratch, you could pick one of those templates, double-click on it, and it will be downloaded, and then all you have to do is plug in the numbers here. Additionally, you can search by various categories and also search for online templates. Once you open Excel for the first time, if you're starting from scratch, you simply click here on a blank workbook. So on the very top, you have the File menu and the various different tabs: Home, Insert, Page Layout, Formulas, and so on. Those are very similar to other Microsoft applications such as Word and PowerPoint and so on. The idea is the same. So you have the Home tab, which has all of these different sets of icons and functions as to what they do. Those are also arranged together in various groups. So for example, anything related to the fonts, it's under the Fonts section or grouping. Anything under the alignment that you need to align the text and so on for the different cells, it's under the alignment group. And then anything related to numbers, it's under the numbering group, and so on. And that continues from tab to tab, the same idea. Let me explain this to a couple terms in Excel. First, Excel is designed to do calculations, just like budgets or projections, and anything that you want the computer to calculate cells or values via a formula. You probably have heard the term spreadsheet. Spreadsheet is just a file that contains those calculations, and it's typically utilizing Excel or some kind of spreadsheet software. In Excel, those files could be referred as workbooks. So sometimes you might hear the term workbook. In a workbook, you have what's called the worksheets. The worksheets are those, think of it just like the pages on a book. So you have, for example, sheet 1 here. You could add another worksheet here. Now you have sheet 2, sheet 3, and so on. As you enter calculations, and we'll get to those in a moment, in your specific worksheet, you can link those calculations with other values in other worksheets as well. In each worksheet, you have these columns, A, B, and so on. Then you also have the rows. So you have the columns by the letters here, and the rows are represented by a number. Then you also have those cells. For example, this is referred to as B3. That would be the reference for this cell. Now, in each one of those cells, you can insert text like we inserted up here. You can insert numbers and format those numbers either as general numbers or as currency or percentage. You could format that cell to be a percentage, or you can format it to be plain text, as I mentioned earlier. The other thing that is important to understand in Excel is that you also have formulas, and that's what performs those calculations. All the formulas start with the equal sign. Let's do a very basic calculation at this point. So let's say on B2 we have 35, and then on B3 we have 56. And now on B4, we want to get the total of these two values. We want to put in there a formula. Remember, it starts with the equal sign. And then in this case, I'm going to put the function here, sum, and we'll get to explain that further. And then we are going to add here B2 all the way through B3. In this case, all the way through, it's represented by the colon. And then we hit enter. So I simply selected that range, B2 through B3, and then we hit enter, and now notice it's 91. If any of these numbers change, then that total will be updated automatically. I'm going to utilize a worksheet to follow the videos. You can also click here on the bottom of the worksheets to move from one to the other, or by clicking on the next page button on the orange area here. In this session, I'm going to go over some of the basic features of Microsoft Excel, such as adding formulas in a cell to calculate values, formatting part of the worksheet, and using various formulas such as sum, maximum, minimum, average, and count. So let's assume we have this data here in Excel. I simply type this. There's nothing magical about it. You just type those values, and then those values, the first thing that we are going to learn here is how to format these values here, these numbers, into currency. So all that you have to do is you select the cells that you want to format a certain way with a certain type of formatting, and then we can either click here under dollars or on the drop down a different currency, or we can click on the drop down here and choose currency. And notice the dollar amounts have been entered. Now at this point we are going to learn how to add a formula in this cell to get the totals for training for all the months. So one of the concepts that is important to understand is that all formulas in Excel start with the equal sign. So you have the equal sign, and then you have the function. The function could be sum, or it could be something else. And there are hundreds of functions in Excel. We'll get to those later. Then the third part of it is the range that you want to calculate, or what you want to calculate. Now the range, it's typically expressed by the cell address for it, or the reference to it, the cell reference to it. So for example, if I wanted to calculate these numbers from here to here, that would be E6 through E14. So if I could put in here E6 colon E14. And notice it's highlighted in blue, and also it's displayed here in the formula bar. And then we hit enter here in a moment. So again, you have the equal sign, the function, whatever the function is, and then the range. And the area within the range is represented by a colon. And then you hit enter, and that is going to be calculated. So you can have those calculations anywhere in any cell as long as it contains a specific formula. So in this case here, the easiest would be for us to insert this formula, and I'll show you the first one by doing this manually. We do the equal sign, then this would be C6. So we need the function first, then C6 colon, that represents anything from here to here through E6, and then hit enter. So that's one way to do the calculation here. The other way to do the calculation is by using this under editing here. You have this drop down here for sum, average, count, numbers, max, minimum, and more functions as well. So let's say we want the sum here. So the sum, we clicked on sum here, and notice it selected this section automatically. If you're going to use this feature, however, make sure that it's calculating the right range of cells. If that is correct, you just hit enter, and now it did it for you automatically. Another method to enter the formula here is by hitting the equal sign, then the function, and then you can simply select the range that you want to calculate, or you could click on the actual cell references. In that way, you then have to line them up manually. Then you hit enter, and there it is, the calculation. We could do the same thing down here as well. And by the way, I have these comments here as to how to calculate it. So if you're following this tutorial, you can also download the worksheet and follow it on your own. Now down here, we want to calculate all the expenses for January. So we click here on the equal sign, sum, like we learned earlier, open parentheses, select the whole range, hit enter, and it's done. Now, we need to calculate it for the other months as well. So is there a shorter way of doing it? And the answer to that is yes. You can use what's called the autofill feature. The autofill feature, instead of you having to go through each one of those cells, what you can do is you can copy and replicate that same formula. So this is our formula. We can replicate it to all the cells following downward, or all the cells going from left to right. So how do you do that? All you have to do is you just click on the cell reference here, and then hold the mouse on the bottom right here when it changes to a little plus sign, and then just drag it down. And notice it has performed the calculation. One thing to keep in mind here is that double check whether those references are correct. For example, here for 88, is it calculating the right stuff here? This also works from left to right. And notice this is our formula, and we can drag it to the right by, when it changes on the bottom right to a little plus sign, drag it to the right, and it's going to give us the totals. Notice what it's doing. It's taking it from C6 through C14. Then you go to the next one, D6 through D14, E6 through E14, and so on. So it's seeing incrementally from one point to the other to the other. And this works the same way for anything in sequence. So for example, you have Monday. You drag this down, it fills the days of the week. Anything like January. And it proceeds the same way. The other thing that you could use this for is for numbers. For example, now for numbers, you either have to hold down the control key to do it automatically, or you can click right here in the bottom and choose to fill the series. It's going to just keep on moving them. And there it is. So control button or fill a series for numbers. You can also do things that are in a certain sequence of other sorts. For example, let's say you want to have anything in a certain sequence, for example, 5, 0, 5, 10, 15, and so on. So you select your pattern that you have, and then you drag it down. And notice it's building this automatically for you. So that's how you use the autofill feature. Now the next thing, another function here is the maximum. The maximum is determining, based on these values, we want to determine which one was the highest number in this column. So you can do this with a formula. In Excel, you can click on formulas here, and you can see all these different groups of formulas or functions, actually the functions. And then you can see here under all, these are all the different functions. Now what we could do here is we could just choose, we want to find the maximum. So if we start typing max here, or you could have typed maximum, notice it comes up with a bunch of suggestions. So notice here, max, it returns the largest value in a series or in a set of values. So you have a set of them here, and it's going to give you the highest one. Now to learn how to do it, you can also click on help on this function, and it will go on the web, and it will give you examples, descriptions, examples, and all kinds of other information about any of those, how to do it, and so on. So keep that in mind, that that's how you learn about other formulas. We'll not be able to go through every single one of them. Now here we want to insert to find the highest number. So we do the equal sign, max, you can double click on it, and then you select the range that you want to find the highest number. So you select the range here. We don't want the total, of course. Hit enter, and the highest number is 500. If I change this to that, notice all these calculations will be updated automatically. Now, if I wanted to get the highest number for the other columns as well, I could use the autofill feature that we covered earlier. Just simply drag this to the right, and then we are all set. The next one is we want to find the lowest number. So we are finding the minimum. We do the equal sign, min, open parentheses, and then select the range for your calculation. Hit enter, and now there's the minimum. Use the autofill feature, and we are set. Then we want to find the average. The average, you could either do equal sign average, or don't forget as well, we have this stuff up here under the Home tab. Notice there is also this drop down here under to find the average. Now notice it's trying to pick the wrong sequence of numbers here, so we want to select here the right range and then hit enter, and that's why I like it to do this manually. Use the autofill, and there it is. Now you can also count how many values are in here in this range, so we can do equal sign, count, and then open parentheses, and then hit enter. So there are 9 rows in here. And then in this one, there are only 8. Notice one of them is blank. Okay, so far we learned how to add some of those totals, how to format these numbers into currency, and also we learned how to find the total, the sum for a bunch of numbers. We learned maximum, minimum, average, and count. Here is another example that you could explore for yourself. Tinker with those on your own as well. In this session, we are going to learn how to use some of the basic formatting features here in Excel. Typically, even if you did the best calculations and so in your spreadsheets, it's necessary also to utilize some of the functions and features to save you time and also to make it more presentable for. So let's assume we have this worksheet here and we want to make it more presentable, to merge a bunch of cells together. So you select a whole bunch of cells here that we may have in this section. And what you do is you go here under merge and center. Now in your computer, it might be, the icon might be larger because of the sake of recording. I have this smaller. So I click here on merge and center, and it's taking whatever was in those cells, merging all those cells together and centering the content of that text. Now at this point I could make this font larger and smaller, different colors and all that type of stuff. However, I could format this cell by using one of the cell styles. So this saves you time, of course. You can pick one of those styles from here and notice the live preview that takes place as well. So I'm going to choose heading 1. Now the next thing that you could do is you could select this data and format it by using one of the styles. So pick one of those styles from here and then click OK. And notice it has been formatted with some other lines and such in there. If you don't like that one, you can simply go to the styles and pick something else. So for example, this is slightly better here, of course. The other thing that you can do is, and let's learn at this point about another concept, that you can pick the data within a range here, and you can format this data under the Home tab here. You can utilize conditional formatting. So conditional formatting, it easily spots trends and patterns in your data using bars, colors, and icons for visual importance, or to highlight the important connections or values. So there are various things here. You can highlight anything greater than a certain range. You could anything less than, equal to, and so on. You could do the top 10 rules, top 10%, bottom 10%, and all that type of thing. You could also use data bars. Data bars, notice here's a live preview. Based on the values within each cell, it will highlight it with a specific color, so it stands out. And also you could use different scales here. So for example, you want to see the different yellow, red, blue, and so on. And also make it even fancier with different icon sets. One other thing I wanted to mention here is that you can create your own rules. Just click on create new rule here and then choose your criteria that you want to apply. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to invest into that at this point. That was some of the stuff regarding the formatting, so stay tuned here. We are going to move to some additional basic calculations in our worksheet. In this next session, I'm going to go over some of the other basic calculations, and these would be the arithmetic calculations such as adding and subtracting and so on, because these are the key components in any office duties that you'll particularly be doing with Excel. And these are fundamental concepts. So if you're following the tutorial here from the previous sections as well, at this point you could click here under Basic Calculations in the bottom, or you can click on Next Page here on the right-hand side. So now at this point we are in understanding some of the arithmetic basic calculations. So we're going to learn about getting a bunch of the deductions. So let's assume that we have a bunch of employees here, and this is their monthly pay, and then we are getting some deductions that they have to give up here, deduction 1 and deduction 2. Then we are going to calculate how much they are giving up. Then we're going to calculate their net pay, then the annual pay, and then also the weekly pay that they are supposed to take. So the purpose here is to actually, for us to understand how subtraction works, how multiplication works, and division, and so on. Again, like I mentioned earlier, these are fundamental concepts you will be utilizing no matter what work environment you are going to be. In this case, we want to first probably calculate the deductions, the total for the deductions. As we learned earlier, equal sign, sum, and then the range here. Hit enter, and that is calculate. Now notice here in this is Office 2016, and it filled out the other values automatically. Now in this case, that's a new feature of Excel 2016. If I didn't want that feature, and for now I'm going to undo it, this is where you control that option. So you'd also, if that is not going to be taking place automatically, you can drag this down like in the previous versions of Excel, and now we have the calculations here for those deductions. The next concept that we want to learn here is we want to get the net pay. So the gross pay minus the deductions would give us the net pay here for these employees. So in this case, what we need to do, and what you could do as well, is by doing this manually. So remember that function here. So we do B6 minus deductions, which is E6. Notice in this case, we do not need to utilize the function because this is a very basic arithmetic calculation that we are performing. Then we hit enter, and it gives us the total here for the total net pay for Hubert. Now notice this is a new feature in Excel 2016. It tries to figure out as to what you are about to do, and it does it for you. This is the autocorrect options, but we can choose to undo the calculated column, and it'll go back to like the older previous versions of Excel. Now in this case, if you chose to use it this way, you can use the autofill feature, which it did for us, and then go and get the totals for the other employees as well, the net pay for the other employees. So that is using the subtraction function in formula in Excel. Let's calculate here the net income annually. So annually here, we are talking for the 12 months for this employee. Now, in this case, of course, we can take the monthly pay times 12. So we're using the multiplication function or concept here. So to represent that in Excel, what we do is we put the equal sign, then we take this value here, the net pay, we can again either click on it or type the reference, times 12. Now, by the way, for those of you that are wondering why is it putting these net pay and all this other stuff in here, it's because our table here has been formatted with this special formatting, and it's using the label from here. However, we could use in there the F6, I guess that's the reference for it, F6 times 12 as well. So either one will work. So F6 times 12. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that I usually don't recommend that you use static values in here within part of a formula. We are using them at this point because for simplicity, you might want to put, for example, another reference here to say months, and then have 12 or 6 or whatever, and you change this by referencing this value. So by basically, instead of saying times 12, I could use I13 and then hit enter. And that will give you the flexibility then to say, okay, what about for 6 months? Now it's 20,000. Well, for 12 months, that is 41,000, and so on. Now, if I drag this down, you'll notice that there is a problem here. It's not giving us the calculation, the proper calculation. And the reason for that is because it's shifting here. So notice it's saying I-14, I-15, I-16, and so on, and it's giving us a blank value. The reason for that is because this is shifting down on this side, and we'll cover that in the next session here as to the types of references. To correct that feature, you would use here what's called an absolute reference by putting the $ in front of the column and the row, and then hit enter. And then once we apply that, that calculation will be correct. But we'll get to that. Stay tuned for the types of references tutorial to understand why we did that and how we did that. So that's multiplication. Again, the equal sign, the reference, times the value or another reference. Now here we want to learn about the weekly pay. We know that there are 52 weeks typically in a year. Now what's the weekly pay for Hubert here? So to calculate that, we could do equal sign and then take G6 divided by, and division is represented by a slash, 52. Or you could have a reference here like we did earlier. And then this is the weekly pay, 805. And this is a feature, like I mentioned earlier, of Office 2016 in auto-filling that automatically for you. So that's it as far as understanding the basic functions in Excel, arithmetic functions, adding, subtracting, dividing, and multiplying. Again, it's a very powerful feature and one of the fundamental concepts that you'll need in order to successfully use Excel in business or career or whatever you're doing. In this next session, we're going to learn how to sort and filter data in Excel. Well, suppose that we have this data in this worksheet here. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to sort this data by date ascending. So to sort the data, all you have to do is you click on that field anywhere within that column or where the data field is, and then go under Sort and Filter here, and then choose to sort them from oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So we want to order them in ascending order. So this is ascending right here. And you could do that for any of those other cells here as well. Now, the next thing that we want to learn here is how to enable filtering for this data. How do we filter? So for example, we want to see only the sales by quad or by sunset or whatever it is that the product that we are selling here. So the way to do that is very simple. Again, you go anywhere in your data and then click on Sort and Filter. Then we click here on Filter, and that enables the filtering for this worksheet. Let's say we want to filter here by a sales rep. So all we have to do is click on this drop down, that we got these new drop downs now that we enabled filtering, and then pick the salesperson. So let's say we want only Smith here, and then click OK. And now notice that only the sales from Smith will show up. And here at this point we could sort it by other options as well. For example, we could use what we learned earlier as well, so under largest from smallest and so on. Now if you wanted to remove the specific filter, you'd click on the filtering icon here and then uncheck that specific filter, and then click to select them all, and it's going to display all of them again. The data is not going to disappear, it's still there, but it's just filtering it a different way. The other thing that you can do is you can filter by multiple items or multiple options by simply clicking here on, let's say we select the Eastern section. So that's one filter that we applied, and then we are going to also filter by a specific rep here on, let's say we want to see Smith again, and then that's a case of filtering by more than one criteria. The other thing that you can do as well is that you can filter by a specific value. So if you go here under Filter Numbers, you can choose to show the top 10, above average, or a specific, like if the value equals or is greater than, let's say, 400. Notice it will take out this value, at least here 357, it will not show up, and now we have multiple filtering options within the same data file. So it's pretty cool. Play with it and apply all kinds of other filters and options in there, but it's one of the key features of Excel beyond the very basics. In this session, I'm going to cover the different types of references in Excel. They serve as a foundation for learning Excel and utilizing data in Excel spreadsheets. So if you're following the tutorial, let's go to the types of references here. And then here under the types of references, we are going to tinker with this type of data here. Let me make this slightly bigger for ourselves. So we talked earlier about the various types of references here. So for example, you put a formula here, it says sum C6 through E6, and then the next one is C7 through E7, C8 through E8, and so on. So that everything here is in a sequence. We were able to drag this downward, and the calculations were performed correctly because the cells shifted one at a time in sequence. So here under data references though, let's suppose that we have a budget of $20,000, and then also we have a decrease in the budget by 5%. So then we want to calculate here the difference. Well, the way to calculate the difference in this case would be by using one of the knowledge that we learned from the previous tutorials, is by using the equal sign. We're using a formula here, the training B8 times the 5%, which is B6, and then we hit enter, and notice it's $200. which is correct. If we wanted to use the autofill feature to drag this down, notice what will happen. First, on the next cell, you get a blank value. The next one, you get these number signs. The number signs, by the way, what they mean is that the content of that cell does not fit. So what you need to do is basically adjust the width of the cell by simply dragging it to the right-hand side. And now, notice it fits. The other trick here is that you can double-click, and it will make the width of that cell exactly properly to the proper width needed. So double-clicking between the columns there, it'll do that. Now notice that we are giving up from travel here that was $2,000, and we have to give up 5%. Notice it ended up being 10 million. What's happening is that as we are using the autofill feature here to populate the formulas, what's happening is that it's, instead of B6, which was correct in the first one, now it's moving to B7. B7, it's multiplying this blank one right here, the red cell. The next one is it's multiplying 8,000 here by 4,000, and then the 10 million comes by multiplying 2,000 times 5,000. And that's where we came with that. So now, to correct this, what we could do is we could utilize what's called an absolute reference. So you have three types of references typically. You have the relative references, and relative, it means it's going to move. As you use the autofill feature from one cell to the other, it's going to automatically change, and that's what happened here. The absolute references are those that you can go and tell the computer right here that this B6, it's an absolute reference. I don't want it to shift whether left to right or top down. And in this case, to convert it into an absolute reference, and that probably will be your question, is by putting dollar signs in front of it. You could put the dollar signs manually, like that, and it takes quite a bit of time. Or you can do it by pressing the F4 key on your keyboard. So if I tap the F4 key here on the reference that I want to lock, that will put the dollar signs automatically. And then I tap F4 again. That changes to what's called a mixed reference. Mixed because this B6 is saying that the column here, column B, is not locked, but the row 6 is going to be locked in this case. If I press the F4 key again, notice it switched to a different type of mixed reference where now the column is going to be locked and so on. So all in all, what we need to do here is this 5%, we don't want that to be changing. We lock it with the dollar signs and make it an absolute reference. And then you drag this down, and now you have the proper calculations here. So out of 2,000, 5%, that's you have to give up $100. So that's the idea here. And we utilized this in the previous section as well when we did the basic concepts earlier, or the basic calculations earlier. This gives you the flexibility to change this. Okay, what would happen if I chose 7%? What would I have to give up? And now notice right here. Now the difference you could also calculate here a total. And for 7%, they'd have to give up 1,400. If I made it 8%, then they'd have to give up 1,800 and all that type of thing. So that's the beauty of using Excel and using references here. Now you'd say, well, what about if I wanted to enter those references manually? Would that work? Yes, that would have worked, but you'd have to do it for every single one of them. And if you have a lot of data, which particularly in business you do, then that becomes a waste of time. So how can you use the mixed references? So here's an example of using the mixed references in Excel here. In this case, we'll create here a multiplication table. We want to multiply the row starting at B21, and we want to let the left column change, but not the row number. We want to multiply this times that, and then continue it this times that, and then that times that, and give us all the possible calculations here. But we want to do that by using a single formula to design this. So basically, in the first one is we want to lock the row here so that B21 does not change. So we do the equal sign, and it is B. We could click on it, B21. And we want to lock the row, so we want the $sign right in front of 21. And then we want to multiply it by A22. Now in this case, we want to lock it, the column, because we want the column to move from one to the other, and let the rows shift. So we want to make the $sign right in front of A, like that. And then hit enter. Now notice the first one is right. So it's going to do B21 times A22. And that is 1 times 1 is 1. Now if we go to the right here and use the autofill feature to the right, notice what it did. It did C21 times A22. So that is correct as well. So again, the point here was that it went from B to C, and then it's going to move to D, E, and all that type of stuff. It's going to keep things in sequence. So I could replicate this all the way to 10. And notice it's correct. Now, I could also go down here, because our formula is correct on this first cell, and I could replicate it also downwards. So now what it's doing here, notice, it's saying it went from B21, which is static, it's going to A22, A24, and on and on and on. And we have not moved from a B column, that's why it has B. Now if we go here to the next one, and we drag this down, the formula is still going to be consistent, and it's saying C21. So notice C21, which is up here, 2 times A23, which is this one over here, and so on. So basically, we were able to create here a multiplication table with simply by setting one calculation or one formula using mixed references, and we were able to replicate that. So there are other uses on how to use the mixed references and the absolute references. The most common one would be the absolute references that we adjusted earlier, that we utilized earlier. But the mixed references, as you can see, they are quite powerful here as well in knowing how to design them. So again, this was locking the row on the top, on the first one. And then on this side, we're locking the column. So hopefully that makes sense, and you'll find that this comes in handy in the next sections here. In this next session, we're going to learn how to create charts in Excel. We have here a variety of data options in our worksheet, and we want to create charts for them. So the concept of creating charts is pretty simple. Basically, the way it works is that you select the data, and then you click on charts. Now the option to create the chart, you can either use this option right here in the bottom under charts, the quick analysis tool that we saw from earlier, or the other option that serves as a better concept is by going here under the insert tab and then choosing recommended charts. Notice there are all kinds of other charts here as well, such as column charts, hierarchy, pie charts, and so on. The idea is to use the right chart for the right type of data representation. Sometimes it's very easy to skew the data by representing it the wrong type of chart. So typically, if you're dealing with percentages, you want to use a pie chart. If you're dealing with a long date range, which includes a lot of values and such, then you probably would use a line chart and so on. In Microsoft Excel here, there is also this option of recommended charts. So based on the data that you have selected, it's going to give you what Excel recommends in this case. So notice here I selected part of the column here in the first row as well, and I click OK, and that's the chart for just this set of data. Just toys, boomerangs, and this in-store sales. If I want to tweak that chart even further, all I have to do is go and pick some other different designs from here on the top. I could also go and pick and change the colors to use a different color scheme. And you can also change the layout if you prefer a different layout. Notice how it's putting the numbers in various areas here through the live preview. And you could add different elements as well. Notice the contextual tools here on the top as well. Under the format, you could tweak the formatting, change additional properties for this chart, and also additional options to the right of this chart. Those are some of just the basic concepts on how you create the chart, how you kind of tinker with it. Now, the next thing that I'll try to show you here is that in some cases, you might have in-store sales, website sales, and you have 3 sets of data. So how do you apply that in a chart? Well, it's the same concept. You select the range of data here, and you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts as well. And then pick the recommended type of chart that might come in handy for you. You click OK, and here is the grouped chart for this set of data. Now, of course, you can drag this and move it elsewhere in your worksheet where you're working with and customize it even further. The other type of chart that you could create here's another example of sales, for example, across multiple years. So in this case, you want to select the data, and then you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts again. And notice the first recommended chart that Microsoft recommends here is a line chart, because you're dealing with multiple years. You want to see the pattern within those years. So pick the one that you prefer, and notice you have the chart right there. Now at this point, as we mentioned earlier as well, you can customize this with various other designs to make it more visually appealing for your audience. Notice you can also switch the rows of the columns, and you can change the data selection as well, including the changing the type of chart. Notice under the quick layout, as we discussed earlier, you can include additional values and options within your chart. The next example here, it goes against a year or a complete item. So now we can select this set of data and then go under Insert, choose Recommended Charts, and then at this point, the first option that Microsoft is giving us is the column chart. Because notice if you chose the pie chart here, it will probably not work quite as well because everything is pretty much very closely together. So click on it, and there is the column chart for this specific year. The next option is multiple tests. This is very similar to what we used earlier in this one. And this type of chart, you can simply select it, the data, and then again insert the type of chart. Notice it's a column chart. In some cases, you might want a line chart so that you can see the interactions or interfacing of them accordingly. Now, in the cases where you want to skip a specific area of data in your chart, what you can do, and this is kind of a neat little trick here, is basically, let's say I want to create a chart only for test 1 and test 3, and notice you have test 2 in the middle. What you can do is you hold down the Control key while selecting the data range, and then at this point you go in under Insert and then insert some kind of chart that you may prefer here. So let's say it's a line chart and I want to compare how 1 and 3 is doing, and that generates only the tests 1 and 3, in this case skipping test number 2. So again, the key there was to hold down the Control key while selecting the data range. So that's charts in a nutshell. Feel free to tinker with them. Of course, they can customize them even further and utilize them even more effectively. this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the Flash Fill feature in Excel 2016. This is a new feature that performs certain functions or certain tasks automatically. We learned about one of those earlier here, for example, as we are tinkering earlier with data. As we were tinkering earlier with data here, we noticed that, for example, to calculate the annual income, it would be the net pay times 12, for example, so it would be F6 times 12. That was our example from earlier. We hit enter and notice this whole area got automatically filled. So the calculation that we're going to perform later, it got done automatically by the autofill feature or the Flash Fill feature in Excel 2016. So that was one of the functions of it in Flash filling some kind of range of cells that we're going to autofill manually later. Now in this case here, we have the email address of a bunch of individuals, and we don't have their first and last name. Let's say we need that for building spreadsheet of sorts, so we want to separate those. So in this case, what you can do is you can start typing here, for example, the first name. So we want to do Nancy, and then the next one we type Andrew. Now notice as we are typing Andrew here, it's flash filling. Notice it's matching the rest of the rows, so it's determining what we are doing here in this cell and looking at other subsequent cells and whether it could save us time. And now if we are happy with it, we simply hit enter and notice it's all complete. Now the next one here we put, we say last name. And then we want to do as well the same thing. So we put free. And notice I just started type the next last name here from this area, and I hit enter and notice it filled it out automatically. So it's pretty cool, pretty powerful. Now we have two separate columns here that we could use for a mail merge or for other functionality, and that's the Flash Fill feature. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how we can utilize formulas to get values or calculations from another worksheet within a spreadsheet. So basically, we want to calculate, for example, the training expenses, get the totals from another worksheet here, for example, under January. We want to get this total and present it and post it on the main worksheet. So we are creating a summary worksheet from values and references from other worksheets. So here's how it works. So you basically have the summary worksheet here. You have the training for January, March, April, and all that type of thing. And also we have these worksheets for each month, for example, January expenses. And you're keeping track of all of these expenses throughout the month in here. Then you also have the one for other months. So the way it works is that typically, let me first illustrate this in a different way. In H6, let's say, we have a value of 55. Now, under here, let's say, anywhere else here on the right-hand side, I want to post this value via formula somewhere else. Now, take note of the steps that I'm performing here. It's very easy. To post this value, other than typing 55 in there, I'll need to do the equal sign, and then the reference. So equal sign, I go and click on the reference, and then the third step is I hit enter. Again, equal sign, click on the reference, hit enter. Now, here it works the same way. We have the training expenses, and those expenses are under this other worksheet for January called January. I go here, I put the equal sign where I want my formula posted. That's step number one. I go to wherever the value is. For example, this would be for training. This is the total. I click on it. And then the third step is hit enter. I can repeat this process also for office supplies. Again, equal sign. Go to wherever the worksheet is. Choose office supplies here, hit enter. It's just as easy as that. And you can repeat that process. Now what happens is that if I went here and on my office supplies, let's say they spent more than that, and now it came to $7.99 instead of $5.99. If I go back to my summary worksheet, notice that those totals are automatically updated, and that's the beauty of using this functionality. You can do this also another way by using what's called named references. So the way that works is that, for example, here under computer expenses, this total here, I want to name it. I want to give it a name so I can reference it in the future in other locations. And this comes in handy for large worksheets where you could say 2016 budget total. You could name that total and then you can call it from anywhere else in the worksheet. So here we could say January computer expenses. So what you can do is you go here to where you have the formula or the total and the existing formula within that worksheet for January, and then you go under formulas here and you choose define name. You're just giving it a name. So you're saying this location with this formula, I'm going to call it something. So I click on name and then call it January expenses. And notice what it's doing is it's referencing this specific worksheet, a specific cell, and notice it's also using an absolute reference. So I click OK. So we name it something meaningful here. It has to start with a lowercase and it can't have special characters and any of that type of stuff. And then we click OK. Now notice here in the top left, it's actually now for this reference, it's not going to be D7, even though you can reference it by whatever D33 here, but it's actually giving it a name. Now if we go here to cross-sheet calculations and we want to post the computer expenses, we could even do it simpler than we did it for these other two options by using the name reference. So now at this point we are ready to use the named reference that we saved from earlier. Let's assume we want to go here and call the January expenses, and what we can do is we can simply go under the formulas area and then we choose use in a formula and then call the January expenses from here and then just hit enter. The other option we could have done was we could have hit the equal sign and then just start typing, and notice it will pop up as January expenses. Double click on it, hit enter, and it will pull the value that you had from here. Now if we changed one of those, as this total changes, notice that the total here will change as well. So this is a great way to call references across the worksheet or other worksheets within your workbook or spreadsheet and populate that data for a summary or for various calculations within your spreadsheet. And that was using the two methods, one of them manually by pulling the values, the other one was by defining a name for those references. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to calculate percentages in Excel, and I'll have a couple of scenarios here. So the first calculation will be calculating the percentage where a part is calculated against a total amount. For example, in the case of student 1 scored 87 and there were possible of 100 points, now what is the percentage there? The other one would be the example of a return on investment. For example, you invested a certain amount of money in the stock market or whatever, and at the end of the year you got a certain amount. Now how many percent did you gain or lose there? And then the third part would be to calculate the percentage of sales, increasing or decreased sales, and calculate the percentage, for example, on the discount or on an increase toward a whole. So let's go for the first example first here. So we have, for example, student 1 here. They scored 87% or 87 points, and the total number of points is going to be against 100. So in this case, we want to represent what was the percentage that they got in this. Of course, we could do this without using an Excel formula, but it's on purpose in this case. So we do equal here, and the way you do that is by the first number. In this case, I'm going to do it manually here, B7. divided by the possible points. So in this case, it will be C7. And then all you do is you hit enter. Now, one thing to remember as well here is that when you're doing the calculation, you need to also format this into a percentage value. And this I had done it earlier, so that's how you do it. Basically, just click on the percent item formatting, select the range, and then choose the percent formatting, or under here, percentage. So that's the first example. So that came to 87%. So this student scored 87%. Now, this is a little bit more complex. We want to calculate the return on investment percentage. So let's suppose that in the beginning of the year, we invested $1,000. Now, at the end of the year, we got $1,200. And we want to determine as to what percentage did we get at the end of the year. What was the return of an investment? Again, format this to be percentages, and then you put in the formula. In this case, we're going to do equal sign. Basically, the way we calculate this, if you remember your math and such, we do the end of the year minus the beginning of the year divided by what we invested initially at the beginning of the year. And we have to put that in parentheses. So basically, it would be C16 minus B16, or you can click on those as well if you wanted to, divided by the initial investment, which would be B16. And then we hit enter. Notice the return of investment on the first one was 20%. And then if we wanted to calculate the next one, you could do it manually, or you can do it using the autofill, or you can just let Excel 2016 do it for you like it did a moment ago. So another way to do this would be open parentheses, initial end of the year investment minus initial investment, and notice it's taking those labels from here, from my table here. That's why I did it manually the first example. Then divide it by the initial investment. Hit enter. It's 25%. And you could repeat this. So in this case, they lost 20% of the investment. So that's how you do the return of investment at the end of the year. That's example number 2 for calculating percentages. Now, in the third example, we want to calculate, for example, we have these employees, and this is their annual salary that they had, and now we want to give them a bonus, or we want to increase their salary. And for example, for the first employee, we want to give $1,200 in addition to what they currently had. So now we want to calculate what was the percentage of increase that they got this year. The way to do that calculation would be very similar to the first example. You just do the equal sign and then the bonus divided by the salary, and then hit enter. So they are getting 12%. The first employee is getting 12%, and the other ones are getting accordingly, as we see here. So that would be the percent plus or minus here. The other thing to keep in mind as well, as you are working with these percentages, and besides formatting them in percentages, you might want to have the decimal points to at least 2. So you want to increase this by 2 areas. So format all of this by increasing the decimal points for all the cells. So now this is more accurate. For example, employee 2 got 5.95% increase in their salary. If you had to figure out as well, for example, you are increasing the salary of employees by 15% or 12% or whatever, here's how you can do it as well. So basically, so this would be increase. And we're going to put the number statically at this point, but we're going to do the equal sign here, the value times, and then the percentage point. So the percentage point in this case, it was going to be 0.7%. So that would be 0.7 would be the calculation. Now, if we want to increase everybody's salary by 7%, this is what it would be for each one of them. Now, if we wanted to know how much is their total salary going to be, we could go back and modify our formula to be the salary times 1.07, because we just want to see what it went above what they are earning earlier. So hit enter there, and notice now the new salary at 7% increase, it's going to be 10,700 here, and so on. So the idea that I wanted to demonstrate here was how to calculate it by a specific percentage so you can see just the increase, and this would be by adding the 1 in front of it. That would be what would be the new total for that employee, so that you can kind of save another column to add numbers and all that stuff, but you're doing it all in one cell for this calculation. So hopefully that is helpful. These were 3 different scenarios on calculating percentages in Excel, and it should cover pretty much most of the scenarios out there for you. In this session, we're going to learn about using financial functions in Excel. And particularly, we're going to focus on 3 of them at this point, as we know there are hundreds of them, and for the sake of time, we can't cover all of them. So the first one is PMT, which is the interest payment for a period on a loan. Then the IPMT is the interest payment over a period of time. And then the PPMT is the principal payment for a specific period that you are calculating. As we learned earlier as well, the way to find out how to use that specific function is by going to, let's say over here, we want to insert a function, and then we search as to what we want to search for. So for example, PMT first. And notice PMT, it says it calculates the payment for a loan based on a constant payments and a constant interest rate. So we click, you can also click on help on this function, and it'll go to Microsoft and it'll explain this further by explaining the syntax for it and some examples and remarks and all that type of thing. So you can explore these for yourself as well, but the way it will work here is that for PMT, for example, it needs these values in black here. So we need to post those in black. So we need to figure out the rate. What is the interest rate per month? So the key there, it's going to be per month. So notice I have this working area down here. So the interest rate, when you get a loan, it will be, let's say, $19.99 or 5% or 30% loan that you're receiving. But yet the rate that the computer needs, it's per month. Therefore, we need to do a little bit extra calculations here. The NPER, it is the number of payments that you are going to be paying. So that would be, for example, if you're getting a loan for 5 years, that would be 60 months. And if you are getting a home loan for 30 years, that would be 360 months. And then the PV, it's the present value. And that means how much is your loan. You're getting a $100,000 loan or a $10,000 loan and so on. So the actual total amount that you are borrowing. So, but before we do any of these calculations, we need to have some sub-calculations. For example, for the rate, that needs to be for the month. The easiest would be to utilize something very similar to this to lay this out. So you say my interest rate is, let's say, 5%. And you have to format this in percent before you forget to do that. Click on percent here. Then it says interest payments per year. That's like your number of payments that you're going to make. For a year, that would be 12 in this case. And then the interest payment per month. Now you're calculating this basically by dividing C13, which is the percent rate, divided by 12, or by the number of payments. So we could actually, instead of using 12 there, we could have used the actual reference for it, which would be C14. and then we hit enter. Now notice the other trick here as well is that we are calculating this with a bunch of increased numbers or values here, because I think in the business world they use up to 5 digits after the period. So here we have a little bit more than that, but we could kind of control it by this right there. So that would be our payment in interest rate per month in this case. Then the number of years. We are taking the loan for 5 years, and that means it's going to multiply C14, which is the number of payments per year, times the number of years, and it's giving us the NPR, which is the number of payments. And then the PV is the total amount that we are borrowing. In this area here, what we're going to do is we are going to calculate the principal payment, the PMT. So now what we do in this case, we go here under Formulas, Insert Function, and we find the PMT option, click OK, and then we go here under Rate. Well, Rate, all we have to do is click on the C15, because we calculated it already. Then the NPER, it's 60 in this case, so we click on C17, and then the PV, we click on the value here for the amount, and then leave everything alone. We click OK, and it comes to $188.71 for $10,000 for 5 years at 5%. Now, if we were going to borrow this for 15%, notice it went to $237 over 5 years. Now, if we were borrowing a loan for a house for $300,000, and we are paying it over 30 years, our payment at 15% would be $3,793. But yet, for mortgage rates at this point, they're not 15%, fortunately. They might be about 5% or 6%. So at 5%, you'd be spending, if you're borrowing $300,000 loan, you're going to pay every month $1,610. That's why it's important to keep that, to be able to get that good interest rate, because that can tinker with it. So that's one way to calculate this. Now, the other way to calculate the PMT in this case, without having to do all this worksheet here, which is actually, I strongly recommend that you utilize it this way. It would be by using the formula this way. We go under Insert, and then we choose here the PMT function, and then it says Rate. We want to get the rate, but the rate has to be calculated per month. So we say it's 5. Actually, we click here on the rate. The interest rate is 5%, and then we need to divide that by 12 for each month. The NPER would be the number of payments. So if you know that you're getting this loan for 30 years, then you could do 30 times 12. So you're saying there are going to be total number of payments for the loan. It's 30 times 12, 360. Then the PV would be the present value, the amount of your loan, and then you hit OK here, and we get the same value. So this is a little bit more work to set it up initially, but it's more useful in the long run. This is quicker to get it going, but you're embedding specific numbers and values within the cells. Interest payment for a particular period. That means that we want to know how much interest are we going to pay on that first payment. Our payment was $1,600 per month. Now we want to calculate the interest that we are paying for that first month. So we go here under, and we find here IPMT, and then click OK, And then we want to figure out what the rate is. So the rate, fortunately, we're going to use this worksheet that I have prepared, or you can do the calculations like I showed you earlier. So we have C15, that's your rate. The PER, it wants to know the period in which you want to find out your interest rate, what you're paying for interest on that period. So in this case, we said we want to find the first payment that we make. How much are we paying on interest? So we put just number 1, first payment. The NPER here, it would be the number of total payments. And then the PV, it's actually the value that you're borrowing. Then we go here and click OK. And now notice that on the first payment, if you're borrowing $300,000 at 5% for 30 years, on the first payment you're going to pay $1,250 in interest. If you're going to change this to the second payment, notice it's probably going to be a little bit less, $1,248 for the second payment. Of course, that interest, it's going to drop from payment to payment to payment. So on the, let's say on the 359th period, you'd be paying only $13 in interest. That's why it's important to have as much money up front to pay for a house or something if you can, because you're avoiding a $1,200 interest payment of the first one. So now let's calculate how much your principal payment is going to be for this loan, and specifically in this case for month number 1. Of course, we could do it by deducting $1,600 by doing the subtraction from here, but we're going to do it using the function here in Excel. So the way we do that is by going here under the insert function, and then we want to find the PPMT. Click on OK, and then again we're going to use the same thing. So it's going to be rate, PER, the period. So the rate, the period, the number of payments, and the present value. So we have the rate, the period, the first time or the first payment that we are making to the loan company, then the number of total payments, then the present value. And then when we have filled out all of these values, we click OK here, and notice it comes to $360 that we are paying monthly toward our principal, toward our $300,000. So in the first month we are paying $1,600 in total, but only $360 is applying toward the $300,000. So that's in brief how you can utilize some of the financial calculations or financial functions in Excel 2016. It's the same way that you can do it in the previous versions as well. In this next session, we are going to learn about using logical functions as part of a formula in Excel. We're going to learn about 3 different ways of how to utilize the if statement within a formula. The first way will be that if the employees here reach $20,000 in sales, then for those that reach 20 or more, then they can get $250 bonus. And then in this case, we are going to say, yes, that is true for George and Michael and Darius and so on. Then the next set here in the next column, we're going to display yes or no. We're going to represent it with a yes or no, the words yes or no. And then in the third column, we're going to actually post the amount that they get as additional. This is how it works. So basically you have the sales that they accomplished as part of the worksheet. Then you have the criteria that you're determining. This is the criteria. It could be $20,000, it could be $10, it could be $100,000. And then here you're saying this is how much they will get if they pass that criteria. To use the if statement, we can do it by going here under Formulas tab, and then we click on Insert Function. You can also click here under Logical and use the if function as well. But we'll use the longer way to start here. So we go here under the if function, and then you could just type if. Now in our case, it's actually showing up automatically here. So if it was not, then it's going to bring it up. Now if it says it checks whether a condition is met, and it returns one value if it's true and another value if it's false. So that's what we want to do here. We're going to say post the words true or false. So we click on it, and now it says, what is the logical test? The logical test, so we have to say, if the sales, if these guys here, for John, if the sales, that's if B6 is greater than or equal to the criteria, then if that is true, we want to post in there the words true. Because notice we have true or false. So we want to just put the words true. Or you could say it is true. So basically you can put whatever you want. If not, false. Now the other thing to do here is to keep in mind, notice that this bonus criteria here, we don't want that to change. And if you remember from the types of references, we want to make that an absolute reference. So you press the F4 key to put the dollar signs so that when you use the autofill feature, that does not populate the other cells incorrectly. So we want to lock it to the criteria of 20,000. So again, so far what we did here, if B6, this value, is greater or equal to 20,000, which is B12, then we're going to post the words it is true. Otherwise, we're going to post the words false. And then the other thing we did, we just used the absolute reference. Then we click OK. Notice it says it's true. He made $20,382. Now we use the autofill feature here to move down to the other ones, and it says George here, he got only 19,000, so he doesn't get the bonus, and so on. So that was one method. The other method is to post here yes or no. The words actually yes or no. It's going to be very similar to the previous option here that we did. So we click here on Insert, Function, under the Formulas tab. We click on If, OK, and then again we say pretty much what we did earlier. We click on the reference here. If B6 is greater than equal to the criteria 12, we make that an absolute reference by pressing F4. Then we put here yes. If it's false, no. And then click OK. Notice the first one they get a bonus. The other ones they don't get a bonus. Now on the third option here, on the third reference, what we're going to do is we're actually going to post the actual amount, which would be this amount. So, and if they didn't get it, then we put a 0 in there. So again, we go under the Formulas tab, click on Insert Function, and then the If function. Then we say if this reference B6 greater or equal to the criteria, make it an absolute value, then they get the bonus, which is B13. Now we want to do that as an absolute reference as well, otherwise they get 0. And then we click OK, and notice the first one gets a $250 bonus, the other ones they get accordingly. And of course, if we are doing additional calculations here, you could have another column here to calculate the totals and for their income and such, and that would complete it. In this session, we're going to learn a little bit about one-click forecasting in Excel 2016. This is a new feature actually in Excel 2016, and it's quite powerful. If you have a series of data that includes timelines and specific values, what you can do is that you can select these values, and then, as we have here in the directions, you can explore the options in the bottom of this and create a forecast for this. So basically, what you do here is you select the values from our worksheet, and then we go to the data on the data ribbon here, and then we click on the forecast sheet. It's going to create a new worksheet to predict data trends, and preview different forecast options before generating your visual forecast worksheet. Again, it's new only in Office 2016 at this point, so if you're using previous versions of Excel, you can skip to the next session. So we click here on Forecast Sheet, and notice this is the trends that it's displaying, what it will be for airport passengers, for example. And from here you can customize the date parameters and others. And you can see the trends and the forecasting here. So that's briefly, with one click, how you can use the forecasting options based on an existing set of data. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate very briefly how to utilize a couple of the new types of charts available only in Excel 2016. These charts are utilized to visualize hierarchical levels of data with ease here. So we have this data, and what you need to do is you go under Insert, and then you go to these new types of charts. For example, the hierarchy chart is to compare parts to a whole, or when several columns or categories hierarchy, or when several columns or categories form a hierarchy here. So we have, for example, the major company here, then you have the sub-companies, and then the subdivisions as well. So what you do here is you click on it, and notice you click on the tree map, and the tree map, as you can see the description right there, it highlights the specific companies and sub areas to them and gives us a visual representation based on the data. And notice at this point we can customize this however we want as well in new ways, all automatically. So that was one of the types of charts. The other one is, if we go back here to the chart type, or we go back to Insert Chart again, the other one is the sunburst, which compares values across hierarchy levels, shows proportions within the levels as rings. So this is another pretty cool one as well. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize pivot tables in Excel. Pivot tables are a powerful feature of Excel. There are a couple of requirements that you need to know before you start tinkering with them and finding that they don't work. The first thing is that the first row should contain the field names for the data that you're analyzing and working with. The second thing is that the records or individual transactions must be in rows, very similar to this, for example, the region and all that type of thing. Then the third option is that there should be no blank cells or rows within the data that you're evaluating. So you have to make sure that there is something in every one of them. And fourthly, the data must be surrounded by blank columns, meaning you have nothing in the immediate space to where your data is. So to utilize the pivot tables, what you do is basically select the data, and then of course you can use this quick analysis tool here if you needed to. And once you select all the data, you go under Insert, and then you go under Pivot Table. You could also choose here, and this is new in Excel 2016, you could choose Recommended Pivot Tables. And then in this case, notice it's going to customize it by region, sum of costs of goods sold by region, or by sum of sales by specific individuals, or count by products, and so on. So you could kind of tinker with any of these options as well by using the recommended tables here. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on the pivot table here so you get the idea. And what it's going to do is it's going to create, this is the selection that we're going to use, and it's going to create a new worksheet for us to work with and massage and tinker with this data. Click OK here, and now at this point we could tinker with any of these options. So let's say we want to see by region, and notice it built the table here by, it put all the different regions. Then let's say we wanted to see by customers. So now notice we have the region here, Midwest, and now we have all the different customers or companies for each one of those. And then we want to see, let's say, the cost of goods sold. That will be the next one. And then sales as well. So now we can kind of get an idea here. So we had that data all kind of in a big mess. Now we can make more sense out of it by sorting it out and utilizing, let's say, the first one we said here, we used the region, then we wanted the company for each region, and then the sales within each region. Now, of course, you could sort this and do all kinds of other stuff. Now, by clicking on this drop down here, you can also choose to exclude certain areas and so on. So that was one type of pivot table there. If we click here again, we can go and change this. And let's say we don't want it by region anymore. Now we want it by sales rep. So sales rep, notice first we have here the companies. And if we want to change the order, we just drag it further up. The sales rep, to make the sales rep first. If you wanted to filter by a specific region, you can add the filter up here. So I can drag the region, for example, and make it as a filter, and then I can pick here whichever region I want. It'll show me only that specific region, and I'm filtering it only for that specific region. And if I wanted to see only the sales by a specific salesperson, I can simply pick here the sales rep and then pick the additional fields that I want. So I can choose a product and see what product they sold and the totals and that type of thing. And then if I wanted a specific field to be sorted by or filtered by, I could even pick, add it to the rows here, and then choose to sort it at some point later to utilize that field for filtering. As you work with pivot tables, it's basically going to be a matter of what you want it to look like, what you're looking for in that pivot table, and how you want to sort and massage that table for the data that you want. Notice there's an option here as well for more tables. So you could click on yes to that. And basically in this case, you can choose to analyze, for example, by industry or by company. And you can even choose to detect relationships, if there were any, and things of that nature. Remember also that once you are in the pivot table already, you can choose here from the options for pivot tables. You can pick from one of those predefined ones as well. Maybe you want sales by region. Okay, there's a sales by region. Of course, you might want the sales rep. There is a sales rep as well that you just added. And you want to put also the customers then eventually. And now you have the sales by region, by salesperson, and the items that were sold. And then you can also add this product within each one of those. Notice as you're working with a pivot table, so let's say you have this type of table that you created here using the pivot options here on the right hand side. And what you can do as well is that you can create a pivot chart. So it's basically going to take the information from this and build a chart out of it. So notice I pick the pivot chart, pick any of those designs, click OK. And now it built a chart for us based on the selected data. Pivot tables, again, are very powerful. Tinker with it from the different angles and utilize even the charts within them as well. In this session, I'm going to cover a new feature in Excel 2016, that of data gathering. Basically, with Excel now, what you can do is that you have a website very similar to this. For example, this is info please, and then this is the cost of living index for selected US cities. Now, what you can do is you can go under Excel here, and you can go under data, and then under this section, get and transform, what you can do is create a new query where it will link with that external data, bring it into Excel, and then you can tinker with it however you need to. So you click here on New Data, and then you choose from other sources, and then choose from the web. From here, now you need to enter the URL of that page that we saw earlier. So just copy and paste it, and it takes a little bit to bring in the data to connect. And then in this case, we'll pick table 0. So it shows us the data that we saw earlier, but in a slightly different format here. Then we scroll down here, and then you can choose to edit it and tweak it Now notice it says that the preview has been truncated because that's just a preview in this case that it's displaying us. And then you click on load, and now this data is here in Excel, and you can tweak it and tinker with it and customize it the way you need to, and utilize other analysis tools that we have learned so far in the use of Excel. Notice we have this quick analysis. Now we can pick here and highlight and utilize the tools, like I mentioned, that we have learned about so far. Of course, you can create charts, totals, and other functions as well. Notice if you hold the mouse on it, it'll give you some additional information here as to summaries and things of that nature about this data. But the main idea here is to gather the data from major websites out there, bring it into Excel, and then you work with it the way you need to customize it. Additionally, there are a couple of new charts for financial analysis that you can utilize to visualize the profits and losses across financial data. For example, let's assume that you have this financial income statement here, and we select the data, and then we go under Insert, and then we go under the waterfall or stock chart. So we choose this one here, the stock chart, and we'll make this slightly larger. And now notice that the gross profit here is the total. So we go here under the profit, this one, right click on it, and choose to set it as total. What that'll do is it'll bring it down to the bottom of the chart. Then we notice also we have operating income. That's another total. So we find operating income, right click, set it as a total. And then the net income, it's another total as well. Right click, set it as total. And this gives us a visual view of how everything is performing in our income statement. And this is a new type of chart starting in Office 2016 or Excel 2016. In this session, I'm going to briefly cover a new feature in Excel 2016, the 3D map feature or tour feature. So let's suppose that we have all this data that we have collected. So basically what you'd do is you'd go here under Insert, and then you want to choose this 3D map option, create a new tour. Then in the layer pane, so basically at this point here we have selected the fields that we want. We want under location, we want the longitude and latitude, and then under the height we want to express here the customer count, how many customers, and then the quarter date. And then you could also specify additional fields here as well if you need it. Now what it's going to do is it's going to give you this map, and you can rotate it in every which direction, identify in which states most of your customers are, and look at this data more closely as well if need be. Another option here is to play the tour, which will switch the tour to watch it play. In my case, since I'm recording this, it's going to be captured only in part of the screen, but if I play it, it's going to be displaying the data very similar to this. And in this case, you can identify the areas where you can do promotions or focus on your customers and things of that nature. So it's a pretty cool feature and powerful feature in a business environment where you are collecting a lot of data and addresses and so on, and then putting that into a visual 3D component here. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use one of the simple but yet important features in Excel, particularly when you're using a lot of data that you want to navigate. So, for example, let's say that we have this data file here or this worksheet, and as we scroll down, notice how we lose track of what the headers are here. Also, as we move from left to right, notice that we lose track of what the first column is here. The question is, how can we make it so that actually the header and the first column stay put? Well, there are a couple ways to do it. The first way is basically we could lock only the header row here, just the top one. So what you can do is you go under the View tab and you go under the Freeze Panes, and that is the feature that you want to use in this case. So you could choose Freeze Top Row, and in this case, notice as we scroll down, the top row stays put and we can navigate up and down. However, if we were to go left and right, in this case, it's still not locked, this first column. So to correct the problem, what we do is we go here to the very top again, and then we click right below the first row that we want to keep locked, and also right to the right on the next column for the column that we want to lock. So once we select the cell that we want to keep as a key point for locking both the column and the row, then we go here under Freeze Panes, and then we simply click on Freeze Panes. At this point, we can scroll up and down and the top row will stay locked, and we can scroll from left to right and the column on the left will stay locked. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to set the print area in a worksheet in Excel. Typically, in a Word document, you press print and either the whole document prints out or a selection or a specific page prints out. In Excel, it's slightly different due to the spreadsheets being quite large, and typically a worksheet can contain up to 1 million records. So if you wanted to print only a specific area of your worksheet, you need to set what's called the print area. Right now I have not set the print area yet in this one, so if we wanted to look as to what it will print out or look for printing, if we go here under File and then choose Print, this is how it will print out, and it's going to print those pages just like that. But suppose I want only a specific chart or a specific area here to be printed out. In this case, what you have to do is go and select the area that you want to print out here. So let's say I want only this portion right here to be printed out. I can simply select this, then go under Page Layout, and then choose under Print Area. And then click on Set Print Area, and at this point, if I go to File and Print, notice that my preview, it'll print only that specific section. Now to clear the print area, if you do not need that any longer, you click here on Print Area again, and then choose Clear Print Area. And then you'd have to set it again for other pages or other sections of your worksheet. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to encrypt a document or set a password to your document before distribution and sharing it with others. So let's assume this is my document that I want to share with somebody else, and I can click here under File, and then you go under Protect Document, and then you want to choose Encrypt with a Password. At this point, you can put your password, and the document at this point has been protected. So anytime somebody tries to access it, they'll be prompted for the password. So notice at this point it's asking me for the password. Now to remove the password, you simply go to the encrypt password again and just take out the password, and that should take care of the encryption. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how you can use predefined drop-down lists as somebody or your assistant or you're entering data in Excel so that the data that you entered is consistently spelled and it's consistently listed correctly based on a previously defined list. So in this case, let's say we have a sales rep and you have 4 or 5 salesmen, and you're constantly entering and re-entering those names, and you want to make sure that those names are all the time spelled appropriately. So what you can do is, and you can use this for products and other things as well, what you can do is, in another sheet in your spreadsheet here, you can just create the names, define the names. So we have Hubert, Mark, John, Samantha, and Mimi, and so on. So now here, when you're entering it, you want always Hubert to be spelled correctly, or to have a drop-down list of names.
So we have this column here. So now what you do is you go under data here. Under data, we want to do data validation. So basically data validation in this case is that it picks from a list of rules to limit the type of data that can be entered in a cell. It can be numbers, it could be a list of names, and so on, like I mentioned earlier. So we click on data validation and we choose data validation here. And then under what to allow, right now it's to allow any value in this column. However, we can go here under choose and choose a list. Only a list of predefined names can be allowed to be entered in there. So then we go here and it's saying, where is your source? Where is your list of data? And then you simply go to the sheet that has the list of names. In this case, it's sheet number 4 for me. And we go over right here. Now you could pick a little bit of extra space here so that if you add another name in the future, you have the capability without having to change the design of the spreadsheet. You can leave some of blank areas here. So then we click OK. And now notice we are back to sheet number 3. So now we are entering sales reps. Instead of you typing Tom, notice it doesn't allow you to do that. It says a user has restricted values that can be entered here. So now you have this drop-down list. You have Hubert, Mark, John, and so on. So we click on Hubert, and then you put the date and the item and all that type of stuff. Of course, date shouldn't be allowed like that either. So you can customize that for the next one. So you go to the next one, and so on. Now, if for some reason you wanted to add another client or salesperson, remember we specified a couple extra cells here. So we go here, we added it on the list. Now we go back, and over here, Jonathan is listed as one of the salespeople. So you can use this for products, predefined products for your salespeople, and so on. In this session, I'll briefly show you how to link data from an Excel spreadsheet into a Word document for the purpose of reports and so on. So there are a couple ways to take data from Excel and then utilize it in Microsoft Word. So let's see if we can demonstrate it very quickly here. So we go to Word, and let's say this is my report. Let's say I have to do this report monthly, and I have to take data from Excel and put it in my report for whether it is expenses or it could be whatever else. So one of the ways to get the data from Excel into Word is by simply clicking on saving this, so copying it from Excel, and then I'm right-clicking and choose copy, or Control-C, or however you copy stuff, or click on copy and paste up here. And then I go back to Word, and then I'm going to paste it. Now notice, by simply pasting it in Word, it does not look anywhere close to what it was in Excel. Of course, I could go here and choose to use the destination or the keep the source formatting. So that's one way. It's not the greatest way. Now what you can do is you can actually link the data with the Excel spreadsheet. So once you link it once, as the data is updated from time to time from Excel, from your assistant or whoever else out there, that report, it's always up to date. All you have to do is open up the document and it will be up to date. So for that to work, what you do is you go into Excel, we copy and we select and copy the data. So I'm just copying it again. Those bars were there because I had copied it from before. Now we go back to Word and we click here under paste, but instead of just choosing paste, we are going to click on paste special. So choose paste special, and then we're going to paste it as a link. So we are going to link it with Microsoft Excel. So it's linked to an Excel spreadsheet object. So basically the data is not really residing. It's of course posted in the document, but it's linked with the Excel document. So I'll demonstrate in a moment here. Since we pasted it, we can assume that the report is done. We're going to save it. And we're going to save it on the desktop. I call it this my monthly report. Now a month has passed by, or whatever time has passed by, and notice my let's say my training expense for January in the previous report was $100 before. Now I'm going to make it $123. Now if I go to my document, and let's say I'll save it. Let's assume that a few months passed by. Now I go into my report. Double click on it. Notice the first thing that you'll get is it says this document contains links that refer to other files. Do you want to update this document or the data from the linked files? It's saying it's linked to Excel. Do you want this to be updated? So I say yes. And now this is my older junk here that I had from before. But notice the expense here for January for 123 has been updated. So the idea is that whatever you change here in Excel, as you're keeping track of things, it will be automatically posted and linked with Microsoft Word because we linked that data earlier. So if I go into Word, close it, and then save the Excel changes that I made, open it up again, say yes to update it. Again, ignore this part. Notice even the formatting has been updated from Excel. So it's a pretty neat tool. It's highly recommended that you utilize it in your work. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to import data from a CSV file or a text file. The CSV files are used quite a bit in larger businesses and corporations for transferring data between systems. It's a common file format that is utilized for transferring files. This is an example of a CSV file. It's called CSV because it's comma separated values. So notice these would be the columns. The system will know where the columns are separated by the comma when we bring this into Excel. So let's go back and we'll try to import that. Let me take note where it is located. Now the way you bring it in is by clicking on File, click on Open, and then go and find the file basically. So we'll go under My Computer or Computer, click on Browse, we'll go under Downloads, go wherever it is located, and we're going to choose here to show us all files. So notice it's Invoices List. Double click on it. Now you'll be presented with this wizard. Basically it's saying this is a CSV file or comma or delimited text delimited file. So we are telling it, okay, it's text delimited. Usually you'd know that by wherever you got of course the file that tell you whether it's comma delimited or tab delimited. It could be either one of them. Now you check this option here for My Data has headers. What that means is that the first row of your data actually has the labels as to what that column stands for. Then we click on Next. Then we tell the system that this is comma separated values. So the commas are what separate each field. If it was tab delimited or semicolon delimited or something else, you choose that. But most of them are usually comma separated. Then you click on Next. Then you could specify additional types of formatting here. Usually it's not necessary. And then you click on Finish. Now at this point, that data from a text file has been imported into Excel. And notice I'm double clicking between the columns to make them fit correctly. Notice it's much cleaner. And now you can tinker with this data. You can create charts. You can create whatever you want to create, filter it, and all that type of stuff. You save it, it's done. Let's choose Save As here. Browse where we want to save it. And then we don't want it as tab delimited. We want to save it as an Excel file. So we go here under Excel Workbook and give it a name. It's going to name it listed as invoices list, which is fine. And now it's in Excel format, just like any other Excel spreadsheet. Now at this point, if for some reason, let's assume this is a spreadsheet that you created in Excel, now you want to send it to somebody in comma separated values, very similar to how we got it earlier. Now we click on File, choose Save As, and then click on Browse. Under this, the Save As file type, this is where you tell it that it's going to be CSV, comma, delimited file. Click on CSV, give it a name, and then click on Save. And you want to keep using it, say yes. If we were to go back to that folder, notice it's with commas. So that's how you bring a file in. You bring it in from CSV and you export into a CSV. In this brief video, I'm going to explain how you can share and export or even print a file, an Excel file, into a PDF format directly from Excel. So let's assume that this is our file that we wanted. And the first thing that you do is you click on File here, and then you choose Share. Under Share, you can share it with email or invite other people to work with you on this document, but you'd have to have OneDrive configured, and you also have to save this file to the cloud, basically to the Microsoft cloud. Or you can share it as an attachment, directly send it to somebody from here, or you can send it as PDF format directly from here as well. The other option you can do is you can export it directly into PDF, and this is how the easiest way to print something into PDF without having to have a PDF creator or Adobe or any of that type of stuff. So we click on Export, Create PDF, and we choose where we want to save it, give it a name, and then it will save it in PDF format. Now, of course, it chose to print there only the area that we had selected to print from earlier on the print area. So that's how you print directly to PDF and share a file in Excel. Hello, my name is Kaceli. In this comprehensive tutorial, we'll go over some of the basic stuff to start with and then understand some of the concepts and features of Microsoft Word 2016. Please hang along here throughout the whole tutorial and view as many of the modules as you can. This is designed so it can enhance your resume and understand how to use the latest version of Microsoft Word effectively for your job and in your career. We are going to cover some of the basic features such as getting started using the templates, understanding the Office ribbon concepts and what's new there, formatting the documents, applying styles to text, and then customizing existing format styles, creating a custom style, and using a format painter, using search and replace, then enhancing your document by inserting pictures, shapes, smart art, tables, charts, screenshots, online video in a document, hyperlinks, comments, headers and footers. Then we move into inserting page numbers, text boxes, and files from another document, a cover page, a page break, and then how to enhance the document, such as applying themes to the whole document, and also how to change the formatting of the document by changing the margins and changing the orientation, columns in the document, formatting the paragraph, and then using references for your document, such as table of contents, creating citations and bibliography, and then also doing mail merges, such as for labels, envelopes, and email merges as well. Finally, as a progression here, let's suppose that you have a big document or a big project to complete, check the grammar, finally check some of the research tools, insert comments, and then inspect the document before sharing it with other users. So stick around and check out as many of those modules as you can. And now we'll get started in a moment here with the first module for Microsoft Word 2016. In this session, I'm going to cover the most basic concepts in getting started with Word 2016. So we open Microsoft Word. You can either click here on the Word icon, or if you cannot locate it, you can simply type here Microsoft Word or just Word, and then choose Word 2016. Now this is new with newer versions of Word, particularly 2013 and 16 here, but notice you're presented here with a bunch of templates, so you can start a blank document, you can take a tour of Microsoft Word, or you can use one of those pre-designed templates that you are presented with. These are presented to you in the very beginning so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now notice here on the left-hand side you also have the recent documents that you have been working with, and also you have the option here to open other documents in your computer. So let's assume that you wanted to use one of those templates. Instead of you redesigning something, you can simply click on one of those designs or templates and click to create it, and it's as simple as that, and then all you have to do is fill in this information in any of these fields. Let's go back to the previous window here. Notice that you can also search for templates online. So let's say I want brochure. Type in what you want, and then you'll see here a listing of designs from the web. All you have to do, like we did earlier, you can click on it and then it will open up and change it. Notice you also have these options here on the right hand side, so feel free to check those out as well. Open it. Now click on create. Notice it has all the components and you do not have to reinvent the wheel. So the third scenario here is how to create a new document. So of course, let's assume that we don't need these whatsoever and we are starting from scratch. You'll find Microsoft Word and you'll click on a blank document. Once you click on a blank document, now you're presented with the interface for Microsoft Word. So before we get any further here, I'll just take a couple more minutes and explain just some of the components that exist here in Word 2016. It's very similar to the previous versions that you're used to using. However, it probably helps for somebody who is starting. So notice here, you have these different tabs here on the very top. You have the Home tab, the Insert tab, you have the Design tab, the Layout tab, and so on. The tabs here, along with all of these different icons within each one of the tabs, and those icons are simply different functions that you can perform in a document using Microsoft Word. Notice that those functions are also grouped together. So for example, all the stuff that has to do with the fonts, it's under the font block here, or grouping. Anything that has to do with paragraphs or styles, it's under the paragraph grouping here, or styles grouping. If you go under the Insert tab, similar thing as well. You have here anything that has to do with illustrations, it's in its own grouping, and so on. So the way those tabs work, they are organized in the order that you'd most likely work with in a document. So particularly if you're working on a brand new document, you're going to create the content, format the text, paragraphs, apply some styles, then you're going to insert stuff to the document, such as pictures and tables and such, and then you're going to change the layout to the document, you're going to add some references, potentially you might be doing some mailings and so on, and then finally you might be doing some review for it, checking spelling and such. And then under the View tab here, you'd be able to read it to finalize before you send that document or project to somebody. So again, the concept to understand here is that they are organized in a certain way, the icons are grouped together, and the tabs are in a specific order depending on the work that you're doing. Notice also you have the File menu. This is back from, if you remember, in Office 2007, that was taken away. Notice you have some additional options here, how to save the document, how to print it, share it, export it, and so on. Notice if you wanted to change also options within your application, you'd go under Options here, and this is where you can customize additional settings related to Microsoft Word in your computer. Now you could change here, for example, the themes, or you could change the display, and but one of the things that you might want to change, you might end up changing at some point, is this save location as well. So just check those out, and nothing is going to be broken as long as you potentially take note of what you're changing. Now here on the very top left, you have what's called a quick access toolbar. the quick access toolbar has the most commonly used functions here, and you can customize this to add additional items as well. So notice I clicked here on the drop down. You can put here the email icon or attach icon. Now if you wanted also an icon here, let's say for inserting pictures, well, all you have to do is you right click here and choose to add it to quick access toolbar, and now the option to add pictures, it's added to the quick access toolbar. So again, quick access toolbar, it serves for you to get quickly to whatever you need to do. Another thing to remember here is that notice we don't see the ruler anywhere in this document. So this is the area, of course, where you type your document and such. So if you need to view additional components here, you can choose to, under the View tab, you want to customize to show the ruler for the document. You can even have grid lines if you needed to, and navigation pane as well if you needed to. Additionally, before I finalize this quick session here, notice that on the bottom right here, you have also options for zooming in and out of the document, and you have the various different layouts for this specific document, whether you want to do a read mode or the print layout mode. Here on the left, you also have the page numbers and the words in this specific document. If you click on any of these options here, it will give you more information about your document. Finally, one quick feature, and this is new in Word 2016, is that let's say you're on the Home tab here and you don't know how to do something. Well, Office 2016 has this option here that you can, it says, tell me what you want to do. So if you wanted to change, let's say, the margins, you simply type margins here. And notice it gives you all the potential options here, so you don't necessarily have to know where an option is, even though I'm going to explain it in this tutorial. So you click here on Adjust Margins, and it gives you all the different options for margins, even though you're not in that specific tab. If you're not sure as to how to do something, you can also click here on Get Help on Margins, and it will take you to the online help for Office 2016 directly from Microsoft. So some of those options, we'll learn them as well as we go, but I thought it would be helpful for you to know about this feature. Tell me what you want to do. So hopefully that is helpful. Stay tuned. We'll get started in a moment. The next segment here on getting started with a document, doing some of the basic functions in a document. In this session, we are going to get started using and working with a document, with the basic functions here in the document. So if you wanted to create a document from scratch, of course, just click here on the white space and simply start typing. For the sake of simplicity at this point, I'm going to just go ahead and bring in a document that has just some plain text, and we'll work with that specific document. Let's assume that we have this document. You typed it. There's nothing special about it. I copied and pasted this, and by the way, this is the credit for the document where I got the information from. So all it is, it's about 24 pages of text. Let's assume that we have this long document that we want to tweak at this point as we learn how to use Word 2016. So just a couple of things for you to remember here is that if we wanted to change any of this stuff about this document, notice that if we want to change the font, of course, select it and then simply choose a different font here. Change the size. Notice that some of the icons, so you can make it bigger or smaller. Notice some of them, they also have a drop down that you can customize to make everything lowercase or uppercase. Or for example, in the case of the spacing here or the font, just as a key concept here is that there are additional options and drop downs. Additionally, remember there are also these options here to expand and customize, for example, anything related to the fonts. And this is very similar to the old interface. So as you are working with text, so let's assume that this is your text that you're working with. Notice that as soon as I release the mouse after I select the text, there is this mini toolbar. The mini toolbar has some of the quick options that you could potentially use here in Microsoft Word, whether it's related to the font or some of the basic functionality to it, so that you don't have to reach with the mouse up here on the top or under the ribbon, but you're basically tweaking this simply without moving the mouse too far. So again, you select it, the quick mini toolbar shows up, and you pick the option that you want to utilize. The other thing as we get started here is that if you're not sure as to what something does here, remember that you can always hold the mouse on the icon and it will show you what that does. So it gives you a description of what that function is and what it does. I could select those, and this is basically using the bulleted lists. So if I want just simply dots here, notice I just selected the text, chose this. If I want a different particular kind, I can simply click on the drop down and pick one of those. Or if I wanted numbers, you can do it like that. If for some reason you want to customize something within the bulleted list, you can change the levels. You can customize down here as well by set the numbering style and things of that nature as well. So the tip here is that the computer is not going to break. Just tinker with all the different options. If you want to learn the program and the application here, click on the various different options and see what they do. That's the best way to learn an application on your own as well, besides following this tutorial, of course. So in the next segment here, I'm going to go over how to utilize styles in formatting text and making it easier to provide consistency in the document and save you time. So stay tuned for the next segment. In this session, I'm going to go over using styles in a document. Styles in Word 2016 are a powerful tool that can help you provide consistency throughout the document by applying the same properties throughout the document as you're formatting it, as well as save you time. So how do you apply styles? All you have to do is you select the section of your document here, and let's assume that we want to make this heading number 1. So simply click on heading number 1 here. And by the way, these are the list of styles here. Notice you have a drop down as well here to see the other styles in the document. Now this feature here of you holding the mouse on the text here, this is called the live preview. It gives you a preview of what it would look like if you were to select that option before you even click on it. So let's assume that we want this for heading number 1. So you basically go throughout the document here and you apply the different styles for this particular document. Now, my suggestion is that you apply heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3 styles and so on throughout the document. The reason for that is that later, if you have a long document, you can also create a table of contents directly from the styles that you applied throughout your document. And the table of contents will be generated only if you have heading 1 and so on styles. Now, if you don't like how something looks like at this point, what you can do is that we'll go and modify the style to your liking, and then that will be updated throughout the document automatically. So basically, you don't like something, you can tweak the heading 1 style, but you need the heading 1 style to create the table of contents later. I'll also show you how to create custom styles from scratch here in a moment. You get the idea here. We apply the heading styles throughout your document depending on the layout and the organization of your document. So for example, this would be heading 1, this would be heading 2, and then you scroll down in your document and you apply the other heading. So this, let's assume it will be heading number 3. You could even apply this as a heading number 4. Let's assume that's heading number 2. Now notice here we had the technical underpinnings, and then we have the development plan, and then we have the essential information protection. That probably falls under what we covered earlier. So you do that throughout your document. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that, like I mentioned earlier, if I wanted to change how heading number 2 looks like, and notice if I click here, it shows heading number 2, that's the one selected. To modify a specific style, I have 2 options. I could simply either customize the text here the way I want it. So for example, I want this to be larger, and let's say I want that to be bold. And then I want this to go all the way to the left here. Notice I can go here since I have the ruler showing. And if you don't have the ruler, you can go under View and choose Ruler here. Notice it shows up or it disappears. Go here to the Home tab, and I'm going to move this to the left so that my text is all the way in the left. Now we are kind of deviating what we were trying to do to explain here as far as the heading 1 style, but basically we're tweaking this the way we like it to be showing up. And then I'm going to make this, let's say, orange color so it kind of stands out for us. And let's say I want the font to be a different font. Let's say I want the Calibri here, and I want that to be 20 points. Now what you can do is, now that I have tweaked heading 1 here the way I like it, I can simply select it, and you can right-click on the heading style up here, and it says Update Heading 1 to Match Selection. We're telling the computer to update any heading 1 styles wherever we have applied them, and even though we have not applied them yet, to be however we chose this to look. We click here and update, and now notice if I scroll down, we'll find out here that wherever I applied here, for example, it was heading 1, that has been updated. And notice in the other options as well. Now, if I wanted to update heading number 2, I could do the same thing. I could simply highlight this, change the font, and let's say I want to make that blue, design it however I like it, and then I can choose to update it. And now notice if I scroll down throughout the document here, you'll see that heading 2 has been updated to what we chose earlier. Now, let's say that we still want to tweak this. We want to make it underlined or whatever. What you can do is you can select it, go under heading 2, choose Modify, and then notice you can just change properties. So again, you can modify this 2 different ways. You can either tweak it first and then update it. I think that's the easiest one. Or you can simply right-click and then tweak with all kinds of other properties here as well. So you can change, for example, I want it underlined, I press this, it will be underlined. You can also change the formatting, the border, the frame, the numbering, text effects, and all kinds of other stuff, and you can tweak that on your own. Just remember, if you change it, you need to also update it automatically as well. You click OK, and now if we scroll up or down here, wherever this was applied in the document, it will be automatically updated with the underlining. Same thing with heading number 3. So we'll go and find the heading number 3 wherever we applied it. So this is, for example, heading number 4. Typically, you can't use heading number 4 until you have used heading 3, but in any case, I think heading number 3 is this one right here. So you can tweak this however you want it again. And then simply right-click, update heading 3 to match selection, and that will update all instances. Let's say we want to do this as well. Update heading 4, and now it has been applied throughout the document. So using the styles, it's a very powerful feature and strongly recommended because it will save you time and it will provide consistency throughout the document. Now let's assume that you wanted to create a new style of some sort. So let's say anywhere in the document I want a new type of style. Again, you can customize it the way you want. Let's make it something completely different here. And now what you can do is you can select this, and you could click on Styles here on the mini toolbar, or you can click on the drop down here on the top under the Styles area, and you have an option to create a new style. So you can just give it a name, let's say Sally, and then click OK. Now, if I want to apply this wherever I want it applied, I can simply go and apply the Sally style. If I wanted to tweak it, I could simply either tweak it from here and update it, or I can tweak it from the top and modify it over here. That's how cool styles are. Strongly suggested that you use them in your documents because it's very powerful in creating also the table of contents, and it will save you time and provide consistency throughout the document. In this session, I'm going to go over using styles in a document. Styles in Word 2016 are a powerful tool that can help you provide consistency throughout the document by applying the same properties throughout the document as you're formatting it, as well as save you time. So how do you apply styles? All you have to do is you select the section of your document here, and let's assume that we want to make this heading number 1. So simply click on heading number 1 here. And by the way, these are the list of styles here. Notice you have a drop down as well here to see the other styles in the document. Now this feature here of you holding the mouse on the text here, this is called the live preview. It gives you a preview of what it would look like if you were to select that option before you even click on it. So let's assume that we want this for heading number 1. So you basically go throughout the document here and you apply the different styles for this particular document. Now, my suggestion is that you apply heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3 styles and so on throughout the document. The reason for that is that later, if you have a long document, you can also create a table of contents directly from the styles that you applied throughout your document. And the table of contents will be generated only if you have heading 1 and so on styles. Now, if you don't like how something looks like at this point, what you can do is that we'll go and modify the style to your liking, and then that will be updated throughout the document automatically. So basically, you don't like something, you can tweak the heading 1 style, but you need the heading 1 style to create the table of contents later. I'll also show you how to create custom styles from scratch here in a moment. You get the idea here. We apply the heading styles throughout your document depending on the layout and the organization of your document. So for example, this would be heading 1, this would be heading 2, and then you scroll down in your document and you apply the other heading. So this, let's assume it will be heading number 3. You could even apply this as a heading number 4. Let's assume that's heading number 2. Now notice here we have the technical underpinnings, and then we have the development plan, and then we have the essential information protection. That probably falls under what we covered earlier. So you do that throughout your document. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that, like I mentioned earlier, if I wanted to change how heading number 2 looks like, and notice if I clicked here, it shows heading number 2, that's the one selected. To modify a specific style, I have 2 options. I could simply either customize the text here the way I want it. So for example, I want this to be larger, and let's say I want that to be bold. And then I want this to go all the way to the left here. Notice I can go here since I have the ruler showing, and if you don't have the ruler, you can go under View and choose Ruler here. Notice it shows up or it disappears. Go here to the Home tab, and I'm going to move this to the left so that my text is all the way in the left. Now we are kind of deviating what we were trying to do to explain here as far as the heading 1 style, but basically we're tweaking this the way we like it to be showing up. And then I'm going to make this, let's say, orange color so it kind of stands out for us. And let's say I want the font to be a different font. Let's say I want the Calibri here, and I want that to be 20 points. Now what you can do is, now that I have tweaked heading 1 here the way I like it, I can simply select it, and you can right click on the heading style up here, and it says update heading 1 to match selection. We're telling the computer to update any heading 1 styles wherever we have applied them, and even though we have not applied them yet, to be however we chose this to look. We click here and update, and now notice if I scroll down, we'll find out here that wherever I applied here, for example, it was heading 1, that has been updated, and notice in the other options as well. Now, if I wanted to update heading number 2, I could do the same thing. I could simply highlight this, change the font, and let's say I want to make that blue, design it however I like it, and then I can choose to update it. And now notice if I scroll down throughout the document here, you'll see that heading 2 has been updated to what we chose earlier. Now, let's say that we still want to tweak this. We want to make it underlined or whatever. What you can do is you can select it, go under heading 2, choose modify, and then notice you can just change properties. So again, you can modify this 2 different ways. You can either tweak it first and then update it. I think that's the easiest one. Or you can simply right-click and then tweak with all kinds of other properties here as well. So you can change, for example, I want it underlined, I press this, it will be underlined. You can also change the formatting, the border, the frame, the numbering, text effects, and all kinds of other stuff, and you can tweak that on your own. Just remember, if you change it, you need to also update it automatically as well. You click OK, and now if we scroll up or down here, wherever this was applied in the document, it will be automatically updated with the underlining. Same thing with heading number 3. So we'll go and find the heading number 3 wherever we applied it. So this is, for example, heading number 4. Typically, you can't use heading number 4 until you have used heading 3, but in any case, I think heading number 3 is this one right here. So you can tweak this however you want it again. And then simply right-click, update heading 3 to match selection, and that will update all instances. Let's say we want to do this as well. Update heading 4, and now it has been applied throughout the document. So using the styles, it's a very powerful feature and strongly recommended because it will save you time and it will provide consistency throughout the document. Now let's assume that you wanted to create a new style of some sort. So let's say anywhere in the document I want a new type of style. Again, you can customize it the way you want. Let's make it something completely different here. And now what you can do is you can select this, and you could click on Styles here on the mini toolbar, or you can click on the drop down here on the top under the Styles area, and you have an option to create a new style. So you can just give it a name, let's say Sally, and then click OK. Now, if I want to apply this wherever I want it applied, I can simply go and apply the Sally style. If I wanted to tweak it, I could simply either tweak it from here and update it, or I can tweak it from the top and modify it over here. That's how cool styles are. Strongly suggested that you use them in your documents because it's very powerful in creating also the table of contents, and it will save you time and provide consistency throughout the document. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the Format Painter in Word 2016. Format Painter, what it does is basically you can format a bunch of text a certain way to look a certain way, and then you can copy the formatting and paste it to another section of text. It's very similar to copy and paste, but the difference is that it's going to copy and paste the formatting properties. So let's assume that we have this bunch of text here, and we have this blue color, and it's underlined and all that type of stuff, and I'm going to change the font as well to a different font here. Now let's say that I wanted to apply that somewhere else in the document here as well. So what you do is you go to the area which has that specific formatting. You select it, and then you click on Format Painter. It's going to seem like nothing happened. Now notice it has this broom type of thing. You select where you want to apply it, and notice I'm leaving out a couple words in the end here, and then you let the mouse go. As soon as that happens, notice it copied all the properties from the first area here to the other section where we applied the format painting. So it's just as easy as that. In this next session, I'm going to go over one of the features that pretty much everybody should know if you want to be productive in your work. How to search for something in your document and replace it with something else, but make sure that all instances of it are replaced in your document. So let's assume that we want to find the word computers and change it with PCs for whatever reason. So you go here under Replace in the Home tab, and we want to find the word computers. And like I said, we want to replace it with PCs. And notice you have additional options here as well. You can choose to match the case, match only whole words, and you can also use wildcards as well if you need it. That is basically if you want the word computer and to include also the computers and so on. So multiple variations of it. So now notice also you can check on formatting, paragraph, and all kinds of other options as well, specific paragraph marks and so on, and I'll try to demonstrate that in a moment here. So now we click here on Find Next, and that would be the best option here to find, for example, computers here, and it's going to replace it. So there were 3 instances of the word computers in this document. We could also have chosen, if we were sure that all instances matched what we wanted, we could have chosen here to replace it all, to replace all of it. The other feature that I'll try to show you here, it's very powerful, is you want to make sure that in your document there are no extra paragraph spaces. For example, we want to take anywhere where there are more than 1 paragraph space, we want to replace it with only 1 paragraph space there to fix the whole document. Of course, right now I'm messing it up on purpose so we can fix it in a moment. So the search and replace capability comes in very handy here. Besides searching and replacing for text, you can search and replace other components such as spacing and things of that nature in your document. Now, for you to see the hidden characters in the document, you need to click on this little icon here, and that's what will demonstrate or show where the extra spaces are. So for example, here we have an extra paragraph space, here we have 2 of them, and so on. So that we have this document and it has all these additional spaces that we want to take out. Instead of you going throughout the document and taking them all out manually, what you can do is you can do a search and replace for anything that is the new paragraph or end of the paragraph there, that these empty areas. So we click here on replace, and then what you do is you go here under special. So we want to find the paragraph mark, wherever the paragraph mark is located. So we click on this paragraph mark, and we want to find wherever there are 2 of them, and we want to replace them with only 1 paragraph mark. Then we click on Find Next, and notice it should find this next one right there. And then we click on Replace. And then we go and replace the next one, or we could replace them all. Now notice it found 9 locations, and at this point, I'm closing that. It should be that no areas in my document should have 2 paragraph marks in there. And you can do that for the same thing for tabs. If you want to remove all the tabs in the document, you can do a search and replace for tabs and so on. So it's a key feature in the word processing that is very valuable to save you time, provide consistency, and enhance your resume as well in knowing how to do these features. In this session, I'm going to continue with the other features of Microsoft Word in order to enhance our document here that we are working with and learn some of those features as well. So earlier we learned how to use the items here under the Home tab, such as the paragraph and format painter and styles and search and replace and so on. So now typically, as we mentioned earlier, you have the Office ribbon that has those features and functions grouped together. depending on the task that you are performing. So now that we are done with the basic stuff in our document here, in formatting certain components and applying styles, now we want to insert additional components to it to make it even fancier. In this case, let's go under the Insert tab, and here you can insert all kinds of other stuff, but we're going to start here with the illustrations. And we'll come back to all these other options as well in a moment here. So let's say we want to insert pictures. Now we want to enhance this document, and we want to get some pictures of, let's say, Microsoft Word or PCs or whatever it is that we might want. We go here under Insert, and then we click on Pictures. The pictures, you can get them directly from the computer in this case, because it's going to get them. And notice here I have Office 2016. Notice in this case, this image is quite large, so you can resize it. I'm sure you know how to do this by simply dragging the corners. It's recommended that you use the corner handles rather than using the middle points here, because this resizes it proportionately. Now that the image has been inserted here, if you double click on the image, notice there is a Picture Tools option that shows up, or one of the other tabs here. As soon as we click on the picture here, it opens up with Picture Tools. If we double click, it'll actually open that whole ribbon. Here, these are tools, and they are referred to as contextual tools. Basically, tools that are displayed on the ribbon based on the context of what we are doing. So in this case, we have picture styles. Remember the text styles? We could change and tweak the text within the document. Here we could format this picture by simply applying a variety of other styles to it, depending on how we want it. Let's say we want it this way. You can change the border, other picture effects, and again, like I mentioned in one of the previous segments, in order to really learn the application, just click on the various options and see how you can tweak and tinker with it, and that's the best way to learn about it. Now, the other thing that you can do here is that you can also customize the position, where you want this picture to show up. So you can simply click a specific position on your document, and let's say we want it in the middle of the document, the left, and all that type of thing. So I'm going to leave it alone for now so that I can show you one of the other features before we can tweak and tinker with that. So let's suppose that we want the text to be wrapped around the picture here, and this is a very important concept for you to understand. And that has to do with what's called text wrapping, or wrap text for this image. So what you do is you click on the image and you choose then wrap text. Here you can tell the system how do you want the text wrapped around this picture. You click, let's say, on tight, and notice now the text will be tightly integrated around the picture. Since we chose that option, we can also drag this and place it wherever we want in the document, and then the text will kind of self-adjust around this specific image that we picked. And notice there's also a little icon here next to it to choose the different layout options, and you can apply whichever option you prefer in that case. So that's an important component for you to remember here. Notice also you can use the crop tools. We don't really need to crop this much at this point, but if we needed to, you just crop it from whichever direction and click crop again, and now it has been cropped. If for some reason you choose to undo one of those options, you can simply go back here, and it will be the way we had it from earlier. So this is basically using the back and forward options, or undo and redo options. So that is applying pictures from the computer, or inserting pictures from the computer. Now in Office 2016, you also, the clip art option, it's actually no longer available if you see here, if you note here. So what they did was Microsoft has you go online for pictures and access pictures online. So you simply click on online pictures, and then it's going to use the Bing search engine for you to search for various pictures. So let's say computer, hit enter. It's going to give you a whole bunch of computers. Now remember, some of those are copyrighted material, so you need to really kind of be cautious if you're going to use those for marketing and commercial products and so on. So you pick what you want from here, assuming that the copyright stuff is correct, and then click on what you want, click on Insert, and this is very similar to clip art in previous versions of Microsoft Word. Again, you can resize this and apply any of these picture tools that we learned about earlier, and then choose the text wrapping, tight, and then move it wherever you prefer to have this. So that's inserting pictures from online. The other thing that you can do is also you can insert various shapes in this document. So for whatever reason you want to make a diagram or an arrow or whatever the case may be, simply click on the shape here that you want and then drag it. That's the difference. That's a trick here in Microsoft or when using shapes, that you have to drag it. The other thing to remember here, as soon as we insert the shape, notice that you have a new set of tools, the contextual tools, and you can change here the design for your new object that you inserted. You can change different properties and position and the wrapping as well, so you could actually make that so it's tightly wrapped as well within the text. So notice the text will be self-adjusting around it. One key thing to remember here as well is that you can rotate it by using this handle right here and rotate this object any which direction that you prefer. So that is inserting shapes in your document. Next, and we're going to do this in a different video segment, we're going to learn how to insert smart art. It's a very powerful feature, so stay tuned to how to use it. In this next session, we're going to learn how to use Smart Art in Microsoft Word 2016. Microsoft Word, starting with Office 2007, has this feature called Smart Art. Smart Art is basically a graphic to visually demonstrate or communicate information. So let's say we are talking about computer security, and you probably are familiar with this, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, or as they refer to as a CIA of information security. Instead of us representing this data in this format by simply using bullets, which seems okay, what we could do is we could insert Smart Art. So you go here under Smart Art, and then you pick one of the designs from here. So you basically could type this. I choose the design that I want, and this will be adjusted automatically. Notice you can close this typing area of the text, and notice you have this handle to show this anytime in the future, or you could change it directly from the diagram at this point. Of course, you can resize it. And if for some reason you do not like this diagram, you can pick a different one and convert it into a different one. Also, you can change the colors. So basically, you're applying different styles, again, to this type of object as well. So as you can kind of see, it's very powerful in representing something. So notice this is what we are representing, but now this is a little bit more useful potentially here for us. So again, using Smart Art, it's a way for you to represent something in a graphical, to communicate something in a graphical way to your audience or to your reader. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate very briefly as to how to use tables in a document in Microsoft Word. So let's assume that we want to insert a table in this location for this document. So all you have to do is you go under the Insert tab, click on the table, and then you can either pick one of the quick tables from here, or you can design your own. So let's say I want 5 columns and 3 rows right there, and the table has been created automatically. Now notice as soon as we insert the table, you have these table styles. Again, remember, just like with text and images and so on, you can apply predefined styles to your objects that you're working with, depending on what you're doing. Notice there are additional styles here that you could apply as well. So just pick one of those styles and customize it further if you needed to. Notice you have also under the layout here, you can customize the delete or change properties or insert and indent the text and all that type of thing regarding your table here in Word 2016. So the idea again is to insert the table, pick however you want it, and then adjust it by going to the Design tab and going to the Layout tab. Notice if you need to adjust the width of each column here, notice here under the ruler area, and if you don't have the ruler area here in View, you could go under View and choose to show the ruler. Now from this area, you can adjust the width of these columns as well. So that's basically how to insert tables in Microsoft Word. In this session, I'm going to also demonstrate how to create charts or how to insert charts in a document in Microsoft Word. A lot of times when you're creating a report or major document or whatever, it may involve in using data as well. And by the way, I'll have another video on importing, linking Excel with Microsoft Word. That's another tutorial that will be coming shortly here, but this is basically how to insert a chart within a document. So we click here on Chart under the Insert tab, and then basically you pick the design that you want for your chart. Notice you have a live preview of whatever the chart is going to look like. So let's assume I want just a column chart for now, and then click OK. At this point, notice as soon as it inserts the chart, notice you have this Excel-like data entry form here. So it says Series 1. Well, maybe you'd want the months here. So basically you have to plug in the data at this point. And then let's say this is the average sales in millions, for example. And you get the idea. Then you plug in the numbers. So let's say this was 7.8. In February it was 2.7. And in March it was 6.9. Now notice the table here is being updated automatically. Now the other thing to notice as well, and I'm going to try to make this bigger or navigate through a little bit, notice that we don't need this category 4. What we can do here is that we can actually exclude that. So instead of deleting it, because if you deleted it, notice what happens. It just leaves it still there, but it's just going to be blank. What you need to do is you need to move this blue area, hold the mouse on it until it changes to double arrow, and then drag it up. And then let it go, and now notice the chart, it's going to be automatically readjusting for your display here in your document. Now, if I click outside of the chart here or close this at any point here, notice now it's ready and I can resize this however I want. You can change the title, of course. Now, if you wanted to change additional properties for this, you can double click on it again. And notice you have the design area and you can change and utilize a different style again for your charts here. And you could tweak this however you need it to. Make it much fancier, as you can see. And you can change also the quick layout if you needed to. You can change colors if you prefer to, and other options as well as editing the data here as well. If you don't like the same type chart or type of chart that you picked, you can change it from here. Notice there's also another tab here under Contextual Tools where you can adjust the formatting for this. And keep in mind here for the chart as well, under the formatting, there's also the option for text wrapping. So text wrapping, it's a really important concept to understand for all types of objects that you use in your document. So I choose here wrapped tightly around the text here, and now notice the chart can be part of my document. In this next session, I'm going to talk about inserting or using the screenshot feature in Microsoft Word 2016. So let's assume we have this document here, and now we want to insert a snapshot, whether we are doing documentation on how to do something or whatever the case may be. So what you do is you go under the Insert tab, or you click on Screenshot here, and notice you can either clip the screen or you can pick from one of the available windows. So in my case, I'm going to do a screen clipping first. So I click on Screen Clipping. And now at this point, I could pick part of my screen, and now that has been inserted in my document. Now this, you could use it for creating a manual or creating directions or whatever it may be within your document. And notice here, this is basically just like another image that I inserted in the document. I can go here and customize this and make it look differently and so on, and apply the various different styles related to the images in the document. The other thing you can do is you can go and if you go here under the Insert, under Screenshot, so you have to have something opened in your computer, and then you can take a screenshot of an application that you may have opened in your computer. And then, of course, resize this however you need to. But personally, I think the screen clipping, it's going to be the one that is more useful in this case. Another cool feature in Word 2016 is the ability to insert media directly from online, such as a video from online. So to insert video from online, you click on Insert here, you go to Online Video, and then you can search for videos, whether it's from Bing or from YouTube and so on. So if you go here, you're searching for a specific video, you click on it, and then click on Insert, and there is the video directly, the link from YouTube. And this is a new feature in Office 2016. Now at this point, of course, you could customize this if you needed to and format it differently, just like an image in your document, including the positioning of it in the document. In this brief video, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize the hyperlink feature in a document in Word 2016. Well, it's basically you're linking to a document or to a resource outside of your document here. So let's assume we want to learn how to customize privacy settings in Windows 10. And we want to have a link so that whoever we send this document to, they can go and click on that link and go to that video directly online, or to that article directly online, or whatever it may be the case. So what you can do is you can simply select the text that you want to hyperlink, and then click on Hyperlink, and then instead of directly linking to an existing file here, you can link to a URL to a web page out there. So now what we do before we can do that part, we go here to the web and we find the video that you want or the article that you want, copy the URL. Now we bring this down, and then here under the address that we opened earlier, we can open it again. So I have highlighted this, click on Hyperlink, go ahead and paste it in there, and then click OK. Now at this point, notice that it says press Control-click to take you directly to that video. So if I do Control down, hold down the Control key, it will take me to the video or to that article on the web. So that's how you use hyperlinks in a document. And this was just to the website, to a web document, but or to a website, but you can also link to a document in your computer as well. In this brief session, I'm going to go over how to insert a comment in a document in Microsoft Word 2016. So let's say in this link here, I want to make a note or a comment. I'm reviewing this document for someone and I want to make a comment for it. So all that you have to do is you go here under the Insert tab and you want to insert a comment. You select the text area and you click on comment. And you could say, and so on, or put something else. And then you go to other places in your document as well, and you can put additional comments as well. So this, you could be using it for grading student papers, or you can use it for making comments for other people that you're collaborating with. Now, if for some reason you don't want that comment in there anymore, you can simply right-click on it and choose Delete Comment. Or if you were to go under the Review tab, and it's in Office 2016 that Microsoft actually put it in the Insert tab here, but it's also under the Review tab here, and you can choose to delete a comment or create a new comment. Now that we deleted it, it's all gone. So that is basically inserting comments in a document. It's more for collaboration and working in a team and so on. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert headers and footers in a document. So if you notice here in my document, I don't have any headers or footers. So what you can do anywhere in your document, go ahead and simply click on Insert, and then click on, let's say, Header. Now notice, as soon as you click on the drop-down, you have all of these different templates. Now this depends from version to version. Now with Office 2016, there are more options in here for you to utilize. So pick any of those designs, and basically you put in there the title of the document, and this has the date field in there, but you could change that to insert additional options in there instead of the date field. Or you could simply pick a different design. So if you go here under the Insert and choose headers and footers, if I wanted a different design here, a different header, that's my different header. Now for inserting a footer, go under Insert and then choose Footer, and then choose the type of footer that you want to apply to your document. And there's my footer here. In my case here, I didn't, when I chose a design, under Insert here for footers, it's not giving me a complete preview for some reason. I think it's because of the resolution that I'm using here for recording, but you should also be able to see in here a little preview of what it would look like. Now notice as you're in the header or the footer area, so let's say we go to the header here, double click on it. Notice they have the contextual tools for the header and footer area. So you have the formatting of the header and footer. You can change the design however you prefer it, and other components as well. But you can also have here the type under the design here, the design tab, you can choose. So if we go to the very top, and notice you have to be slightly outside of the box here, but you can choose to make it a different header and footer on the first page if you want a different one for the first page. And then notice right now the first page doesn't have that, but there are other pages they do. So this is if you're doing a report, you don't want the header on the first page. That's how you'd enable or disable that. And also you can change to it for odd and even pages from here as well. Notice that you can insert other stuff here, for example the page number, the top of the page or in the bottom of the page or whatever, and so on. You can also change to insert here other quick parts such as document properties, whether you want the author or whether you want the date or the status or the title of the document and things of that nature as part of your header and footer as well here. So the big idea is that you go under the Insert tab, you choose the header and footer, you pick a design, and then once you're in that header and footer area, further customize it by utilizing the contextual tools here under the Design tab and the Formatting tab. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use a text box in a document in Microsoft Word 2016. It may seem very simple and basic, but it's actually a pretty cool feature, especially in the new version of Microsoft Word 2016. So what you do is you go here in the document, wherever in your document, and let's say we want to insert a text box. So you go under the Insert tab, and then you go under Text Box. Now here you have different types of designs that you could pick from. So let's say I like this kind of design here. Notice it has a cool design there. All you have to do is just put some text here. And there you have your text box. If you wanted to change it or make adjustments to it, again, remember the concept is that you can double click on it and click on the various tools related to this particular object, and of course using other functionalities as well, or options within this. Remember, you can always resize it and move it wherever you need to move it. So that's basically using a text box within a document. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert text from another document in Microsoft Word. A lot of times we have two documents and we want to merge them together. Of course, one of the ways is to copy and paste the document from one to the other and so on. But how do you do it? By using the commands or options in here. So the way to do that is by clicking on the Insert tab here, and you go under Object, and besides inserting an object, you can insert text from a file. So text from a file, then you go ahead and find the other file, and notice it's just going to paste it in here. So now I had 20 pages, now I have 46 pages in my document. So it's as simple as that. Other things that you can insert here, and since we are in this session, let's learn as far as that you can also insert additional components such as equations in your document or additional symbols here as well. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to insert drop caps for specific areas or parts of your document. So let's say you're creating a brochure, creating a fancy document or flyer. What you can do is you can go to wherever your paragraph or the text is that you want to have a drop cap, go right in front of it, click on Insert, go under Drop Cap, and then choose the style that you want. And then repeat that basically for other sections of your document. And that's how you do it in less than a minute. Before we move any further in our study of Microsoft Word, or in our tutorial on using Microsoft Word 2016, let's also learn how to utilize and insert a couple of things here under Pages on the Insert tab. So let's learn how to insert a cover page. The cover page, all you have to do is click on Insert here, and you have various templates or designs that you can apply to your document. So click on whichever design you want, and even though you might be later in the document in a lower page, let's say later page 30 or page 15 and so on, Microsoft Word is smart enough to actually insert that as the very first page of your document. Now here you could simply put the subtitle, change the image if you prefer to, put a little abstract, and then you're all good to go with the cover page for this specific document. Note as well that if you had page numbers or if it had already the headers and footers, it's not going to apply them to the cover page because that has the cover page properties applied to it. Again, you can tweak it further by using the design and changing the layout tools and contextual tools that exist here under the ribbon. So that is using a cover page in a document. In this session, we'll learn how to insert a blank page and a page break in a document in Microsoft Word. So suppose we have this long document here, and we have the cover page in the very beginning, but then we also want to have a blank page starting somewhere in here. So what we do is we can go under the Insert tab and simply click on Insert Blank Page, and now we have a blank page on page 2. Now, or page 1 in that case. If we wanted a page break, and a page break, let's suppose that we want to end right here. And no matter how we do formatting in the future, we want this computer security here to always be on a new page. So in order to do that, what we do is that we put in here somewhere, we put in under insert, we can put a page break. And that basically is saying end the page here and move whatever is after this page break to a new page in my document. So we click on page break, and now notice there is this. So now even if this were to overflow at some point in the future, let's say I formatted it differently, notice it's going to leave the next section of the document here blank, even though there was space. So basically, wherever the page break is, it's going to always be at the beginning of another page. Now the question is, let's say I changed my mind and I want to delete that page break. What's the easiest way for me to go ahead and delete it and remove the page break? That's a little bit tricky, but of course it can be done. So if you go here under the Home tab, and you go here to show and hide the paragraph marks or hidden characters, notice right here it says page break. So all you need to do is, again, we have showed here the hidden characters. All we have to do is we press backspace to delete the page break, or select it, press delete, and now it will bring the whole text up again. So that's how you add a page break to a document, and that's how you remove it as well. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate and utilize the design feature in Microsoft Word 2016. This is a new tab in this version of Microsoft Word, and we have this option for design. So here, for example, you can go under any object in your document and you can apply a design theme throughout your document or to various components within your document so that it provides consistency and such. So basically what you can do is go here under design and then select an object in your document, and let's say I want to make that the title. Notice this is a live preview. That's how it's going to change whatever I'm trying to tinker with here. So what it's doing actually is that it's formatting my complete document here to look a certain way with certain pre-designed components. Notice how each is shifting here. Everything is kind of shifting in my document, whether it's the styles here for heading 1, heading 2, or other components as well. So that's utilizing these themes. Notice it's applying that specific design that I just chose, including it's changing even the text to my document. It's applying it throughout the document. So notice considerations, this was not in blue earlier. The other thing you can do is you can go here under theme, and it's going to color coordinate all the objects within your document. So notice how it's changing here my headings and such depending on what object I'm live previewing here. So this makes it so that all the components within the document, they kind of match together. So notice it matched now the headings, it matched the footers, it matched the graphics, the tables, the other objects that we had inserted in the document here. So it's a pretty neat feature. Try it, and you can customize it further by inserting and changing the colors here and things of that nature. Notice as well that you can change the page color if you needed to. And you can add a watermark as well. So if you're in an office environment and you want to add a confidential or do not copy or whatever else component to it, you can put a watermark to your document. So that's how you briefly utilize the features here in the Design tab in Word 2016. In this next session, we are going to learn a little bit about the layout, modifying the layout of your document in Microsoft Word 2016. So let's say we have this document, we tweaked the fonts, we tweaked all kinds of other components, then we inserted pictures and all kinds of other fancy stuff in our document, and then we changed the design, and that's why we have this reddish look to it at this point. Now we'll go under the layout. At this point, let's say we want to change the margins for this document. So we are learning how to change the margins. If we go, and I'm going to unhide these paragraph marks at this point, or hidden characters. To change the margins, we go under the Layout tab, and then we click on Margins. Now in here you can pick an existing design or parameters that are pre-specified, for example 0.5 inches on all corners, and click on it, and you'll notice that it's going to apply those changes throughout the document automatically. If you wanted custom ones, you click on Margins here again, and you go to Custom Margins, and this is where you can change the spacing on the very top, on the left, and then on the right, and so on, whether you want to change landscape, and so on. Also, you can choose here to apply this to the whole document or from this point forward. So let's say that you needed a couple pages that needed a specific format only. Let's say I need this page to be in landscape mode. Well, all I have to do is I go here under the layout, choose margins, custom margins, change it to landscape, and then I say this point forward. Then click OK. Now at this point, all my other pages, subsequent pages, the previous pages are going to be portrait. The other pages, following pages, are going to be in landscape. Now if I wanted to change it again, let's say at some point here, to start again in portrait, I go here under custom margins and then choose portrait, and then from this point forward, change it again to portrait. Now notice my middle pages here are in landscape, and the top ones are in portrait, and the bottom ones are in portrait as well. So that's how you change the margins and also the orientation for specific pages in your document. Now notice also you can change it from here, the orientation, to landscape or portrait, but that's going to do it for the whole document. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create columns and basically format your document to use columns and so on to make it more visually appealing. So the way it works is that you can go to Layout here, the Layout tab, and then you go under Columns. And if you wanted just columns throughout your document, let's say 2 columns or whatever you need, you simply click on 2, and then it's going to apply it throughout that section in your document. Now, if you don't want that, and I'm going to undo this part here, you can simply go to a specific section, select it, and then click on Columns, and then click on More Columns, or you can just choose 2 for that here, if you wanted just 2. Notice once we selected it, it applied it to just that specific section. The other thing you can do is you can go under Columns, More Columns, and this is where you can customize it even further. Let's say you want a line in between, and you can how many columns you want and that type of thing, and then also where it applies, whether it applies to the whole document or to the selected section or to the whole document as well. And now we have 2 columns there, and that's how you basically utilize columns in your document in the page layout for your document. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a table of contents in Microsoft Word 2016. There are 2 things that you have to do in order to successfully generate a table of contents. First, you have to have a document, and the document has to have sections that you can apply. For example, it's heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4. Basically, you need to organize the document in such a way that it kind of makes sense. Then the second step is that you have to apply the actual heading for those sections. So for example, we have here this section. Let's assume this is heading number 1. So we click here under Styles and choose heading number 1. We're not going to worry at this point as far as how this looks and all that type of stuff. If you're interested in customizing the styles, just check the video on customizing and utilizing styles. Now, if you go to the next one here, let's assume this would be heading number 2 because it potentially falls under this subsection. So we choose heading number 2, And then we go further here throughout the document, and let's assume that this would be again heading number 1. Just tap on heading number 1. That would be, let's say, heading number 1. Here, let's assume heading number 2. Number 2. Let's assume this is 3. Heading 1. And heading 1 as well. So you're basically going throughout your document and applying the various headings. Now let's assume that we are ready to generate the table of contents. We simply scroll to the very top here, or wherever we want the table of contents, and let's assume we want to insert here a blank page of sorts. We click on Insert, Blank Page, and then go to the very top, and now we want to put in here the table of contents. We'll also assume that there's a cover page somewhere here for our report, but for now we just want to insert the table of contents. We go here under References, and then we click on Table of Contents. Then we pick one of those designs. It's going to create an automatic table based on heading 1, heading 2, heading 3 styles that we applied earlier in our document. So all I have to do is click on this, and there it is. So for example, this says on page 9, it's separation of privilege. If for some reason you changed the document and the page numbers shifted and that type of thing, then what you need to do is you need to go back to the top here and click on Update Table. And then click on Update either page numbers only or entire table if you applied new styles along the document and so on. So you click on that, and then the page numbers will be updated again. So that's how it works. Keep in mind here that if you hold the Control key and press click, it will take you to that specific section in your document. So it's a powerful tool to know how to use and how to do in your document. So this was from a scratch document. Now, in our existing document that we were working earlier, let's assume, not assume, but this was actually our previous document here that I had our tutorial on Microsoft Word. And let's say here on page 2, purposefully I had left this empty. Now I want to insert the table of contents. Well, I can just simply go under Table of Contents 1 here, and notice the table of contents has been created utilizing the theme that we applied earlier from our design theme. So hopefully that is helpful. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert footnotes and endnotes in a document. This is primarily if you're doing a long report and you need further explanations and so on, and then endnotes sometimes for papers as well. So to insert a footnote, let's say PCs here, we want to put a footnote for the word PCs. So you go to the word in your document, and then you go under the References tab, and then you click on Insert Footnote. It's going to insert it at the bottom of the page, providing more information about your document. Click on it, and now in the very bottom here it says, it's telling me it's put a number 2 because there was apparently a number 1 earlier in there. Now in here I can put another explanation. Let's assume Dell PCs or whatever, or you can put a link to a website or things of that nature, just any type of explanation. Now, if you're in the same document and you're inserting another footnote, that's going to make it as number 3. If that part of the document was to shift to the next page, for example, this Manager 3 here, for example, let's move this to a different page. Now notice that is as number 3 on this specific page. It has been moved to the other page. If I wanted to insert another one, of course the process is going to be the same. It's going to change the number to 4 and so on in your document. If we wanted to insert endnotes, so we click here on insert endnote. The endnotes will actually be notes that are inserted at the very end of the document. So here in my case, I have a 26-page document. This will be inserted at the very end of this document. So click here, insert endnote, and notice it's going to put a different numbering system there, and this is where you could put your explanation for whatever you are trying to explain. Okay? So that's how footnotes and endnotes work in a document in Word 2016. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use citations and bibliography and managing sources for references in a document in Microsoft Word 2016. This is a very powerful tool, and I strongly suggest that if you're a student anywhere, take advantage of this. This tool allows you to insert sources of information for a book or article or other material, where it came from, and then as you're utilizing it for multiple papers, it also builds a repository of those source resource manager stuff within your master list here. So here's how it works. So basically, let's say this is something that we are citing. So let's assume we copied this and now we want to cite it. What you do is you first have to determine what your style of writing is, whether it's APA or MLA. So I'm going to pick at this point APA. Basically, you just have to do this once for all your papers or for that course or whatever you're for that document. And then you click here on Insert Citation. You could insert an existing one or you add a new source. So in this case, let's say it's a book. And the author here, you can click on Edit, or you can simply type it here. You enter the title of the author, and then you put the year when it was published, the city, and then the publisher as well. You could also insert here additional fields if you needed to, as to what volume it is, the number of volumes, the title, pages, and so on. Then you click OK. Notice at this point for the APA style, this is how you would cite this source. Last name, comma, 2016. Now we go to another part of the document here, and let's assume that this was another section that we want to cite. We put in parentheses, and now we go here under citation and then add a new source. Notice that under the new source you can pick other things as well. So for example, you could pick a journal article, you could pick a periodical, a conference, or a report, a website, a recording, and so on. All of these are the small technicalities that are complicated to remember, but this is a tool that makes it easy for you how to cite it. So for example, an article from a website, you could simply click here, a website, so a document from a website, and you put in the author. Notice you also have examples here. So in this case, we are going from to the web. So we go here to the website, and let's say this is the article, Can Laws Keep Up with the Tech World? And it was written and published on such and such a date. So now the author, in this case, it would be Bruce Schneier, or however you say it. And then we go to our document, and then we'll just put the author in there. The name of the web page. The name of the web page is the title of the article. I'm just copying and pasting it. The name of the website. So this would be, for example, CNN.com. The year, 2015. So actually we want to put the year in there, the date that it was published. So notice it was updated on November 21st, 2015. So we put here year 2015, the month, December, and then the day, 21. And then you also need to put in there the URL for this article. So we copy it, and then we'll paste it in there. And then we simply click OK. Now it puts it the right formatting for it, and it's good to go at this stage. Now let's say that somewhere else, now notice I'm going up in my document here. Let's say that this is my other section here that I want to cite. And now let's say this is a section here, and by the way, if you are doing this for an actual paper, you probably have to make this reformatted so it's an inch from each corner if it's more than 40 words and all that type of thing, based on the rules and such for the formatting of the style here. But let's assume that I'm simply citing this for now. I can go ahead and click here on Insert Citation, and I could even pick an existing citation. Now notice here under Manage Sources, I used 2 of them in this document, those that have the check marks. Those are existing or new ones that I just entered. However, there's also this other one right here that I could utilize to cite in this document. But basically, this is a list of other sources that I have done other research, for example, this first one. Now, what I could do is I could utilize this in my document here, in my paper. So all I have to do is I go here under Insert Citation and pick that source to be included. Now, let's suppose that I'm done with all my citations for this paper, and now I want to insert the bibliography or the works cited. So what I'll do is go here to my document and insert a new page. I go and insert, let's say, a page break or whatever. Basically, I'll just do a page break for now. And now on the next page, I want to insert the bibliography. I go under References, and then I click on Bibliography, and notice it gives you multiple options here. You have Bibliography, References, and Works Cited. That will depend on the type of research that you are doing and what your paper or professor requires. So for example, if I wanted bibliography here, here's my bibliography. And it has the word bibliography. By the way, it's putting everything also alphabetically, automatically, and it's formatting and italicizing and doing all that redundant work automatically for you. Now, if you wanted to see what the difference is between bibliography and works cited, it's you can just click on this and insert works cited as well. And pretty much, I think it's about the same, but it depends on what your paper requires. And so that's basically using Works Cited and Citations tool here. It's a very powerful tool. It helps you manage your resources and your sources, and it keeps track of where you're getting your sources for your long research paper. I would strongly suggest that you utilize it. In this very brief session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert a caption for a specific object in a document in Microsoft Word 2016. So suppose that you have all these images or charts or objects within your document and you want to reference them through your document. So what you do is you click on the object here, you go under References, and then click on Insert Caption. And then you just choose figure 1 or whatever the label that you want, and let's say you want it below the item. Just click OK, and now notice it says figure 1. Now you come to the next thing here, and you do the same. That says figure 2. You can also type it right here, and simply click OK. And you can further customize it if you need it. So that's basically how you insert captions for various objects within your document in Microsoft Word. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to perform a mail merge in Microsoft Word 2016. The process is actually very similar to other versions of Microsoft Word as well. It's not identical. However, I'm going to go over it here in Office 2016. So let's say I have this long document here, and I want to do a mail merge and send this to individuals. For now, I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to insert a new page, and I'm going to put their their information in there for my users or clients, let's say. So in this case, I'm going to go under Insert, and I'm going to insert a page break, so just so that I have a blank page here to start with. And then in here, I'm going to make it so that this document can be customized for each individual. It has their address and their name and some kind of information as well. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a document like this. It can be a blank document, a letter that you sent. It could be invoices. It could be whatever notices that you send out there. It's very similar to letters that you receive from various companies out there that have your name on top of it. You have to have a document in Word, and you have to have an Excel document as well. And that's best to use Excel. Of course, you can have other options as well. So let's assume this is the list of my customers. I have their first name, last name, the street address. Of course, this is all fictitious, the zip code, and then a bunch of email addresses. And you could have also comment 1, 2, 3. So this would be customized, personalized comments. So this is what the comment that I could write, for example, for customer 1. Now, customer 2, I would say, and so on. Now, one key thing to remember as well as you build your list in Excel is that the first row here needs to have the field names, or it's best to have the field names. So first name, last name, telephone, street address, and keep those separate as well if you can. Keep as many fields as you want here, or columns with comments, because you can utilize this for multiple mail merges. And the way you'll be doing it is that you can link the same data file, and you keep on updating this from month to month, and you link it to the same report or the same mail merge that you do for your customers. So in this case, let's say we are all good to go here. We have maintained this list. This is our customer list, and so on. Notice that the tab here on the bottom, it says customer. So now I'm going to save it, I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to go back to my document. Now in here, I want to create a new mail merge. So I go under Mailings, and then I go under Start Mail Merge. And the best thing to do is, or what I'd suggest that you do is, click on Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. In here, notice that there is pane in the right-hand side shows up, and it asks you, do you want to create letters, email address, email messages, envelopes, labels, and so on. So you can do emails, and that's a powerful feature, and I'll try to demonstrate that in another video here, or shortly here, or actual letters like the old days that you used to do, print them in a paper and stuff them in an envelope and send them and that type of thing. So for now, we're going to learn how to do letters. We click on Next Step to start the document. It says, do you want to use the current document that we have opened here, or do you want to start from a template, or do you want to use an existing document that you have from some other time? So I say I want to use the current one, and then the next step here is to select the recipients. Now it says, do you want to use an existing list, or do you want to create a new list? In our case, we are going to use an existing list, that Excel file that I opened a moment ago. Also, you can use Outlook if you use Microsoft Outlook as well. Now, type a new list. You can do it from here from Microsoft Word. However, I'd recommend create a list in Excel if you're going to have to create a new list, because it's much easier to manage in the future and update. So we click here on Use an Existing List. We click on Browse, and then we have to find the file. So now we scroll up here, and I'm going to go to Word 2016, and this is my customer list for the mail merge. I click on Open. That's my Excel file, basically. And here is my customer table. Notice there are two sheets in there, but I want to use, remember I mentioned earlier, customer. Click OK. Now notice this is the list of all the customers in that Excel spreadsheet. You could also sort them a certain way if you wanted, so you can sort them alphabetically by first name, by last name, and all that type of thing. And then you can also filter them if you needed to. So let's say you want only by a specific zip code or by a specific criteria and so on. You could basically simply click on Filter and choose a field name. And let's say here's a zip, and you would say zip equal to some number or greater than some number and so on. So in this case, I'm going to cancel that. You could find duplicates to avoid sending duplicates, and then you simply click on OK here. At this point, we are ready. We have told the system that we're going to use the existing document and an existing list. Now the next thing it says, write your letter. Now in my letter here, it's saying, well, put in your address block. I could put this by clicking on it, or we could insert the fields manually. I would recommend that you tinker with it manually. So you could say, dear, and then choose here the insert field option. So dear first name. The computer will put the first name in there. Then you go to the next line here, and then you start writing your letter basically. Now the other thing you could do is in here you could put their address so that it will be part of the envelope or however it's going to show up. So we click here under insert field, first name, space, last name, and then insert field, street address, city, comma, state, and the zip. Now those look coded, but that's the computer is going to pull them one by one and match them with the Excel spreadsheet, so don't panic on that. Now in here you would write your letter. You'd say below is the annual report for your investments. Let's assume this is an investment report. And if you have any concerns, please contact us. You could also insert here, remember in Excel we had a comments field, you could put a comments field in here. Now at this point you put your name there. You could also insert an image if you needed to, or a logo, or whatever part of your, it's going to be duplicated across all the pages. Now at this stage you could simply actually save this. If you were to save it at this point, and you'd give it a name. Now the next step is, the reason why I saved it is because you could at any point open this and it's going to pull your data automatically from your Excel file if you needed to do another mail merge in 6 months or whatever. Now the next thing here, notice it says preview your letters. So notice it says this is the address, Alex, and so on. And you could kind of preview them right here. Next, next, next. Now a lot of people, they stop here, but you need to finish to complete your merge. You can click here under complete merge, and then you can either choose to print them or edit individual letters. Notice there's also a finish and merge option on the top here as well. So in my case, particularly what I usually prefer to edit individual letters, and then I'm going to choose all of them. Now it's going to take a little while because I had 29 pages here and I have a lot of customers. So notice now we have one letter or long report for every one of the customers here. So notice we have here, the first one is for Alex, and now we have to keep on scrolling because this is a long report. And now here's Amber, it's the next customer. And again, like I mentioned, it's going to be a long one. So suppose you have 2 or 3 pages, and this would be much more meaningful. But basically, we're creating a personalized report here for each one of the customers. And here's for the next third one. Keep in mind, again, the key there is that this is the output at this stage. If we were to look at the documents that I have opened here, and apparently I have many of them, but this is the one with merged results. It says letters, one word. This we can actually trash it after we are done with it. We don't need to save it unless you need it for documentation purposes. This is our form. So at this point, if I close this and I save the changes, if I go to open this again, so this was the one for mail merge form, notice it prompts you, it says opening this document will run the following commands. Select from customer order by first name and last name. Do you want to update it? Yes. and now it's linking it to the Excel file. Now at any point we can go here under mailings, and it's ready. We can simply click on finish and merge, and it's going to merge all of those just like it did earlier. So hopefully that is helpful. And keep in mind, again, before I end this session, that you can always update the Excel file, and you can always reuse the form file. The results page, the merged results, you don't necessarily need to save them unless you need to keep them for documentation purposes as to what you sent out. In this brief video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create an email merge to contact customers via email and send them customized emails with their name and specific information pertaining to their account or pertaining to them. So the way it works is that you have to have an Excel file where you're keeping track of the data. By the way, this does not have to be just Excel. It can be data in Access database. It could be data pulled from another system and so on. It could be data from Outlook and so on. But the simplest way is to have it in an Excel file. It's important that on the first column here you'd have the actual field names for what they stand for. For example, this column stands for first name, and it has all the first names and the last name and then telephone number and so on. The labels here on the top, we'll use them from within Word when we do the email merge. The other thing that you will need to have in order to do an email merge is that you need to have an email address or a field with the email address for each of the customers. Of course, the email shouldn't be exactly the same for all the customers, otherwise it will not really work the way you intend it to. In order for this to work is that you need to have Microsoft Outlook installed or a MAPI compliant email application installed. And usually if you have Office in your computer, the Microsoft Outlook client application comes with it, and most likely you are using it. Or in a business environment, you'd be using that. So the way this works is you'd go in Microsoft Word. So we can close the Excel file at this point. We go into Word, and we'll create a new document. It doesn't have to be a new one. You can use an existing email or an existing template from Word that you are using. Again, this works in conjunction with Excel and Outlook and Word. So we are using 3 applications from the Office suite. So in this case, we go under Mailings, and then we click on Start a Mail Merge. Then we go under Mail Merge Wizard, and then we go under Email Messages. The process is exactly the same as for creating labels or creating regular mail merge for letters. So the only difference is in the very end when it initiates using Outlook. So in this case, we'll go to next step here. We chose email messages, then start the document, and we are going to use the current document. If we wanted to use something else, we can pick one from here. Then we click the recipients. We have to tell the computer what the recipients. We're going to use an existing list, and we're going to click on Browse to find the list. Then we'll go under wherever we have our Excel file. So you'd know wherever you saved it before, and you'll pick usually the first field that shows up from your Excel file. If your Excel file has more tabs and you're using those tabs, then of course that's what you'd be picking here as well. Notice here it says first row of data contains column headers. You'll click OK, and then this is our data. We can filter it, we can sort it, we can do other stuff here, but for the sake of simplicity, we're not going to tinker with that, and then we're going to click OK. The next step here, it is to write the email message. So we click, and then we go to start writing it. We can say Dear, and then insert the field, Dear first name. And let's assume at this point that the order number was actually this one under customer ID. We're going to mix it at this point a little bit. So you put in that, and then you can put in other comments, and you can put in whatever other fields that you might be keeping from your data file. So now if we wanted to insert a coupon or whatever it may be, we go online here, we search under Bing for a coupon code. Let's assume that's the coupon. And let's say that's the coupon that we want to send. Now at this point we can format this a little bit better if we wanted to and customize it further. And the next thing is we can click on Preview Your Email. Notice it says Dear Owen, thank you for a recent order 1105. And then we can go to the next customer here. And you can see Dear John, Dear Harry, Dear Kathy, and so on. So you can see it. It's going to send them exactly the same email, but it's going to be personalized with their own name and also some kind of pertinent information related to them. Now in this case, we can click on Complete the Merge. And then the option here, which is different from regular mail merges, is that it's asking us for electronic mail. Then we tell it that the To field is in the email column for the Excel file. So if we had that labeled somewhere else or something different, then you would choose whatever the name of that column is. So in this case, I'm going to choose email, and then you could put a subject line. This will be the title of your email, as just like your regular emails. Then the format, you want to have the format, if you're going to use pictures like this, you want to make it HTML format. And then you'd simply click OK. Now at this point, the way it works is that the system is going to connect and utilize Microsoft Outlook, and it is going to send those emails one after the other. It's not going to be like a distribution list. It's going to be just one email after the other. Now be cautious and careful here that you don't blast everybody with this type of email or send the wrong email and you misuse the list. So basically, if I were to hit OK here, it is going to send those emails out based on the access on the Excel list. Now at this point, I'm not going to do that because we get the idea, I hope. And what you can do at this stage, if you go back to where you have the codes here, if something is not correct, you can always go back and correct it into the Excel file and then rerun it again. Now what you can do as well is that you can save this file, notice with the codes here, and if I save it, I'll give the name here on, and then if I'm to go back here after 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and I come back to Word again, and then go to open it, here's my sample email. Notice it's going to come up and ask me, do you want to link to the customer's file in Excel? Of course I want to say yes, and then from this point on we can go here under the steps and then choose just next basically, and here they are, and basically just complete the merge and do the electronic mail again. So basically you don't have to redesign the form all the time. It works exactly the same. You can save the form both in regular mail merges, in label mail merges, and email mail merges, and reuse the same form multiple times, and you just keep the Excel file up to date. And that's it, and that should do it. It's a very powerful tool, especially today and nowadays where you want to save money. Instead of spending 50 cents on each letter to send out, you can send them an email merge with personalized content in that email. In this brief session, I'm going to explain the process on how to create labels. The process is actually simpler than one thinks, or they're used to probably tinkering with it. But basically, all you have to have is Microsoft Word, and then the best is to use an Excel file. The Excel file could be a list of names. On the first row can be different labels, for example, the customer number, the company, the first name, last name, telephone, street address, city, zip, and so on. You could have here any other new fields as well. So this list, as you can see, you can create it by either extracting it from an existing system, or you can simply type those addresses and keep those in a list somehow, somewhere, by simply typing them one after the other. So then the next step here is, I'm going to close this. You don't need the Excel file open when you do this. And we need to go to Microsoft Word. Under Word, we need to click on Mailings tab here. So we click on actually a mail merge option here. And then we go under step-by-step wizard. I usually recommend the step-by-step wizard because it takes you step by step, as it says, in order to generate those labels. So we click here, and then we tell the system that we are going to create labels. Then click on Next to start the document. Then the next here is telling us that we are going to use the current document layout, or you can use an existing document if you want, but in this case it's going to be labels just populated with the basic names and addresses. If you wanted something where it says labels with other information, then you can simply type it here on the left hand side. Then the next option here is to choose label options. We need to tell the system what kind of labels are we using for this mail merge. Then here under label vendors, unless you have Microsoft, you need to change it to something else. And usually the most common one is the Avery US Letter. Under Avery US Letter, notice there are a lot of different ones. And usually when you go to the store and buy those, you'll have the number directly on the label. So it will tell you on the box of labels as to which number it is, which product number. So one of the common ones that we use is the Avery 5160, which tells me it's 1 inch in height and then 2.63 inches. So we click OK here. The next step here in the bottom, notice it says go to select the recipients. So we click on select recipients, and then you can use an existing list, you can use the contacts from Outlook, or you can type a new list if you wanted as well. But like I said earlier, it's easier to just type the list first in Excel and then you just utilize that list. So we go here under use an existing list, and then we go and find it and locate it. Click on browse, and then we are going to go here under week 3. And this is the customer list for mail merge. Now in here there are 2 tabs or 2 sheets in this spreadsheet. Now when I had this earlier, it was the first one. So basically, I'm not going to open it again, but it's going to be one of the first ones. Usually when you open Excel, it's going to have 2 to 3 tabs that it starts with. So we'll pick the first one, and these are all the names. You could filter those names if you wanted, but for now we're going to leave everything alone for the sake of simplicity. Then we're going to go, and here on the first one, we're going to click on Insert Merge Field. So we go here to the first label, and then we click on Insert Merge Field, and we say Insert First Name, a space, Insert Last Name, hit Enter, then insert street address, hit enter again, and then we are going to insert the city, comma, state, and then the zip. Now here is where pretty much everybody has problems because the labels don't populate through all the fields. So the next thing what you need to do here is we click on Arrange Labels, and then the next thing what you have to do here is click on Update All Labels. So before you go and preview them, you want to update the same information that you see here to all of the labels all over in that same sheet. So the computer will do this automatically for you, and this is just for the labels. You click on Update All Labels, and notice it's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Then we click on Preview Your Labels, and notice the information is posted. If for some reason we want to change something here, we could go back to the previous step, where the code stuff is, highlight it. Let's say the first and last name, we want to make it bold. Click on bold there. If you want to put the word to, we could do that right in front of it. But then remember to update all labels again, and that will populate all the labels. Then preview your labels and then complete the merge. You can preview them, how it's going to look page by page by page. But basically the last step, what you want to do is complete the mail merge. You complete it, you could print it, or you can click on edit individual labels. If we click on edit individual labels, click on OK, this is the final product. So the final product here, basically, it's the whole merged results. This you shouldn't have to tinker with it. If something is not correct, it is recommended that you go back to your Excel file. I'm not going to save the results here. You go to your Excel file, you change whatever you need to change, and then you come here to the previous step, which, by the way, you can save this form, and you can save it particularly with the codes at this stage, and anytime you run it in the future, it will actually pull from the same list of addresses and list of information. You just have to keep the same file, the data file, and the form, this is referred to as the form file, in the same folder. It's basically the same folder, or linked it, the same structure that it was to start with. And then once you change something, you just go back to preview the labels and complete the merge all over again. So that's how the labels work. In this brief video, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the track changes feature. So basically what happens is that when working in a team or working with other individuals across the country or the world or next to your desk, you can have the same document and then pass it around, and then everybody makes changes, and all these changes are tracked between the different individuals. So what we can do here is we can go under, let's say when you open Word, you are on the Home tab to start with, but then you want to track the changes. Then you go under the Review tab, and then you click on Track Changes. Under Track Changes, what it does is that any changes from this point on, the system is going to keep track of them. So if I go and delete or make this bold, it's going to keep track of it, that it was changed. And then if I go and delete, or let's delete that part of it, it's going to tell us that this was changed as well. Now notice it shows these changes on the right hand side, or they are minimized. If you hide them, there will be these red marks here on the left, but if you want to expand them, it just shows you what happened. So basically any changes, even spaces that you add to the document, are going to be tracked. So then what happens is that the document gets passed around from one person to the other. Each individual can, by the way, it will have your name in there posted as well, but each individual can also choose a different color if they need it to. Once the document comes back to you as the reviewer, what you can do is then, and I'm going to just simplify it here, make it somewhat a little bit simpler, and then you as a reviewer, you come back here and you say, okay, this was made in bold. If you like that change, that it was made in bold, you accept it. Notice there's a drop down. Accept it and move to the next. And it implements that change. Then if you go over here, this was fine the way it was. So what you do is you just simply reject it and move on to the next. And then this one, Word 365, there's no need for the dash there. So all we have to do is just reject it. So you're going through the document and accepting and rejecting specific changes that were made to the document. Now what you can also do is that you can lock the tracking as well, so somebody cannot turn off the tracking of the changes in the document accidentally or on purpose. And the way you do that, you just simply click in there, put a password, and then if somebody wants to turn it off, they can't until they enter that password. Now, this next thing is very important for you before you send the document around outside of the organization particularly. There are cases where basically if you go here, you can go and look at the original, you can go and look as to what was changed and suggested. You don't want somebody else outside of your team to see the comments and to see all the adjustments that were made to the document. So what you can do is you can go under File and then inspect the document. So under Info here, you can click on Check for Issues, and then you can choose to inspect the document. This checks it for hidden properties and personal information before you send it out. So we say yes. And now we are going to make sure that all the comments, revisions, and annotations are taken out. Any personal information is taken out, any XML data, and so on. So we click on Inspect. It goes and cleans it out for us. And then you can re-inspect it again, because notice it's saying that there is still personal information. You could remove all the personal information. You could remove all kinds of other stuff here as well if you need it. However, the comments and the revisions and the annotations have been successfully removed. So you can re-inspect it again and then remove whatever you want manually. Then click on Close. At this point, the document should be good to be sent out. In this brief session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the compare feature between between two documents in Word 2013 or Word 365. So let's say this is one of my documents here. I'm going to save it, and I want to compare this with another version of another document. So what you do is you click on, we are in the Home tab at this point. We want to go under the Review tab, and then we click on Compare. We want to compare two versions of a document. So we're going to put the original document here on the left, and the original document is version 2. So I need to find it. In this case, I can't see it over there, so I'm going to, here it is. This one is the original, and the revised version is the modified version 2. I'm going to check it for all of these properties, whether tabs were added, tables, fields, anything. And then I click OK. At this point, this is a combined view showing the changes between one and the other. So notice the word more effectively, here it was deleted. And if we keep on scrolling down, display, the word display was deleted as well. The word editing was deleted, and so on. So I just changed a couple of the words in this case. The other thing that you can do is you can go here under Compare, and then under Show Source Documents, you can click on Show Both of them. And then we'll be able to see them side by side as to what was changed in each one of them. So here's the original over here, and that's the revised version of it. Notice the word more to communicate. One has more effectively, the other one doesn't, and so on. So that's how you can use the compare feature between the two documents. And then down here is basically a summary of what changed specifically for both documents and where the revisions were. It works. It's not ideal and perfect, but it's somewhat effective. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize macros. Macros are a great tool while you are working in a document, particularly when you have to perform various repetitive tasks. So instead of you doing one thing over and over and over again through all the different steps, what you can do is you can record all of those steps in a macro, and then you simply execute that macro. So here's how it works. To get to the macros, all that we have to do is we go under the View tab in Word, and then we go under the Macros option here. Then we click on Record Macro. In this case, I'm going to record bringing up labels, for example, label Avery 5160. So instead of you having to do all of those steps time after time, you simply execute the macro. So we click here on Record Macro, and then we'll give it a name. Now, it says that assign macro to, you can assign the macro to a specific button, which would be an icon here somewhere in the quick access toolbar or somewhere. So you can assign to this macro a button or a keyboard shortcut. So in this case, I'm going to assign a button. And then notice it says new macro, macro 1. You can change the name if you'd like. And then I'm going to add this. Notice it's going to be on the quick access toolbar. But I'm going to add this also to the right hand side here. So I want to customize my quick access toolbar. So I want to click on Add, and then I'm going to click OK. All that is going to do is it put this icon over here. Now notice that at this point next to the mouse there's this little cassette tape. That means that every step or every click that I perform from this point on until I stop it, all of those steps are going to be recorded. So now to insert a label, usually you'd go under Mailings, and then you'll go under Labels. Once you go under Labels, we need to go here under Options, and then we'll pick the specific type of label that we want. We said earlier that we wanted Avery 5160. So we go here under Label Vendors, and we will want to change this to Avery. So you choose Avery US Leather. And then the number here, it actually depends on the box of labels that you purchased from the store. So we want here 5160, for example. And there it is. So we click OK. And then here we click on New Document. Now notice it brought and it designed this document to be that type of label. So this is where we want our macro to stop. So at this point, all we have to do is we click here under View, we go back to Macros, and we choose Stop Recording. So now the macro has been recorded, and all the steps have been recorded. Notice we have an icon here on the very top. So let's assume now another day came by and we want to create labels. So we go here under New, we choose Document, and all of a sudden we have a need for those labels for Avery 5160, and we don't have to go and search for the label, search for the vendor, and all that type of stuff. So all we have to do at this point is we click on this icon here for the macro, and notice the label definition has been applied. So it's the same step for anything else that you do in a repetitious way within Word. All of those steps, you can record them exactly the same way. You can use macros to open a file from a specific location, or you can have it to create labels or put headers, footers, or whatever else that you do within Microsoft Word. So hopefully this was helpful, and that's how you record a macro in Microsoft Word. Hi, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using PowerPoint 2016. We will start with the basics and move into the more advanced features of PowerPoint. This tutorial should be effective and helpful for anyone who wants to learn PowerPoint, whether as a student, as an educator, or a user in the corporate world, or a user in a small business. This tutorial is recorded in high definition, 1080p, so feel free to make it full screen so you can follow easier. Also note that it might be more effective if you try to practice some of those concepts hands-on. If it is an area that you already know about PowerPoint, feel free to forward it to the next section. So let's get started.
As we get started with PowerPoint 2016, I'm using here Windows 10. You can simply search here for PowerPoint to locate it and then hit Enter. Once you open PowerPoint, you'll be presented with this interface. On the left, you'll have a listing of presentations that you have used earlier, and then you also have an option here to open prior presentations that you might have saved on your computer. Then here on the right-hand side, you have the option to start a blank presentation or to use one of those templates. Using one of those templates, it's very easy. Just simply click on them, and then it will download it from Microsoft. I will cover this in a later session in this tutorial, so please hang on and refer to it. Now let's go back here. Let's simply go and start a blank presentation to start with. As I mentioned earlier, in this session we are going to cover some of the basic aspects of PowerPoint, of the user interface, and get to understand where the different components are so we can effectively utilize it in the later sessions. Here on the very top you have these different menus. So File, Home, Insert, Draw, Design, Transitions, and so on. The idea here is that you move from each one of those tabs here on the top, and this is part of the Office ribbon, and any of the basic functionality would be from the Home tab. All of these different sections. Notice you have these different sections here related to font, paragraph, drawing, and such. Then if you want to go to Insert, once you start making your presentation a little bit better and fancier, that's when you can go and insert additional components in your presentation. Then you move into Design, Transitions, and so on. So the idea here is that you have the Office ribbon on the very top with the different tabs, and each tab has different sections related to what you're doing in that context. My suggestion is, as you get started with PowerPoint, do first the content of your PowerPoint rather than spending too much time, or as I might refer to it, as wasting a lot of time on tweaking particular aspects, images, and other things related to your presentation. The purpose for that is so that you can actually have something for yourself if you are short on time. On the left-hand side, you'll have the actual slides, a preview of each slide. So if you have more than one slide, they will show up right there. And then in the middle area, we have the content of the slide. This is where you'd enter the actual content for each slide in your presentation. And then in the bottom, you have here another set of tools, such as the slide numbers and such. Then you have the notes area, and we'll cover this in a later session. Then notice here you have these little icons as well. This is the normal view, and then you could have also the slide sorter. If you had multiple slides, you'd be able to move them around, and we'll cover this shortly. If you wanted to present a slideshow or your presentation, you'd click on this icon over here. And then if you wanted to zoom in or out into that particular view that you are in, you'd customize it from these tools here in the bottom. Notice that on the top left here you have also File, and this is where you can access additional functionality related to PowerPoint. One of the things here is it'll be under Account, where you can connect to the Microsoft account, or under Options here, this is where you can customize the look and feel of PowerPoint. So that is the general interface, and now the next session we are going to cover how to create the first slides, how to get started actually using PowerPoint. So stick around. If you feel that you know some of those features, feel free to forward the video. In this session, I'm going to go over how to create your first slides and how to insert different types of slides in your presentation. So let's go ahead and open PowerPoint. And as we covered in the previous session, you'll be clicking here, Blank Presentation. And then here we can simply get started typing on our first slide. Each slide has different layouts or different designs. So typically the first slide is your title slide, where you put the title of your presentation along with a subtitle, either your name or something related to that. And the layouts, they'll be very similar to here. We can see this under the Home tab and then under the Layout area. So you have the title slide, title and content, you have two content sections, and so on. So now with our first slide here, all that we need to do is simply need to type the content. So you add in the text. So basically it's just a matter of typing in any of those boxes that already exist in your slide. Now to add a new slide, all you have to do is you click on New Slide here on the left-hand side, and again we are under the Home tab, and then click on New Slide. Now notice, since this is the second slide here in our presentation, it looks slightly different from the first one, and that is because the first one was actually a title slide. If you wanted to change this design, you can use this layout option here and change it to a different type of design here. So notice I chose two content or single content here, title and content. That was what was there before. So that's how you change the layout of an actual slide. So now here, put in the title for our second slide. And it's a matter of simply clicking on each area here and just typing the content of your slides. Notice it's putting here the bullet lists. My suggestion would be that at this stage you keep on moving, adding other slides, and basically create the general flow or the text for your presentation. It is very easy to waste a lot of time into messing with the colors and choosing images and choosing animations, and you're still on the first or the second slide, but you have spent hours. So it's best to do the outline first, then come back later, and that's when you can insert images, insert smart art, and insert other components that we'll cover in the later sessions here. So then if you wanted to insert a new slide here, you click on New Slide again, and then it's going to be by default, it's going to be a title slide with content as well. Now another way to add a new slide is also by pressing Ctrl M on the keyboard. Notice as well that there's a drop down here right below New Slide here, and this is where you can choose a different type of layout. So you can change the layout either when you insert a new slide here, or if you have an existing slide and you want to change the layout for it, you can simply click on the slide here and then click on Layout and then adjust it accordingly. If you want to undo whatever you did earlier, you can also use those tools here on the top, and this is referred to as the Quick Access toolbar. Again, as I mentioned earlier, of course you could go here under the Home tab and then just start changing the colors and changing components in here. Of course you can change them by using those tools and fonts and paragraph and indentation and all these other things. But my suggestion, as I mentioned earlier, is for you to create the outline first. In some cases, if you need to move slides around, you can simply drag them from here and drag them up and down as you need them. Or the other option is by clicking here in the bottom icons, set of icons or tools here, you click on Slide Sorter and you can move those slides as you feel like move them around and then come back to the normal view. Now let's suppose that this was a quick presentation that we had to do for a class or for a meeting or whatever. So basically we just add in the content here very quickly by adding new slides, and then you could insert a couple images that I'll show you in a moment. Now the images, and we'll cover those in more detail, but let's suppose that this is an image that we want to utilize from the web, and notice I'm just simply right clicking and then I'm going to paste it in here. And obviously we can resize this, move it to where we want it and such, and I'll cover this in more detail shortly. And basically now we move to the next slide. So we add more and more content. Now let's say that we were ready to see what we did so far. Now we can present this, or we can see what it looks like so far by clicking here under Slideshow and then choosing from beginning to present it. You can also present it by using the slideshow option here in the bottom, and that will start the presentation. And then just click on either the space bar or the mouse or the arrows here on the keyboard. And now we have a presentation that we can start with, or we can utilize, and we can make it fancier, that we can improve by using the additional tools that I'll cover shortly. There is also an option here where you can apply a design right away by using a simple button, and I'll cover this shortly here in more detail. So basically all you'd have to do, let's say you're in a rush to do a presentation, you can actually go here and pick any of those themes by simply clicking on it, and notice it applies that theme or that design to all the slides in your presentation. And now if I were to present this from the beginning, notice it looks much better. So it's as easy as that. So stay tuned for the next session here on enhancing the presentation by using the design view. Now in this session I'm going to demonstrate how to apply a design theme to your presentation in PowerPoint 2016. So supposedly we have created the presentation, and now we are ready to move to the next step. We have created the layout, but now we want to go and apply a design theme. As I mentioned earlier as well, it is not necessary to spend too much time on customizing every little object of it, but rather apply a design theme. Now to apply a design theme, you go here under the Design tab, and then you can click on any of those options right here under Themes. This is referred to as the live preview. It's basically it gives us a preview of what that slide would look like if we applied this theme. If you click here on the drop down, there are additional themes that you can apply, and you can pick any of those. Once you pick a theme, it will apply that theme to all the slides in your presentation. So notice it changed the font here for all my slides. Now, if you prefer to have a specific theme for only a couple of the slides here, all that you'd need to do is basically select them by holding down the Control key here and then clicking on the slides that I want. And then you can go to any of those themes and then right-click on that particular theme and then choose to apply that specific theme to only the selected slides. In that way, my other slides would have the previous theme or a specific theme, but then other slides have a different design. I'm going to undo it here in my case. If you right-click on any of those themes, you have also the option to set it as the default theme. That means that any time that you create a new presentation, it's going to use that by default on your presentations. Once we apply a specific theme here, notice that we also have those variations for this theme. And this is kind of new in 2016. Notice there is this type of design here. It's changing the font and it's changing different components here. Notice the colors are changing and such along with the font. So you can pretty much pick any of those colors or designs that you prefer. And then you can also click and customize just a color combination for your presentation, whatever it's appealing to you. Notice as well that you can change the actual fonts, the font types for your presentation, and specific effects as well. Additionally, you can customize the background for your slides for this particular theme. Another thing that you can do here in PowerPoint 2016 is how to change the slide size. By default in PowerPoint 2016, since most of the laptops and the computers out there, they use a widescreen, and even the projectors nowadays support the widescreen, the default is 16:9 rather than 4:3, which was a standard presentation mode. So this is where you change the layout for your presentation. So if I choose the 4:3, this is going to customize it, and it gives you an option here to resize your slides
and now it's going to readjust my presentation. Now notice it's more squarish like in the previous versions of PowerPoint. If I were to present this, notice it will not fill the complete screen. By the way, to present the presentation, you can also press the F5 key on the keyboard or click here in the bottom under the slideshow present mode. So if I present it, notice it's kind of squarish. Now if I want it widescreen again, we go here under slide size and choose widescreen 16:9, and now my screen, it will be full when I go and present it. So you can tailor this according to the equipment that you're going to be using and the type of projectors that they have when you're presenting it. Additionally, here you can format the background. Here there's this background option, and you can change it so it hides the background graphics for specific slides. Now we don't have really much graphics behind here, but notice there's an object here in the bottom. You can choose to hide those images, and this, it will be applied for that specific slide and not all the slides in your presentation. Obviously, you can change here additional settings that you can tweak and customize on your own. Now notice also there is a new option here, Design Ideas, and I'll cover this in the next session. This is new with the latest update of PowerPoint, so you need to have the Windows updates and the Microsoft Office updates. Check the next tutorial on using the design ideas. So that's, in a nutshell, how to apply a theme to a presentation and how to customize the theme within the presentation, and then also how to make it the default, how to apply a specific theme to specific slides within your presentation. In this session, I will cover a new feature in PowerPoint 2016, that of Design Ideas. So if we go here to the Design tab, and we have a presentation that we were working on earlier. We have slides with various content in it and such. And all that you have to do is basically, you can change the design, or you can have the software here, PowerPoint 2016, give you ideas on the design for this slide. So all that you'd have to do is basically click on the slide that you want to change the design for it, and then click on Design Ideas. For certain slides, depending on the content and such, because we don't have many objects in it, it may not give you any ideas. However, if you go on another one, for example, creating an outline, here we have 3 steps for it. Notice Design Ideas, it presents us with a bunch of options that we can simply click on it, and it will apply it to our slide. It will change the whole design for our slide. So instead of you spending all afternoon designing this and not making it so color coordinated and such, you're basically just simply using one of those existing designs from here. Here you'd basically go to the next slide as well, and then click on Design Ideas, and notice it's giving us similar designs here as well. So we could simply click on this option or that, or either one of those that makes our presentation more versatile. If I go here and insert a new slide, and then I want an image that I copied from the web and such, notice as soon as I inserted the image here, it gives me additional ideas. So now notice, for example, in this one, it's most of the slide here, it's going to be this picture, and then some area here to insert content. Or we can go here to different other designs that might work best for this scenario. So that's a very cool feature in PowerPoint 2016. It may not work on every one of your slides. However, my suggestion would be is that you go through each slide or typical slides in your presentation, and then try as to what suggestions PowerPoint 2016 has for your presentation or for your slide. So now next we are going to learn about how to import slides from a different presentation into our existing presentation. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to reuse slides from another presentation in PowerPoint 2016. There are times where you have different presentations that you have prepared from another business project and such, and you could use the content from those presentations. To insert slides in a presentation, you can simply go here under the Home tab, and then we go somewhere within our presentation where we want to import those new slides. And then we go under New Slide here. We click on this little arrow here in the bottom, and then scroll all the way to the bottom here where it says Reuse Slides. Now notice here it's asking us where do we want to get the slides from. So we can simply go here under Browse, and then go to a file in your computer. And let's suppose you want to import from this one, Guidelines on Using PowerPoint. Click on it, and then simply pick the slides that you want to import. Now notice there is also an option here for keeping the source formatting. What that does is it basically brings the slide just like it was, just like it looked in the previous presentation, instead of adapting it to the theme that you're currently using, to the design that you're currently using on this presentation. So in this case, we can simply click on it. Click on the slides that you want. And basically the system is going to import and try to adjust the content accordingly for your presentation, for the presentation that you're currently using according to that theme. Once you're done, you can simply either select another presentation from another one that you're utilizing, or you can simply close it and then come back to your presentation and tweak it further to your liking. And this is much easier rather than copying and pasting objects or content manually. In this brief session, we are going to learn how to insert additional objects in our presentation to enhance our presentation. So supposedly we have our presentation here. I have the outline, I have the various components for this presentation. Now I want to insert objects in the current slide. So what I would suggest that you do is go here under the Insert tab and notice that you have a whole bunch of objects here that you can insert. By the way, the process for inserting an object and tweaking it, it's pretty much the same for any of those. First, if you wanted to insert a new slide, notice that this option it was on the Home tab, and it's also here on the Insert tab. All you'd have to do if you wanted to insert a new slide, just click on it, and we learned that earlier as well, and we have the content for that particular slide. Now the next thing that's learned here is how to insert pictures. Inserting pictures, this option here, it's for pictures located in your computer. So in this case, we click on Pictures, and then locate the picture wherever it is in your computer, and then click on Insert. When you insert it, then notice automatically the Design Ideas option comes up, and then we can pick a design from here. And we learned about this earlier. Now notice when you're working with images, and this is a very cool feature, and this was implemented in Office 2007 and on, notice that for any of those objects, if you click on the object or the picture, notice you have those tools that show up. And these are referred to as the contextual tools, the tools that are displayed in the context of what we are doing. So if we are not tinkering here with the image, notice that disappears. If we click on the image, notice we have this new set of tools for the actual picture. Notice that we have picture styles, and we have all kinds of other ways to manipulate this object. The idea here is that you can apply styles to any of the objects here in the presentation. To apply a style here, you can simply select or highlight or just hold the mouse on any of those, and it will give you the live preview here. Notice there are additional options here, and pick any of those designs from here. Now once you have chosen a particular design, notice that you can come back here under the Format tab for this object, for this picture, and you can change additional items here. So let's say you don't like an outline for it. let's say you want to change the effects as far as whether you want shadow and such, or three-dimensional components, you can all tweak it from here. If you wanted to adjust this object as far as the three-dimensional view for it, you can simply select it from here. Additionally, you can crop this picture, and if you had multiple pictures, you can also bring this picture forward or send it back as well and manipulate the positioning of that particular picture. So the idea here is that you are selecting an object, and then you are looking at the tools available at your disposal for manipulating this object. Next, we're going to learn how to insert pictures from the web. In this brief session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert objects or pictures from the web or from the internet using PowerPoint 2016 to enhance our presentation. So we go here under the Insert tab. Let's say that I wanted to insert another object here from the web. We can go here under the Online Pictures, and now it gives us a choice to search Bing. Simply type the word, and then it basically is going to search the web automatically. So also, as you are utilizing images from the web, you need to be cautious of copyright and such. So keep that in mind, and you can control that by using either all images or specific images of Creative Commons only. You can also notice that you can customize here images of particular, whether you want them transparent or white or specific color here, and even the types here, for example, transparent, and then the size as well. Once you have determined which image you prefer, then click on the image and then click on Insert. Once you insert the image in your presentation, notice that Design Ideas, it will come up automatically, and it's going to present us with a new design or suggest designs that we could utilize for all the components that we have in this slide at this point. So we could pick this design, or this particular one, or some other design that you might prefer from here. So once you have selected one of those designs from Design Ideas, then simply click on it, and then you can utilize the tools that I covered earlier here on manipulating and tweaking this image or this object in your presentation. Next, we'll cover how to insert shapes and various other components here in our presentation in our specific slide. In this session, I'm going to briefly cover how to use Smart Art in PowerPoint 2016. Smart Art is a range of graphics and lists and process diagrams that you can utilize to express an idea or a concept instead of just presenting text in your slides. And this is a newer concept starting with the later versions of PowerPoint. So what you basically can do, instead of having a PowerPoint that has, for example, the continuous improvement process where you say, okay, plan, do, check, and act, you can represent this in a more visually appealing way. So there are two ways to do this. You can either create the Smart Art as you are inserting the content in a new slide, or you can convert existing content into Smart Art. Let me demonstrate the first option here. So if we go here and we click on Insert and then a new slide, and let's say I want to have the continuous. So in my case here, what we could do then next is we can go under Insert and then choose Smart Art. Under Smart Art, notice that you have all of these different designs. So this is a listing of all of those designs that exist currently in this version of PowerPoint. So let's say this is what you'd prefer, and then pretty much pick one of those designs from here, and then click on Add. And now notice here on the left we are presented with the options of what we want to enter here. So if we wanted to put the words, now in our case, the first step is planning, do, check what you did, and then act on it. Now notice that we have an extra option here that doesn't fit for our idea or our design. In our case, we simply press backspace here, and now notice it's readjusting the whole layout or the whole design automatically. And that's why it's referred to as smart art, because it kind of self-adjusts depending on how many components you might have added. In some cases, you may not have this area for typing the content. In that case, you can either type the content directly on the box here, or you can bring this listing where you can type content by simply utilizing this little arrow here on the left-hand side. Now, just like with images and other objects here in PowerPoint, you can, to tweak this further, you can simply click on this object, and notice we have two different tabs here for the Smart Art tools. We have the Design tab and the Format tab. Under the Design tab, you can change the layout. If you don't like this layout or you prefer something else, you can simply pick something else that you'd prefer. Notice you can change the colors for this. And then you can apply even additional Smart Art styles and make this three-dimensional and such. This is much more effective than having just something like this in your presentation. Now, in the cases where you have the outline and you have the content already here typed, in this case, you don't really need to delete this content. You can convert the existing layout of a slide into Smart Art. In this case, so you want to right-click anywhere where the bulleted list is, and then choose Convert to Smart Art. And then pretty much pick one of those designs that you'd prefer. If none of those designs fits your needs here, or it doesn't look like what you want, then you can click here on More Smart Art Graphics, and then go under, for example, the cycle here, and then pick something that works in your case. And then customize this to your liking by whether changing the colors or changing however you want to change those components. So those are the two methods of creating and using Smart Art from scratch, and also converting an existing slide into Smart Art. And next here we are going to go into inserting charts, so stay tuned for the next session. In this session, we're going to learn how to insert charts in PowerPoint 2016, how to utilize charts and customize charts in PowerPoint 2016. So supposedly we have a presentation very similar to this, and we have a new slide here, and we want to insert charts. To insert charts, you'd simply go under Insert here. So you'd stay on the slide that you want to insert the chart. Then under Insert, click on Chart. And then you first pick the type of chart that you'd prefer to insert into your presentation. And then click OK. Now the next thing here is that it will actually open a worksheet very similar from Excel. And notice it gives you some data here already. So you could have, for example, the monthly sales or whatever it may be, the data that you are utilizing. And in our case here, let's assume that these are the quarters. So for example, we have Q1, Q2, Q3 sales, and then we have the categories here, tablets, desktops, mobile phones, and such. And these, let's say they are into millions or whatever the case might be. Then you would basically update this data from here. So let's say that was 4.5 million or whatever it may be the case. Just change those numbers, and notice it gives you a preview of what the data is going to look like. Now notice that there is a blue line here in the bottom. This is what controls what shows up on your chart. So you can simply drag this to the left, and now notice our chart is going to look differently automatically here. If we drag it to include, let's say, desktops as well, then it will readjust automatically. So just keep in mind that this dot here in the bottom right, if you hold the mouse on it, you can adjust the data from there. Now, once you have the data there, once you have the data entered and customized or picked up here, so let me go back. Then we close the data here, and now we have our chart. Now if we click on our chart, notice that we have two tabs here on the top. You have the Design tab and the Formatting tab. The Formatting, of course, you can see the options here, and the formatting the content of the components here. The next one is to change the design for this chart. Now notice that you have different layouts that you can apply here, like include the title, the legend and such, and the placement of the legend and such in the chart. So I'll suggest that you play with these options here. The next thing is that you can change the colors. Again, just like with other objects that we have covered earlier, you can apply and change the colors and such, and the design and so on. So you'd pick the design that works best for your presentation here, and note also that you can actually click on any of those objects. So let's say you don't like this specific color, the font, or whatever it may be. You can go here under the Format tab and then change to fill this with a different color that you might prefer. If you wanted to select different data to go back to your data selection, notice your option is right here under Select Data. And then if you wanted to change the chart type, you'd simply click on Change Chart Type here and then pick something different that might work best for you. That's how, in a nutshell, how you can utilize charts in PowerPoint 2016. In this session, we are going to learn how to insert shapes and various objects in a slide in our presentation. We have some bullets here, bullet lists. We have a couple other objects, but let's say that we wanted to insert here some kind of arrow or some kind of other additional component to make this a little bit fancier. So what we do here is we go under Shapes, and then we simply select the object that we would prefer. Now notice as soon as I click on the object here, the mouse changes to a plus. Now what you have to do with shapes is that you have to hold down your mouse and then draw basically the object that you would prefer to customize. Now notice here, just like with other objects that we inserted already here in our presentation or on this slide, we have a variety of tools for formatting this, whether we want to change the style of this or the design of this object that we just inserted. Notice the color, the shape, all kinds of additional options here, the 3D options and such. And also notice that you can edit it. If you changed your mind and you want to use a different shape, you can simply pick something different and then it's going to be customized. Now notice you can also, of course, resize this. You can rotate it from here and change it to however it works best for your design. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to insert video, multimedia, into slides in your presentation. And I'll show three various options. One from the computer itself, when you have the video on your PC. Then I'll demonstrate how to insert the video from online, from YouTube or some other location online. And then also how to embed a video onto a slide in your presentation using embedding codes from another website. First, let's say that we want to insert a video in this slide. We go here under Insert, and then we go under Video, and then we're going to pick the video from my PC. Now, of course, this is kind of the lesser used options out there because there's so much on the web nowadays that you can link to and such, but just for the sake of demonstrating, let's do this. So you locate wherever your video is on your local PC and then click on Insert. Now at this point you can resize it. So this is how large it's going to be. This is how big it's going to be. And then you can click here on the Playback option and then choose how you want this video to play. So when it reaches to this slide, when you're presenting this presentation, you want to know how you'll play it. So right now it is on click. if you want it so it starts automatically when it reaches this page, then you can do that by simply clicking automatically. And notice also the other options. Now if I wanted to present this, I'm doing it on click. All I have to do is either press F5 on my keyboard or go here to under present slideshow, and then I'll click on it and it'll start playing. Now to stop it, I'm clicking on it again. To exit of the play mode here, press escape, and then we are back to the video. Now let's learn how to insert the video from the web. So I'm going to insert a new slide here, and then we go here under insert, and then we go under video, and then we choose online video. Notice we have two options here. We have the YouTube option and also embed it from another website. We want to search from YouTube. So for example, Word 2016. And here is a bunch of videos here on Microsoft Word. Let's say we want to insert one of those tutorials in there, or let's say we want this Excel tutorial, Excel in 30 minutes. Click on Insert here, then resize it, how big you want this to be displayed when it's presented. And then go under Playback, very similar to what we did earlier. And then you can click on to start automatically or to start on click. And now if I go and present this video, when I click on it, it's going to be streamed automatically from YouTube. Of course, you'll need internet connection for that to take place. Kaceli, and welcome to Excel in 30 minutes. So that's how inserting videos from the web works. Now let's learn how to insert a video by using embed codes. Now of course there's not really a lot of use for this because you can search YouTube this way, but let's suppose there is a website out there that gives you the codes how to embed the video and that, and I'll demonstrate it by using YouTube. So let's say we have here this video from YouTube, and then we go here under share and then embed. Now this is the embed code for this. Now it could be another website that gives you that code and provides you the code, like for example TED Talks and such, or Khan Academy and such. All you have to do is copy the code from wherever you're copying it, and then go back to your presentation, and then click on Insert, then go under Video, and then click on Online Video, and then embed the code right here. And then click on Insert. And there it is. Now you can control how this will play back from this option, and then when you can go and present this by clicking on it. So these are three different ways that you can utilize video in your slides in your presentation, and also how to customize the playback for those videos. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to insert audio in your presentation. Of course, select one of the slides where you want to insert your audio, where you want to start, and then click on Insert, and then go under Audio, and then Audio on my PC. Then locate your audio file, and then go under Playback here, and then choose how you want to play this audio file. You can relocate this, move this somewhere else, by the way, on your presentation here so that the icon does not show up. And you can choose to hide the icon, and also you can choose how it'll play. You can have it play automatically, and by the way, you can click on the icon here to get those playback tools here. And also it can play across all the slides. So if you're doing a presentation where you're not actually presenting, but there are pictures or there's content being displayed and automatically it's rotating and that type of thing, you might want to put sound on the first slide and then click on a play across all the slides, and you can choose also play until it's stopped, so it loops around. And then now if we were to test this, at this point I have it so you click on it, but we could have checked it so it starts automatically. and then it'll just keep on playing from slide to slide to slide. And notice it just keeps on playing. Now if we go back and we want to customize it, of course go and locate it on which slide we started. Click on the audio file here, and then go under playback and change the properties for this. And that's how this works in the presentation. Now in some cases as well, what you can do to insert audio, you can also insert the audio by, so I'm going to a different slide here, you can actually record your own audio segment or section for a particular function to explain a concept, so it'll be pre-recorded basically, or you could have somebody else do the recording. But the key here is that you can record this from within PowerPoint without any additional tools. So in this case, you click on Record Audio, and then simply press record here, and anything that you say, it'll actually be captured and it'll be a sound file embedded into your presentation. In this case, this is where it is. And if I present this and click on it, it'll be a sound file embedded into your presentation. And that's how the recording works of your own audio file. So you had here so far the inserting from a file from a PC or inserting your own recording in your slide in your presentation, and also controlling how that audio file will play. Next we're going to go under screen recording. This is a new feature in PowerPoint 2016 that you can capture a portion of the screen and insert it in your slides. So stay tuned for that. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to capture a portion of your screen, record whatever you're saying and doing on that screen at that particular point in time, and have that clip automatically embedded into a slide into PowerPoint. So here's how it works. So let's say we have a slide here that we want to have a concept demonstrated with a narration and all that type of thing. We go into the slide and then we click on screen recording. Now at this point we go and open the application where we want to record. So let's say this is the application, and then also we select the area that we want to capture. So click on select area and then simply draw around the area where you want to record. Now in this case, all you have to do is pretty much press record here. And then once you press record, note the key combination that you have to press in order to stop the recording. By the way, that's kind of a little tricky, but that's what you have to do. It is the Windows key, Shift, and then Q. So click on record, and notice it says press logo, Shift, and Q to stop recording. Now I can basically guide the users, or I can give direction on how something works. For example, if I want to point somebody to my YouTube channel and such, or to some website, I can simply capture all this recording along with the directions of whatever I say. So let's say go to youtube.com/skaceli and then hit enter, and from there you'll be accessing whatever you want them to access. By the way, now it's capturing all my audio, whatever I'm saying, along with whatever I have here on that I'm scrolling in this selection. Now I press the Windows key, Shift, and then Q, and then return to my PowerPoint, and notice it has been placed automatically into my slide. And now this is just like another video that we covered earlier. You can resize this. You can control the playback if you wanted to, and then notice you can do it full screen as well. And then if we were to present this using F5 key or whatever, now when I click on it, press logo, Shift, and Q to stop recording. Notice it captured all that I said earlier. The user, so I can give direction on. So that's how you insert video captures or screen captures within a slide in presentations, and you are recording those on your own. In this session, I'm going to focus a little bit on transitions, using transitions in PowerPoint 2016. So supposedly we have a PowerPoint or presentation very similar to this, and we want to change the transitions from one slide to the other. Now, obviously, you don't want to overdo it because the attention needs to be on the message that you're conveying to your audience rather than the way you're doing transitions, but yet you want to make it appealing as well. By default, you don't have any transitions set. So, for example, from this slide to the next, if we go to present this, it will just bring up the next component here. Now, what you can do is you can change it so that if, let's say, I'm here at this slide, and now when I change to the next one, I want the slide so it pushes up. So click on it and it'll be presented like that. And then when it goes to the next slide, it'll be transitioned a certain other way. So you want to keep a balance, of course, between the two. So now if I go to the previous item here and I present this, notice the slide is going up, and the next one is simply presented. A cool feature in PowerPoint 2016 is also the morph feature here. Morph, it's new with the latest updates. As long as you have the latest PowerPoint 2016 updates, that feature should be there. If you don't have it there, that means that you don't have all the latest updates for PowerPoint 2016. The way it works is that it's actually pretty cool. You can take, for example, a slide, duplicate it, and by the way, this is how you duplicate a slide, right? Click on it, and then choose Duplicate Slide. And then go to this next slide here, and you can change something on it. So let's say on the first, when you're presenting this particular slide, you want it to be presented this way, but then when they go to the next slide, you want to take away, for example, number 2 here. Item 2. And let's assume that you modified it basically. So what you can do at this point is you can choose the option under transitions to morph it. And I'll show you in a moment as to what this does. So it's going to morph from one form into some other form that you tweaked it into. In our case now, if we were to preview this, you can just simply click here on Slideshow, and this is how the first slide will appear, just like typically. But when I go to the next slide, notice how it does the animation so that those two items are adjusted, keeping in mind the change that took place from the first slide to the second copy of it that we made. So basically, again, for me to summarize this or to do this again, I'm going to delete it for a moment here. I want to duplicate this first. And now let's say there are 4 steps for the next slide. So I want to add a 4th step here. So notice from this we had only 3 steps, now we have 4. And this 4th one here, and if you remember, you can go here under Design and choose Design Ideas and change this however you want as well. So notice it gives you some ideas as to how to change this. So you simply click on another design format, and let's say I like this one. And by the way, refer to the Design Ideas video on how to use the Design Ideas thing. But basically we had 3 stages here with the original slide. We made a copy of it, we added 4 steps to it, and now for the original slide here we go and apply the transition, the morph transition here. And now if we go and play this to present it, notice we have 3 steps, and you can go over these. You can even animate the objects one by one, like using animation that I'll cover shortly. But now when we move to the next slide, notice it shifts things around, and it makes it more presentable and more appealing as well to the audience. So you have that kind of animation from one slide to the other. So watch the video again. It's basically you have to duplicate it, that's the trick. Duplicate an existing slide, add new content to the next slide, and then the system will animate or change, morphing the changes into animation and presenting it in a nice way. Remember to also use, under the Design tab, use the Design Ideas option here. Now obviously you can use additional animations here, you have those as well. And remember that you can utilize here other effects as well. In this session, I'll demonstrate the concept of using animation for various objects within a slide in a presentation. Any of the objects in a slide can be animated so that whenever you click on the spacebar or the mouse click or clicker, those objects can be presented one at a time or multiple units at a time, multiple objects at a time. It can be animation of pictures, of shapes, it could be animation of regular text and such. To animate bullet lists, as you go here under animation, click on the bulleted list, and then the easiest would be to choose what you want the animation to be. For example, here we want to apply the appear animation, and those will appear one at a time. So notice 1, 2, 3 here. These numbers mean that they will come one after the other once we click on them. To test this, notice we click on slideshow, and those objects here we did not apply animation yet, and therefore they come in with a slide when it's presented. Now those items, notice they come one at a time after I click on it. To customize this even further, what I would suggest that you try is actually click on the animation pane option right here, and notice it shows the items that were animated earlier. Now notice it's a little double arrow here. You can expand the contents, and it says that that's number 1 over here, this is number 2, that's number 3. Now here, notice you can start this, it says start on click. That's what these numbers 1, 2, 3 are. Start on click, and such. If we wanted number 2 here to come at the same time, to be presented at the same time as number 1, all you'd have to do is click on the drop down here on the right, and then choose start with the previous. Now notice those two will start together because it's 1 and 1, and then the next one it'll come by itself. If I present it, notice I'm pressing spacebar once here, the 2 came together, and then the third one by itself. Now you can add animation to any of the other objects that I mentioned earlier. You can, let's say, add here for the PowerPoint image here, you can simply click on add animation and then choose to appear or however you want the animation to be shown. However, keep in mind not to overdo animation when you're doing a presentation. The point is the message that you're conveying. Let's say that I want this picture, because right now it's going to come as number 3. It's going to be presented as number 3. If I want it to come together with these 2 items here, what you'll do is drag this here where it says number 3, picture 3. And notice if you click on it, it highlights it. Drag it to wherever you want it on the previous sequence. Then click on the drop down here and choose to start with the previous. That means that all these 3 items here, these 3 objects, which would be this, and the picture, they'll be presented at the same time. So if I go and present this at this point here, notice all 3 were presented at the same time. Then you can do the same thing for these other objects. So I can click here on this other object, click on add animation, choose however you want this animation to appear, and then choose the order of it as well. So the same thing for the shape here as well, choose animation, however you want it to appear. If you want 2 objects again to come together, just click on the drop down, choose to come with the previous, or you can have it timed, or you can have advanced effects and options as well. So you could say you want a specific kind of sound to be appearing, that kind of animation, and after the animation, what should happen. As far as the timing, should it be on a click or should it be delayed after so many seconds? And then the text, how should it be displayed there? So it's a lot of customizations that you can do to the actual animation of the objects here. So for now, I'm going to do it to start with the previous. And now notice they will start the text here. The two items will come together along with the picture down here. Notice they are all number 1. Number 2, this text alone. And then these other two images will come together. So here's how it looks. Now, in the cases where you have smart art, and smart art is this type of art like this, it's pretty similar, but there is one difference to it. So you go under Animations, and then you click on Animation pane, and then you add some kind of animation to these objects. Now notice the whole object here is selected, the whole smart art is selected. You click on Add Animation and pick any of those animations that you'd prefer. It doesn't matter, just don't make it too much. Let's say we want Appear. And now notice here under the Animation option, there are the effect options as well, because by default, if I play it right now without doing anything else, it's just going to present it. It's going to appear separately. But we can customize it so each one of those items can come separately. And the way you do that is by clicking on the effect options and then choose one at a time. And now what will happen here is that these items, plan, do, check, and act, will be presented at different sequences, one at a time. So if I go and present this and test it, notice you could go and talk about the continuous improvement process. You have the planning stage, you have the doing part of it, then the checking, and then acting on it, and so on. So it's more effective when you're using this type of bringing each step at separate times by using the smart art. And again, the trick there was after you apply the smart art to it, you have this effect button here that you can pick. If you're doing a presentation, a very fancy presentation, you would want to spend quite a bit of time on each object here. It needs to be thought well, and it's time consuming. That's why initially, as we were learning about PowerPoint, I was emphasizing doing the outline of the PowerPoint first. In this session, I will demonstrate some of the features that are a little bit more advanced related to PowerPoint 2016. However, it is time-consuming, as you will see. So let's suppose that you have a PowerPoint very similar to this. You're using building blocks, basically, to explain a concept. So, for example, in education, you have the traditional form of education, then you have hybrid learning, then you have competency-based education, and then within those, then you have different methods of teaching, for example, synchronous or inquiry-based or project-based, and then action-based and challenge-based education. So the question would be, how can we build something very similar to this, and what's involved in designing something similar to this, and how is the animation and all this stuff designed? You can do it a variety of ways, but it's going to take a little time to design it, so I'm going to try to explain the concepts as to how this is designed or how it works. It's designed by using a bunch of methods. For example, the grouping and ungrouping of objects, the using of shapes, and using of text boxes, and then bundling the text boxes with shapes by using the group and ungroup option, and then also adjusting the animation within these objects. To insert the objects, so let's say we start with a Lego piece, and we can go here under Insert and then click on Online Pictures and then Lego. It's going to search Bing, and now at this point you can navigate here and pick something that would be in the angle that you would prefer. For example, this one, or or whatever the angle that you prefer here. And you can also use these tools here under the type. For example, you want something that is transparent background. In that way, it's not going to overlap with other images and other components there. And now notice we have one piece of the Lego here. It's coming up with the design ideas here. That's for another time. We have covered that as well, and you can refer to the video on design ideas or the designer mode in PowerPoint. Now, the next thing that I would suggest that you do is you can click on it and right click on it again, and then copy it, and then right click somewhere else and then paste it. So we are basically just making a copy of the exact image that we had in the first object here. Now, once we copy this, we can move it to the left here. Notice they kind of will change slightly. And then at this point, notice that it's kind of overlapping with the first one. In this case, and the concept here is that you can actually then change this so that it goes to the back. You're moving, either bring this one to the front or send this to the back. And the way you do that is by using these tools here on the top where it says Format, and it says Send Backward or Bring Forward. Or you can right click and choose Send to Back. Now notice when I chose Send to Back, it kind of lined up perfectly here, and it's one after the other. You could do the same thing. Now we can copy this image here and then go somewhere else and then choose Paste. Now we can drag it and line it up here and then choose to send this back as well. Now notice they are all lined up. Copy it again and then go over here and then choose Paste. And now if we wanted to kind of build it in between here, notice we just stack it on top of it and it's properly set. Then copy it one more time and then paste it again. Now we're going to move it, let's say, over here, another one. And notice you can kind of stack it backwards a little bit or just leave it up a little bit, however it makes more sense for you. So as if it's not sitting properly there. Now copy it one more time and then paste it, and then notice you can stack on top of the next one. So that's how that part of it works. Now the other thing that you can do is you can select either one of those objects here and double click on them, and notice it's going to bring up the formatting tool here. Now under Format, in most cases you can go and change the color from here from the color tools. However, in this case, we'd have to go here under the picture because it's actually an image that we copied from the web, and we can go and pick a different color for that specific one. So notice this bottom one, now it's in black. And then if we wanted this next one here in a different color, we go under Color and then simply pick the orange color. Then over here, pick something else. And basically you're tweaking the color for each one of those options here. So now you're customizing these to what you want. Now the next thing that you might want to do is that you're building blocks for whatever the case might be. So earlier I had, for example, education there, or traditional education, and hybrid learning. Click on Insert and then choose a text box. So you want to put a text box right on top of this area right there. So you click here, Traditional. Now notice the text there, it's kind of black on red. It's not going to be very easy to see, so we can change that to white. Now notice also that the text there does not properly line up. So what you might want to do is you might want to rotate it a little bit so it kind of matches the direction of their Lego piece. And then now in this case we want to put in there the word hybrid learning. The easiest would be click on the existing text box that you created earlier, copy it, Control C, and then simply paste it, Control V. Notice it's going to stack it on top of the existing one, and then drag it to the next area. In that way it's going to be exactly the same direction and the same angle. So now we can change this to hybrid. And the next option here, you can do that, the same thing in there, Control V again, paste it, and then drag it here. and do competency-based education. And then here you could have the different methods of learning. So let's say we have here, and whatever the point is that you're trying to make. So you're just copying and pasting against these text boxes. Now, if we go ahead and play this presentation, we have not applied any animation at this point. So everything is going to be presented all in one piece. So you basically need to select the text component here and the piece of the Lego, and then right-click on them, and you want to group them together. Then once you have grouped them together, you want to add animation by clicking here on animation and then choosing a certain type of animation that you want to apply to it. Now, it's also advisable that I would advise that you enable here the animation pane as well. And then you have here the animation of those objects. So when displayed, they'll show up like this. Notice it's missing that part there. So now we want to do the grouping for the other ones as well. So the best, what I'd suggest is that you start from the top here and then you move down to the other items. Otherwise it will change the order how they appear here. So, and you can play with this option, whatever works best. It will depend on the design that you have, and if it's not slanted like this, then it will be much easier for you. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to group those two together. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. I'm going to click on these. I'm going to group these as well. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. I'm holding down the Control key, by the way, to select the right item here. When I'm selecting more than one, then I'm going to choose Group. Then I'm going to go to the next thing here, Competency. Hold down the Control key, select the proper box for it, right-click, choose Group. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. So now that we have selected them, now we want to apply animation to them. So we click here under the animation. We make sure the animation pane has been enabled by clicking right here and then choose animation. And then we want that to appear. Then we click on the next section here. Make sure you're selecting the right one. Choose Add Animation. Then you go to the next one, Add Animation. And then you choose whichever order you want. So if you want to start from here, you click on this, choose Add Animation, choose to have it appear. Then you go to the next one, and then choose Add Animation. You can have it so it floats in, it flies in, or whatever you want to do. And then the top one, you could have it utilize a specific animation as well. Now, if we were to play this, so remember we started from one piece of Lego, we added the text, we sorted them out, we brought it forward and backward and all that type of stuff. But now if we want to play this and present it, notice how they'll come up. So you have the text here first, then you click on the mouse, you can talk about the traditional way of education, then you can have the hybrid type of education, including online education, then you have competency-based education, and then let's say the different methods for synchronous, inquiry-based education, and then you're talking about traditional or whatever it is, that feedback or whatever this would be. If you need to change that to say something else, you could change it to simply just double click on it and say post in there something else. And now if you replay it, it has been updated. So that is how it works, by using an image, customizing it, adding text components to it, bundling them together using the group option, and then applying animation to each individual object. Now the other method, what you could utilize is, in some cases, it would be, for example, pieces of a puzzle. And we'll add a new slide here, and let's say you can do exactly the same thing for that as well. So you can go to the web here, you can insert from online pictures, and then you can do that with any other images as well. Just bring them back together, find them, locate them, and all that type of thing, and then add them together or bundle them together by grouping them. So here you can pick any of those pieces of the puzzle. You could theoretically use one of those, however you can't. Unfortunately, you cannot unbundle them. So you need to pick something that is a single piece, and then you want to add it. And let's say this one. You want to pick a piece that actually it will kind of fit, so this end will fit into that. So pick the proper piece there, click on Insert. And now once you insert that piece, you want to resize it to the size that potentially you'd use it for your presentation. So now here is one. Now you can right click on it, choose Copy, right click again, choose Paste. Now notice we have two pieces of them, so you can take that and put it right next to each other, and then copy this and then paste it, copy, paste it, and then this one, what you could use is you can rotate it this way if you want, and then you can connect it with this piece over here. Then the next thing that you'd want to do is, let's say this one is sticking out. You can actually crop that by clicking on Crop here on the top and simply cut that piece out. Click on Crop again. Now, is it perfect? Probably not, but it gives the idea. Now you could go in here to each one of those pieces and you can simply change the color. So double click on it, go under Color, and then pick something else that you might want. Double click again. Let's say the pieces of online education. You want to have quality instruction, you have to have proper instructor training, you want to have compliance and such. So in this case, what you do is you click on Insert here, you want to do a text box, and you say quality. You could tweak it so that it shows a certain way, and then you want to copy this. So basically you're changing the text here for each component, and then now you click on the text, click on the piece of the puzzle here, and then right click on it and choose. And you want to go here under the picture tools, and you can go under Arrange and then choose to group them together. And you do the grouping basically for each one of them accordingly, and I'm holding down the Control key, so you have to select more than one item to group them. You can go under Arrange or Group, or right click once you have selected them and group like we did earlier. Now they are grouped together, or you can select each one of them. Let's say you want to start with this first one, then you go here under Animations, add an animation, appear, and that first one, it will appear. The next one, you can choose a certain type of animation, fly in, the third one as well, and the fourth one. You can further customize the animation here for each one of them so they float in for a certain direction. Now if we go to present this, we have the title of the slide. Then we are presenting that online education should be based on quality and focus on quality, then focus on training, focus on compliance, and the focus on technology. And you can keep on building this to your liking. So this hopefully gives you an idea as to how to customize this further and how to add from one single object, build the concept. If you go here under Insert and you go under Shapes, you really could build this even further. Or let's say I want to have this as the background for this, and then you can choose to send this to the back by right-clicking, sending it to the back, and then you could say that this is the platform or the online environment or whatever it may be that you're building this. And even this component, you can further customize it by either adding additional shapes and forms and such, and arrows and all kinds of other objects, and bundling them together, or you could simply go and reformat this by going under the format options here and customizing it further from here. So it's very powerful in how you can customize and tweak objects within the slides in your presentation to make a fancy presentation there for your audience. And of course, do not forget to use Smart Art as well, and that has been covered in another video in PowerPoint 2016. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to narrate a presentation in PowerPoint 2016. Narrating a PowerPoint is actually a helpful feature, particularly if you're a faculty member or a student who has to put together a presentation and you want to send the presentation to the audience either for later viewing or for somebody to present it on your behalf. And you can go through the slides and add your audio along with the presentation, and all they have to do is start presenting it and then the audio will play automatically. So here's how it works. You have your presentation, of course, and then you go under Slideshow, and then you click on Record Slideshow. Now you can record the animation and the timings and such that is already in the slides, and any of the narrations and ink and such, you can choose to record those as well. Click on Start Recording, and now anything that I say or I do, it's actually being captured. So now you'd normally speak, like as if you were presenting it in class, and then press either the mouse button or the space bar on the keyboard and move to the next slide. And just basically explain all the components that you'd be explaining with the audience. And then just keep on going from slide to slide. Now the system will remember the timings or how long you stayed on each item here, and it will play them automatically. And just keep on going. Now, even in the cases where you have a video, it's going to capture that video as well. So you get the idea at this point. Now, in these cases, notice there's also a different set of tools here as well that you can utilize during your presentation. In the bottom here, there's this little pencil icon. So what you can do is click on that little pencil, choose pen, and then as you are speaking and narrating, you can actually write on the screen, even if you don't have a touch screen device that you're presenting with. And then basically notice you go back here to the bottom again, and if you want to use the highlighter option, you can highlight stuff using the mouse, and all of this is being captured. Obviously you can change the colors here, and if you want to erase stuff, you can simply choose the eraser option from the bottom. Even if you want to use a laser pointer option, laser pointer is basically by you pointing, it's going to capture this red dot as you move it on the screen. Now to move to the next slide, you just use the space bar on the keyboard or the arrows on your keyboard. To move to the standard option, so you're no longer writing on the screen, you can press the escape key on your keyboard, and then it will still keep on moving, just like as if you never touched the annotation feature in PowerPoint. So you'd go through the whole slideshow, and then it's done. Once it reaches the end, all of those recordings have been captured. So now what you can do is you can go ahead and present it, and now it'll have all that audio automatically playing in the background. Start recording, and now anything that I say or I do, it's actually being captured. Class, either the mouse button or the space. So you can see that played and it worked correctly. So now all the audio and all that we did and clicked and moved and animations and everything has been embedded into that PowerPoint. One key to remember here though is that the viewer on the other end, they need to, in order to listen to the audio, they need to click on slideshow, they need to start presenting it, and that's when the stuff will play automatically. All the recording and the content that you did will take place automatically. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to customize the slide master in a presentation in PowerPoint 2016. The reason for customizing the slide master is because there are times where you have a presentation very similar to this, but you want to change or add a component like a logo or something. You want to add it on all slides in your presentation. And instead of you having to go through each one of the slides, you can change it in one location, and that logo or that component will be repeated across all the slides of the same kind in your presentation. So here's how you do it. So we can go to any of the slides here, it doesn't matter which one it is. And then we go here under View, and then notice there's an option here for Slide Master. So basically the way it works is that if you go and add something, it works basically on the type of slide that you're using. Right now this is called a content slide. You have the title for it, but then you have all these bullet levels and all this stuff. Let's say that I wanted to change the font here for this type of slide. Well, I could go under Home and then change it to a different type of font there. So let's say I wanted the Arial, and let's say I want it larger a little bit. So notice it's changing all of those levels, and you could even change the color. Now let's say that you wanted these bullets here to be a different color. Well, you could go and change them by choose bullets and numbering, and basically just tinker with those little options here. Click OK. Now any slides that use this type of layout, this kind of slide, it'll be updated. So if I go here under Slide Master and I choose Close Slide Master View, now notice that my bullets have changed to red on all of those, and also the type of font has changed as well across all the slides of the same kind. Now let's go back here under View and let's add a logo, for example. I copied the logo. You can just copy any image, just right click on it, choose copy from the web or wherever you're copying it from. But if I go here under View again and then go to Slide Master again, now I want to add the logo on any of those slides that have the title and the content here. Now I'll right click and choose Paste, and here's, let's say, my logo. And let's say I want this always to be in the bottom left. Now let's say that I have also other slides. I want it on all kinds of slides. Let's say if I want it on the title slide, I could put it in here. This is for the title style. Then this is for this type of layout. So I can right click, paste it there as well. Again, the idea here is that you're embedding, you're changing the slides of the same kind or the same layout. And you could keep on doing this if you needed to, and close it. Now all my slides, notice they have the logo in the bottom. You could also go back and customize this, make it as fancy as you want, and add, let's say, for all of those slides here, I want to add, let's say, a text field, insert here, text box, and I can go here on the bottom and say, tweak it how you want it, format the font accordingly. And then you can simply copy this and embed it into the other kinds of slides. Then go back under Slide Master tab, click on Close, and notice this will be displayed on all the slides. So it's a very powerful feature to save you time. In this brief video, I'll demonstrate how to use slideshow timings in PowerPoint 2016. There might be cases where you developed a PowerPoint presentation and you want the slides, whether it's pictures or the slides, to play automatically without any interaction. So the way you do that is by going through the slideshow here and then recording the timings for each slide. If you're going to utilize something like this, what that suggests is that you embed sound in that presentation as well. Just check the video on inserting audio and sound in your presentation. So in my case here, I have right here at the bottom of this, I have a sound file, and the playback for this has been configured so it runs automatically and it'll play across all the slides. Now to record the timings for it, or to rehearse the timings, what we can do is we can click here on Slideshow and then choose Rehearse Timings. Now notice it's playing, and now I'm going to keep it for so long on this slide. Now I go to the next slide, next, and notice it's recording the time up here, how many seconds it needs to stay on this slide. Then you press escape, or you go all the way through the slideshow, all the way to the end, and then it says the total time for this slide was 25 seconds. Do you want to save the new slide timing? So you say yes, and then at any point that you want to play this, let's say in the future, whenever you want to do this, you can click on slideshow here. You can choose use timings, or you can choose set up a new slideshow. So the new slideshow, you would say, okay, it's presented full screen, loop continuously until somebody presses escape, and advance using timings automatically. So basically, whenever you're using timings, you also need to use the setup slideshow here. And then click OK. Click on From Beginning. That's what the presenter will do. And now all of this stuff, it's going to play automatically. Now notice it doesn't have any of the audio that you might have chosen to do. If you wanted audio, you'd have to use the record option. So that's how timing the slides and rehearsing the timings works in PowerPoint 2016. It's actually very similar to previous versions as well. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize notes and embed those notes in individual slides in your presentations. These notes could be utilized by you when you're presenting by printing them out, or you could use what's called the presentation view in PowerPoint, where you can actually read those notes similar to like a teleprompter. So to insert notes, basically what you need to do is go into each slide here, and notice there is this option here in the bottom. It says Notes. Click on it, and you can move this further up as well if you want it, and then just type your content in there for your presentation. So if whatever your script is going to be for that particular slide, you enter those notes in each one of those slides. So you'd go to the next slide here and insert the content. Keep in mind also that notes can be formatted, so you can make the font bold and such, and make it certain keywords stand out by highlighting them and making them larger and all that type of thing. So now those notes, you can print them out, for example. So if you go here under File and then choose Print, notice that here under what you want to print, you want to choose here the Notes pages. Notice that it is going to be one slide per page, and the notes that you entered earlier under each slide, they're going to be displayed right below the actual slide. And then my other suggestion would be that when you're printing these, you don't need to choose color. You can just choose grayscale as well and then print them out. So that's one method to use the notes. The other method is when you go to present your presentation for real in front of the audience, you can also use what's called the presenter view. So to use a presenter view, you just make sure you have the presenter view enabled, and then here you can choose on which monitor it will be displayed. Your presentation will be displayed, or your notes will be displayed. So we make sure that we have the presenter view here, and then we choose From the Beginning. Now at this point, notice this is what the audience will be seeing. It's the actual slide on their end, on the projector. And then this is a preview of the next slide that will come up. And then here are the notes that we had typed from before. Notice here in the bottom, you can actually click to make this text much larger, and it will be very similar to like having a teleprompter for you. And then you'd go ahead and present this, and notice that you also have this pen here where you can actually annotate as you are presenting to your audience. So you choose the pen option, and you can annotate and also read your notes over here on the right hand side. So that's how the notes will be utilized in your presentation. They can be printed out, or you can utilize them in conjunction with the presenter view in PowerPoint 2016, which is now the default view for a presentation. If you're using Windows 7 or some other version and such, and you can't get the display to do the presenter view, you might have to use the Windows key and then P, the letter P, to choose to extend your desktop. So in that way, the external monitor becomes the presenter, or what the audience sees, and then your laptop or your device becomes the one with the notes. Now, if I could swap those, what the audience would see, so the audience would see this, and that's how this works. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to use a presenter view in PowerPoint 2016. The presenter view is used very effectively in conjunction with notes in PowerPoint 2016 by utilizing notes in each slide. So for that portion of it, please refer to the inserting notes in presentation in PowerPoint 2016. So to utilize the presentation view, you'd need to go under the slideshow, and then you need to make sure that presenter view has been enabled or is checked. So once you have chosen that option, then you need to click on the option here from the beginning, and then notice that we have a view here of the current slide. We have a timer as to how long we have been working on this presentation. So if your presentation is going to be only 10 minutes, that's how you can keep track of the time. And then notice you have some other options here, including a pen for you to annotate on the actual slide. Then here are the controls for you to move from slide to slide. And then notice the notes are here on the right hand side, right below the next slide. So you have a preview of what's coming up, and then you have your own notes. Now those notes, remember, you can also resize the font and make it readable or smaller or bigger as you need to make it more readable for your needs. So that's how pretty much the presenter view works in PowerPoint 2016. You can have basically the local computer where you're presenting from as similar to a teleprompter, and there's no need to refer to turn your back toward the audience to read whatever is in the slide. Now, in some cases, it might be that the computer is not displaying the presenter mode and such. Typically, PowerPoint 2016 is actually going to force the computer, and also, unfortunately, it leaves it in that condition. It leaves it as an extended desktop. So to enable or disable the extended desktop before the presentation or after the presentation, what you can do is you press Windows key and then P, and that will come up with the projector options, and you can choose to duplicate it, or you can choose to extend the display for using the presenter mode. But once you're done with the presenter mode, you need to press back Windows P to choose a duplicate mode. Here it would look like this, Windows key, that's extend for presenting, but if you want it mirrored for other functionality and other applications, you want to choose duplicate. So you want to duplicate the screen. In this video, I'll briefly cover how to use quick styles in PowerPoint 2016. This feature is available in previous versions as well, and it's quite helpful and saving you time to perform a specific formatting task. So what you can basically do is you can select, let's say we have this heading here, and by the way, this works only for this specific object that we are selecting. If you want to modify all the objects of the same kind, then just refer to the video on modifying the slide master. So in our case, we select the object, we go here under the Home tab, and then there is this option here under Quick Styles. Quick Styles is basically you can select a design for that little heading, and notice there's a quick live preview that you get by simply hovering on any of those options. So you select the option that you prefer here, and notice there are some new other presets as well, and these are new with the newest updates from PowerPoint from Office 2016. So select what works for you, and just like that, it's done very easily and quickly. If you don't like that, you can simply go back to another one of those quick styles. And again, what you get on the quick styles, it might differ from theme to theme that you are utilizing in your presentation. So if you're trying to get the same kind of background or the same kind of content that or what you see here, and it doesn't work on your machine and your end there, then potentially the reason for that is because you're using a different design. Depends on the design that you have selected here under the design options. So that's how you use the quick styles in PowerPoint. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to create a photo album or a presentation using photos in PowerPoint 2016. There might be cases where you have a bunch of photos that you took from a specific trip or for a specific function, and now instead of you copying and pasting and resizing those photos in a presentation, what you can do is you can import all of those photos in one shot into PowerPoint and then add sound and add other features to it, such as timings and such, so it plays automatically into PowerPoint. The nice thing about it is that also it resizes the photos accordingly. So here's how you do it. You go here under the Insert tab, and then you go under Photo Album. Click on New Photo Album, and then you select the files that you want to put into that album. So we go here, and I think I have them under my desktop, and here are all the photos. So you can select them all. I'm just pressing Control A in this case, and then it lists them here. We can change the order if we want. We can choose here the layout, so it's going to fit them to the slide, or you can have them 2 pictures per slide, or however you determine that you want those. And then you can even apply a theme if you prefer to. You have to click on Browse and all that type of thing to apply the theme. And then all you have to do is simply click on Create, and it'll do the magic. Note that this created a new presentation here. Note that the pictures have been added at this point and perfectly resized. Now you could simply add sound and rehearse the timings, and the presentation will play automatically. And for those functions, refer to the other tutorials on PowerPoint 2016, such as rehearsing and inserting sound into a presentation. But notice it's done automatically. So that's how you create a photo album in PowerPoint 2016. In this brief presentation, I'll demonstrate how to email your presentation from PowerPoint. So you click on File here, and then you choose Share, and then choose Email. Of course, you could save it to the cloud if you're sharing it with OneDrive with other people, but you can also utilize here under Email and send it as an attachment, or send it as a PDF as well, and it'll do the conversion automatically. So it's basically going to convert it into PDF and then send it to your email. So if I choose send it as an attachment, you need to have Outlook, of course, in order for that to work. And then you simply put the address of the individual where you want to send it to and simply press send. The other option here is to, under share, you click on email. As I mentioned earlier, you can send this as a PDF. It's going to publish it first into PDF, and then it's going to open the email application, attaching it as a PDF file. All you'd have to do is put the email address of the individual where you want to send it to, and then press send, and done. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to save your presentation in PDF format. There might be cases where you have to send your presentation to someone outside of your organization, and for various reasons you don't want to send it in PowerPoint format, but you want to send it in PDF. So here's how you do it. It's very simple. You click on File here, and then choose Export, and then choose Create PDF XPS Document. Then click on Create PDF XPS, and then notice it's going to be a file type PDF. It's going to save it, click on Publish, and this will be published in PDF format at this point. And there is the document. Of course, the animations will not be embedded, and of course the videos from YouTube will not be embedded either. And just send the PDF document to whoever requested it. In this brief video, I'll demonstrate how to narrate a PowerPoint very briefly, and then also how to save this PowerPoint as an MP4 and send it to other users there. There are times where you need to create a presentation and share it either with classmates or share it with your employees or have it as a resource for anyone to go over it. Of course, you can narrate the PowerPoint and have the content embedded, and for that you can check the video on narrating a PowerPoint. But in most cases, it'll be more helpful where you narrate the PowerPoint and then you can save it as a video, as an MP4 video, and then the audience will be able to play it and view it on mobile devices, or you can post it on the web and share it a variety of ways. So there are a couple steps to do in this. First, of course, you have to create your presentation, and then you have to narrate it. Narrating it, you can see watch also the video on narrating a PowerPoint in more detail, but here is how it's done very briefly. You'd go here under the slideshow, and then you click on slideshow, and then you'd click on start recording. Notice it's going to capture all the timings and everything that you do here. So you're presenting your presentation as if you're in front of the audience, even though you're just in front of the microphone in front of your computer. So we'll record everything from beginning to end in your presentation, and then the next step will be to actually save this and convert this into an MP4 file. So you click on start recording, and then at this point you'll just go over the PowerPoint just like you'd go in class. Now this is the presentation mode that you're seeing here. However, typically it may be slightly different. You may just see this part of a PowerPoint, but you're going to go from one slide to the other slide, and then the system is recording whatever you do and whatever you say at this stage in PowerPoint. It's going to play all the sound. It's going to play the different videos and all that stuff. So I'm going to go pretty fast here, and you'll have to go all the way to the end of the video. Now that we are done with it, you'll need to click to save this, to convert this into PDF, and personally I would suggest that you save this first. Just save the file somewhere where you can find it, and that way if the computer crashes or something happens in the process of conversion, because that process, it will take a little bit of time, at least you have your recording. Then we click here on File, and then we click on Export, and then we choose Create a Video. Now here under create a video, it's asking us as to what do we want the quality to be. Now right now I recorded this on high definition, so it's going to be 1920 by 1080, but I'm going to change it just for the sake of production to produce this faster. Typically you might want to have it at 1280 by 720 if you're going to share it over the web. And then here it's going to use the recorded timings and narrations, and also it's going to utilize the voice that we had for the recordings when we did them. Now we simply click on create video, and now it'll ask us where do we want to save it. So I'm going to save it on the desktop here, just as a test, and it's going to be using PowerPoint 2016. I'll click on save. And now it's saying that this PowerPoint has external media. That means, because I had a couple YouTube videos linked to it, continue without the media. That's saying basically it's not going to be able to download the videos from YouTube. So most of the time you'll most likely not have YouTube videos embedded. But in this case, we'll click on continue without the media from YouTube and other external sources. And then you just need to let it do its thing. Notice the progress bar is going to be here in the bottom, and like I mentioned earlier, depending on how big your PowerPoint is and how much speaking you did, it'll take a little time. So you need to be patient and maybe do something else during the time that this is processing. And now after a few minutes, the video was produced, and now we can go back here to our folder where I had saved on the desktop under PowerPoint 2016. And now notice we have the MP4 video here. Double click on it, and the video at this point should have this part of the PowerPoint, all the audio. You're going to go from one slide to the other slide, and then the system is recording whatever you do, whatever you say at each end point. It's going to play. So that's how creating an MP4 video from a narrated PowerPoint works in PowerPoint 2016. Hopefully you'll find it helpful. In this brief session, I will demonstrate how to use templates in PowerPoint 2016. In PowerPoint 2016, templates serve not only for the design aspect of presentation, but also you can utilize the templates as the layout or as an outline for your presentation. So here's how they work. When you first open PowerPoint, you'll be presented with something very similar to this. So as soon as you open the application, you'll come to this screen. Now, if you are already in PowerPoint, you can click on File and then choose New, and then it will take you to the same starting point as when you open PowerPoint. You can either click on Create a Blank Presentation, or you can utilize one of the existing PowerPoint's templates that exist here. Now, if you notice here, if you go, for example, under the category Education, notice that there are pre-designed templates that you can choose. For example, let's say you wanted to do a certificate, to design a certificate. It's even as simple as this. All you have to do is click on it, and instead of you spending time designing this, all you'd have to do is simply change the name of the student here. The other thing that you can do with templates is that you can go, let's say, under the category here, Education, let's say, and notice there are categories here on the right hand side as well. And let's say that you needed to do an academic presentation of some sort. So you click here on the template, Academic Presentation, and then click on Create. It's going to download it from the web. Now this is with all the types of different designs for it, so it's more design oriented, and basically you would fill in the text. However, in PowerPoint there are also options where you can actually create, not only utilize the design, but also you can utilize the concepts that you can include in a specific presentation. For example, if we click here on Business, on the category Business, notice we have a whole bunch of templates here that you can use for business presentations. If we go here, Business Strategy Presentation, it's going to download it, and now it's going to give you a layout of your presentation or your outline of your presentation. So you state the vision, you state the goals and objectives, a summary of the current situation, and so on and so on. So basically the layout exists there for you. Now you can tweak it, add more content to it, and of course enhance it by utilizing the features that we learned in this tutorial in PowerPoint 2016. Notice as you're using templates, you can go and actually search for keywords here. So let's say we are searching here for the term marketing, and now notice that you have different templates that you can utilize already from here. So I'll choose this first one, and there are different designs here on marketing. So for example, there is this one, business sales and service, and then here it's a layout of the aspects of it. So you'd introduce yourself, and then the products and services, give an example, and then include additional examples, maybe include a chart of some sort and diagrams of sorts, and this is using smart art here. And of course, keep in mind that you can tweak those presentations, even though they may not look as visually appealing to you. You have the layout of it, but you can customize it using the features that we learned in this tutorial. So this is a tool that instead of you reinventing the wheel, you can utilize something that already exists and also utilize the knowledge and features that we have covered in PowerPoint 2016. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to create a custom slideshow in PowerPoint. So suppose you're a salesperson or you have created a long slideshow, but then at certain times you have only a shorter amount of time to explain or to present something. So in that case, you want to have a custom slideshow with only particular slides as part of that presentation. So to set up a custom slideshow, you'd go under the slideshow tab, and then you want to click on custom slideshow. Click on the drop down, and then you want to click on a new slideshow. Now you can name this, and then you want to pick the slides that you want to insert in there to utilize. Now of course this does not fit what we are doing here, and then you add those and then click OK. You could create different ones here, so you could have one, let's say, called here custom slideshow tips for for using PowerPoint, and then let's say you want only those, add them, click OK. Now you can close this, but if you're on the road then at some point and you want to present to only a specific audience, all you'd have to do is click here on custom slideshow, and then you can pick whichever one you want to present. So let's say East Coast pitch. So here it is, part of the PowerPoint. And that would include only that slideshow for the East Coast. Then if you wanted to go, let's say, as part of this PowerPoint, the big one, we also created one called Tips for Using PowerPoint. Click on it, and now this presentation will just contain those slides. And that's how custom slideshows work in PowerPoint 2016. It is pretty much the same in previous versions as well. In this brief session, I will demonstrate how to insert a screenshot and how to use a screenshot feature in PowerPoint 2016. So there are times where you're designing and working on a project and such, and you want to add part of your screen, whether it's directions or something, to a slide into your presentation. So what you can do is you can go here under the Insert tab, and there is this option for Insert Screenshot. It basically adds a snapshot of a window that is open on your desktop or your document, and it becomes a picture, basically entering it in your computer. In this case, what we'll do is you can click on Add Screenshot, and then you want to choose the option for screen clipping. So you can either take a snapshot of one of the applications that you have opened, or you can do a screen clipping, and you click on it, and now it's giving us a chance to select something from this screen. So if I wanted to have a screen clipping of how to insert an image or a screenshot on PowerPoint, I could simply select this. I'm clipping part of the screen here, and now notice it inserted it automatically here. You can customize this. Notice you have the design ideas. You can utilize design ideas here and tweak this accordingly by selecting one of those designs. And additionally, you can use the formatting tools to make this a little fancier. So notice if I use one of those styles here for formatting this snapshot that I captured, I could use the tools above here. So let's suppose I want this one with a shadow border around it. And the other thing that I would suggest that you utilize is if you go here under Insert and then click on Shapes. So you go under Insert and then let's say I want a rectangle here. Okay. And then I want to change the shape here. And then under the Shape Fill, I want to change that so that there is no filling to it. And then for the border, or the outline for it, I can choose so it'll be red so that the audience would kind of see what I was working on. The other thing that you could do here is that under the outline, you could change the weight to make that heavier and such. So now I can copy that same object that I created earlier, and I'll paste it somewhere else here. And let's say that I want to demonstrate to the audience that this is the option that they should click on. Now each one of those you can also animate them if you needed to. So if you were to go under animations and then say, okay, I want to add animation, I want that to appear, and then I want this other animation item here as well. I want that so that it actually flies in. So I'm under the animation tab, fly in, and now when I go to present this, it will show up. This is the captured image that I picked earlier. Now if I click, it highlights this section here, and then if I click again, it will choose a screenshot. That's how the screenshot option works in PowerPoint 2016. In this session, I will demonstrate how to use the Tell Me feature in PowerPoint. This feature is, by the way, available in the other Office applications as well, such as in Word, Excel, and Microsoft Access. There might be times where you're trying to do something in PowerPoint and you don't know where that option is. So here on the next to the menus here on the ribbon, there is this option that says tell me what you want to do, or the Tell Me feature. You just start typing in there and it will just show you how to do specific things. So for example, how to start a presentation, or how to utilize, let's say, add an online video. So you just tap on it and you have here insert video and then online video. So it kind of tells you, so you want to click on insert video and then online video. And then this, it basically takes you to that function to perform that specific task. Let's say you're not sure how to do the rehearse timings. So you can just start typing rehearse here, click on rehearse timings, and then it just starts that process automatically to get you there. So it's a very cool feature to utilize. Basically, it's not just giving you directions, but it's giving you the option to perform that specific task. So let's say I want to create a photo album. Just start typing photo and then it'll take you to the photo album option. In this brief session, I will demonstrate how to change the look and feel or the theme for PowerPoint 2016. This process is actually the same to change also in other applications that come with Office 2016. So this is the default look and feel for PowerPoint. If we wanted to change it, we click on File here, and then we go here under Options. Once we go under Options, notice that we have those options right here for the Office theme. Currently it is on Colorful, and that is the default. And if we prefer, let's say, dark gray, then click on dark gray and then click OK. Now notice the whole look and feel of the application will change. If we want to change it back, simply go under Options here. And let's take a look at the black theme here. Click OK. And this is how it will look at this point. Then let's also take a look at the white theme. And notice that all the menus and options here will be kind of whitish feel and look to it. And now let's go back here to the colorful feel, which will add kind of the reddish banner here on the top for the actual tabs. So that's how you change the theme in PowerPoint 2016. In this brief presentation, I will demonstrate some of the guidelines related to using PowerPoint effectively. There are a lot of times where a user designs a PowerPoint and there are certain rules that they are not really following, and therefore instead of conveying an effective message to the audience, the presenter is missing the point on how to be effective in their presentation. So here are some guidelines. First, why use PowerPoint? Because PowerPoint is supposed to be a tool to emphasize the message that you're conveying to the audience. If you're trying to sell a car or to sell a product, you want the audience to respond and purchase and be excited about the product, and not necessarily see how well you can do animations. Of course, animations can be effectively used in order for you to convey that message to them. And this works the same way in the classroom and such. 4 steps for a good presentation. Of course, you need to plan it, to plan ahead on what the outline will be, what the content of the presentation will be. Then you need to prepare for it. So basically sit down and find the facts and find the content that you're going to present, and get to know the audience. And then once you have prepared your presentation, you need to practice it. And a good practice makes for a good presentation as well. And then you actually need to present it to the audience. One of the frustrating things is when you are in a presentation and the presenter is turning their back to the audience, and they are not engaging with the audience, but they are reading everything on the screen, and the presentation might have too much text and such. You want to make sure that you are engaging with the audience and you're using and presenting effectively. So here are some guidelines on the design of a presentation. So basically do the outline first, even if you are going to tweak it. The presentation, as I have demonstrated in the video tutorial on PowerPoint 2016, do the outline first, figure out what you're going to present and what the order of your facts is going to be in the presentation. Additionally, keep the words large enough. Of course, as I demonstrated in this tutorials on PowerPoint 2016, I emphasize using graphics and using images such as smart art or other tools. But yet, if you're using text, make sure that the text size is at least 24, size 24, typically 28 or above, but 24 minimum. The other thing is limit the number of words that you put on a page, whether it's bullet points or whether you use paragraphs and such, but try to limit them. There's a rule there called the 7x7 rule. You don't want more than 7 bullets per page, and typically each bullet should have the average of about 7 words in it. Additionally, fancy is not always better. As you can see here in this bullet, you want to stick with simple fonts, content that the users will be able to read from a distance and also be able to remember and such. Remember also color combinations and graphics, and make sure that everything that you utilize in your presentation, it actually has a purpose. And finally, the slides are designed to supplement your presentation and not necessarily be your presentation. And turning your back to the audience and reading from the screen, it's not going to be an effective way to present your presentation to the audience. I hope these tips will help you in effectively utilizing PowerPoint presentations as a tool to convey ideas and to sell the product to your audience and such. And if you have not checked out the full tutorial on PowerPoint 2016, please do so. It is designed so that you can utilize the features and the tools that come with PowerPoint effectively in your work, in your career, and whatever you're doing. Thank you again for watching this tutorial, and I hope that it was effective and valuable to you. Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using Microsoft Access 2016. During this tutorial, I will cover basic concepts related to databases and how to design and use a basic database using Access 2016. We will start with the very basics of the application and of databases overall, and then we'll get moving into working with data in a database. The tutorial is designed to be concepts-based and simple to understand. The best way to learn is to follow the video hands-on on your computer. So let's get started. First, some general concepts related to databases and how databases work. First, we're going to start with the definition of a database. A database is a collection of data that is stored in a computer system. A database allows their users to enter, access and update, and analyze their data quickly and easily. They are a powerful tool that you see them all the time. When you go to the doctor's office, when you go to the grocery store, when you go online to purchase something, all that information is usually stored in what's called a database. The easiest way to understand a database is to think of it as a collection of lists. So think of it, for example, if you're running a business, you have a list of customers, you have a list of orders from those customers, you have a list of items that you are selling to your customers or services that you're providing to your customers, and then you might have a list of invoices and other purchases from vendors and things alike. When you put all of those lists together in a database, those lists are linked together and information is related from one table to another, and that's partially what is referred to as a relational database. So where does Access fit into this? Microsoft Access is a relational database software program or database management system, DBMS, that runs on Windows operating system. It is used to manage data that is organized into lists, such as information about customers, products, vendors, employees, projects. So basically, Microsoft Access is a relational database management system created by Microsoft to store, organize, and manipulate data, as well as to select and report on it. So some of the components, just to summarize them briefly, are tables, queries, forms, and reports. Tables, that's where the data is stored within the database. Then the queries retrieve specific data from the tables or other queries and displays only the data that you specify. Queries allow you to ask questions about the data in your tables. For example, I want just the first name, last name, and email address. Then the form is used to enter new records in a table. That's the data entry component of it. And to edit or delete existing records into the table. Usually the data is not entered directly into the table manually, but it is done through the forms. And then the reports are the fourth component here, and those would be very similar to the output. They summarize the fields or records from a table or a query in an easy to read format. For example, that would be a report that you print out, something that you print out to give to your manager for the sales of that day. Now, what does all of this look like in an actual database? Here's a really simple database that we have. We have a database called customer sales here, and we have a bunch of tables. In this case, we have the customer table, we have the contract table, and then we have invoices. So think again about these as separate lists. So the customer table, of course, it would have the list of customers. We have here the customer ID, company, first name, last name, telephone number, street address, city, state, and so on. So those would be very similar to what we have seen in Excel. You can sort this data, you can filter it, and things of that nature, but think of it just as a list. Now, besides the customers, if you're running a business, then you'd probably have different contracts or different sales. So in this case, this is another example of a table, the contracts table. If we double click on it, we have the contract number, the customer ID, contract amount, the date, and then the type. And then notice we have another table here called invoices. And the invoice table has the date, number, and the item, what it was for, the amount, and whether it was paid or not. So those are the tables. Again, this is where the data is stored into a database. Think of it, when you hear tables, storage. The next component in a database, like I mentioned earlier, it is the queries. So if we go here, the queries, for example, are like we have the table customers. Notice we have a whole bunch of fields here. The fields are those names of the columns here. And let's say that we wanted to generate a list of only the first name, last name, and then let's say email address and some other pieces of information here. We create what's called a query, and we'll learn how to create queries momentarily here. So notice I have another entry here under the customer table, and this is a query that we have run that I defined earlier. If I double click on it, notice I have only the first name, last name, telephone number, and email address. So that, think of it, the processing of a data based on a criteria. And this is an example of a form. The form is basically, instead of you going to the customer table, scrolling all the way to the bottom and entering the data manually here, which is not recommended, you'd go under the customer data entry form, for example, in a form similar or nicer than this, and enter the records right here. And you just basically fill in the data. In a real business, this is what the assistant would utilize for entering the data into the database. And then the final component, as I mentioned earlier, it is the reports. And reports are very similar to queries, but they are just designed so that they can be printed out and that they look nicer. So these were some of the basic components of a database. The tables are where the data is stored. The queries are how the data is manipulated. Then the forms are how the data is updated and added onto. And then the reports, how the data is printed out or output. Once you're in Microsoft Access, you'll notice that very similar to Microsoft Word and Excel and other applications in Office 2016, on the left-hand side you'll have the recent documents or the recent databases or files that you have been working with. Then below you have here the option to go ahead and open a pre-existing database. And then on the right-hand side here we have the option to create a blank database that you will be utilizing in a moment. And then further down here we have different templates that are available in Microsoft Access 2016. These are pre-configured Access databases that you can utilize. We're going to utilize one of those templates very briefly just to learn a couple of the concepts, but we are actually in the next session here, we're going to learn how to design a database from scratch so that we understand how databases work, how to use Microsoft Access. So in our case here, I'm going to very briefly utilize here this database called Students. This is new in Access 2016. Now here's a concept that you might want to keep in mind when dealing with Microsoft Access databases. Unlike Word documents and Excel, where you open a document and you create the document and then you manipulate it and all that type of thing, in Microsoft Access, as soon as you choose to create a database, you have to give it a name, and the first thing that you do is you save that database. So in our case here, we have to give it a name. Note the location where it's going to be saved, and then you click on Create. In this case, we're utilizing a template, so it's predefined with all the components and such, so it's slightly different or creating a database from scratch. So first thing you're presented here is a tutorial on how to use this. Not every one of them is going to give you this option, so we're going to simply click on Get Started here to utilize it. Now a couple of things here just briefly so that we get a couple of the concepts, and I will demonstrate these much more as we get started in the next module. And typically a database has 4 components, just like in a computer that you have the 4 basic functions of a computer, where you have the input, that the computer accepts input. It stores the data by storing it in the hard drive, it processes the data, and then it outputs the data. In Access databases, you have a similar concept as well. You have the tables, which serve to store the data. That's where the data is actually stored. You have the queries, which are very similar to the processing of the data on the computer. And for now, just keep those in the back of your mind. And then you have the forms in an Access database as well that serve as a mechanism to enter the data into that database. And then finally, you have the 4th component here, the reports, that serve for displaying the data in your database. So it's very similar to the output in your computer. So in our case here we have this form. So if we wanted to add a new student, we simply click on New Student and then we fill in the information there. You can add the picture, you can add additional information, then click on Save and then New. And then you add the next student and so on. Now this window, what we are using right now, this is referred to as the form. So this serves as the input for this database. Now that data is not really stored in the form. The data is actually stored in the table here on the students table. And we'll learn more about this in the next session. So now if we look here, this is how it will be stored. So it's very similar to like an Excel spreadsheet, but it's just a bunch of tables. And typically in a Microsoft Access database or in any database, you can have 2 tables, 3 tables, hundreds of tables, or even thousands of tables. And those tables are typically linked together via what's called primary keys and foreign keys, and we'll learn about those as well. They are kind of related. One table is related to the other table via those keys, and that's where you hear about the term relational databases, because the tables are linked. The other component here is the queries. We don't have any of those for now that we could utilize. The next one would be the forms that we just used a moment ago, and then if you wanted to create a report of all the students, you simply click on All Students and it will display a more visually pleasant report for you to print it out. So those are some of the basic concepts using a template. So now stay tuned for the next session that we'll learn how to design our database from scratch. We'll create the first table and then start building a couple additional tables. In this session, we are going to create a database from scratch, and we are going to learn about some of the various components of Microsoft Access 2016, so we can kind of understand how the application works and where the different components are. So once we open Microsoft Access, we click here on the blank database, and like we learned earlier, the first thing that we need to do after we click on the blank database, we need to give it a name. And take note where you're saving this database. Now, as soon as you open the Access database here, What we have is very similar to Microsoft Word and Excel and other applications in Office 2016. On the very top, we have the Quick Access toolbar with a bunch of commonly used options. We have the File tab here, and then we have these different tabs. So Home, the most commonly used functions, very similar to other applications. Then we have here the Create tab. This is to create different components related to databases. For example, creating a table, creating queries, creating forms and reports. Then we have the External Data tab. This is basically for us to get data from other systems and import it and link it into a database here in Microsoft Access. And then Database Tools. This is another tab where we can design the database and define the relationships or define basically any tools related to the database here for whether to repair the database, to create macros, or other components. Then we have here this new tab called Table Tools. So Table Tools here, this is very similar to the contextual tools in Microsoft Word or Excel. Basically a new tab that shows up in the context of what we are doing. So right now we are creating a new table and it's giving us options here for this new table. Next to it here you have also Tell Me What You Want to Do, or the Tell Me feature. This is new in Office 2016. So basically if you wanted to learn how to use Query Wizard or how to create a new form or anything like that, you simply type in there how to do that. So for example, Query Wizard, and you just basically it takes you directly to that option in order to learn how to perform a specific task in Microsoft Access. And then notice on the bottom here you have a couple other options, and I'm not going to take the time to tinker with those too much. It's basically the design view and the normal view, and we'll cover those shortly. Now, creating our first database here. Databases, as I mentioned earlier, they are designed using tables. Typically, you'll have at least one or more tables. So now this is our first table that we are working with, and we'll give it a name shortly. So it will actually ask us to save and give a name to this table in a moment. Typically, the way tables and databases work is that one of the fields, by the way, these are referred to as the fields. So you'd have the ID field, the first name field, and then last name field, and so on. So the columns, we refer to them where you'll hear the term field. Then you'll also hear the term record. So you'd say this is record 1 or record 2 or record. The record is, think of it as the row here. So you have more than one piece of information related to a record. So you have, for example, first name, last name, address, and so on related to that specific customer. Here, this would be the field name. So right now it says ID. So we could change that to say customer ID. The type here for customer ID, it needs to be a number. So notice under the data type, this is an auto number. That means that when it goes to the next customer, it'll go so from customer 1 to number 2, number 3, number 4 automatically. The data type for each one of those fields typically has to be specified. The next one, it's asking us to what type do we want to make this next field here. So the next field here, we are going to make it text, and this will be first name. Then the next one, we're going to make this field type as well, short text here, and then we're going to call this last name. And then the third field, we are going to make this, let's say, the street address, and this will be text as well. The next field here, it will be city, and then the next state, and then the next one zip. Now the zip code, we want that probably as a number field, and then the next one, you can pick whatever other field that you're going to utilize, but take note here that it can be various other fields. So it could be, for example, a date field when they signed up to be your customer and such. Or you can have an attachment for this customer,
or you could be able to post a hyperlink field as well. So in this case, we are going to create a field here for attachment, and that would be, for example, for the picture for that customer or various other fields. Basically, this step, it's referred to as the designing this table. So we are defining how the fields are going to be formatted. If we are done with the design at this point, we could do a couple of things at this stage. We could either enter the data directly from this table and by the way, the data that you enter from now on, from this point on, it has to be matching the type that you defined a moment ago. For example, the zip code has to be a number. It can't have letters in there and things of that nature. The other thing to keep in mind is that the data typically, for now we're going to enter it here directly into the table, but typically it's not entered from the table itself. It's typically entered from the form of the database, and we'll learn about this shortly as well. Let's enter just one record here for the sake of testing. And then if we go to the next record, notice it entered the customer ID automatically. So the concepts so far that we covered in this session, keep in mind when you define those fields, you need to specify the data type, and it's very important to think it through as to all the fields that you want in a table when you're designing your database. So then you want to make sure that all the fields that you'd want in that particular table, they are included in there. You can add them later as well, but it causes complications. It's best to think it over initially. The other thing is that you need to consider categorizing the data accordingly in various categories, and then these categories, they become your tables. So for example, you want to make sure that, let's say, customer information, anything related to the customer, such as the address, the preferences, and mailing address, and that type of thing, you want to keep it in one table. Then anything related to orders, you want to keep it on the order table. Anything related to payments, you would keep it in the payments table. Anything that you want to keep related to inventory, you want to keep it in an inventory table. And even the inventory could have all kinds of subtables as well. The key there is to categorize information in major categories. Those categories become at least a table of some sort. And then you define the data type for each field here. And then you have to make sure that whatever you enter in that field, you want to make sure that it matches that type of data. Also remember, as you design your database, you need to have some kind of a key differentiator between the records in your table. So for example, if you had two customers named as Hubert Sims and such, you want to make sure that how do they differ? And the way to differ from one customer, from one record to another, is by assigning them something unique. For example, a customer ID, a unique customer ID. And those are typically referred to, that becomes your primary key. The primary key, again, that is what will differentiate between two records. Once we are done with designing our first table here, you'll click on Close here on the top right of this table, and now it will ask us to give it a name to save the design for this table. It will actually save the design along with the data that we just entered. And now notice here under the tables list here on the left hand side, we have customers information. Now to open this up, you simply double click on it and you'll be able to view it and enter new records in there as well if you need it. To change the design, you could simply click here to add additional fields. Or another method to change the data and change the design for this table is also by using the design view. So notice here under the Home tab we have View, and there are a couple of views. There's a data sheet view, what we currently are seeing and utilizing, and then you also have the design view. Let's click here on Design View, and this is a more sophisticated way. It's a little bit more
complicated if you're not used to working with databases, but yet it's actually a lot more powerful and a lot more useful. So here, what you can do is basically you can modify the structure of this table. On the left-hand side, you have the field name, which is the column for each column in that table that we saw earlier. So we could change the names here, or we could change the data type as well. If you have a lot of data in your table and you go and tinker and manipulate the data type, you might most likely get an error message. So keep that in mind as you design your tables, to try to do it as best as possible in the beginning, whether it's the data type, the layout of the fields, and such. Now from here, from the design view, like I mentioned earlier, you can change the data type. So you can say, okay, under the state, I want that instead of 255 characters, I want that to be only the 2-digit abbreviated version of it, or you can make it 40 characters long, or whatever the length of the field there, so you can define the field. You can also change the format and the mask and all kinds of default values, and you can control all kinds of additional settings here. So I'm not going to go into the more fancier options here, but for the big picture, you can change the structure from the datasheet view, or you can change it from the design view from here. Notice as well that you can change the order of those fields by holding down the mouse, and you can move one field above the other one as well and change the order of those fields. To add new ones, you can add them here in the bottom. And then you have to define the data type as well. So for example, this is a field for comments, so this would be long text. So you want to make sure here that the user can enter enough text. I believe that would be 64,000 characters that it will accept in that field when you start typing on it. Once you're done with any of the design changes, now we click on close here, and it's going to save the structure. Typically this save option, it takes place only when we change the structure of it. So one of the concepts here is that if you change the structure of your table and the design of it, then it's going to ask you and prompt you to save it. However, if you're simply entering data, the data is saved automatically into your database. So that's another concept to understand when using databases. The other thing is that databases are designed to be used by multiple users at the same time. So once you have finalized your design, you can have 10 users, 15 users, 50 users, or however many users access and update the table at the same time and work on the same file, the same database at the same time. So those are some of the very basic concepts on getting started with an Access database and an Access table. Now this is not all. Next we are going to enter some more data into this table, and then we're going to create a query, we're going to create a form, and then we're going to create a quick report with just one table. And then furthermore, so stay tuned, we're going to create multiple tables, and we're going to link those tables together, and then we're going to utilize the more intermediate functions in Access databases and using Microsoft Access. So stay tuned. In this brief video, we're going to learn how to add additional fields to a table in an Access database, and then we're going to learn how to create queries, how to create forms, and how to create a report based on a table in our database. Stay tuned, we're going to also learn later how to create multiple tables in a database and how to link those tables together and utilize additional functions in Microsoft Access 2016. So we have our table that we designed earlier, and now we want to add, let's say, to make a small change. As I had mentioned earlier, you don't want to make too many changes after data has been entered in the table,
but this is just for demonstration purposes. So to enter a new field, we could do it a couple of ways here. We could either click here on click to add and then choose a type of field that we want to add, or we can go here under view and then choose the design view. So design view, it's this next one. Now we scroll all the way to the bottom here, and then let's say we want to state whether this is a new customer or not. So it's going to be a yes or no field. So we say new customer, and then we want to change this on the drop down here to be yes or no. What the system is going to do there is going to allow us to put a check mark, basically have a checkbox. Once we have tweaked that, you can add additional fields in there. By the way, you have here under description in the design view, you have an area where you can actually put notes, design notes for you as a designer of this database. So you could say, additionally, you can go up further for any of those fields and such. As we covered very briefly in the last session, each table needs to have a primary key. And the primary key can be a number field, it could be anything, but it has to be something. Typically it's a number and an auto number, something that increases, or some kind of code, and it is what differentiates one record from another. So if you have two people with the same name and the same address, then in order to differentiate them, the best way would be to simply assign them a new ID or to have different IDs. So the primary key typically in the database design here, since we are in this view, it's represented with this little golden key. If you wanted to change it to a different field and make that the primary key, you can. However, it has to be the right kind of field. If you changed it to this one, then that means that there can be no two people with the same name on that table. So you want to make sure that you set the primary key on the correct field. And that's why typically it's an ID or something, a number that is generated by either the system or you assign it manually, but that number has to be unique. So I'm going to make this back as the primary key. And now let's suppose that we are done with the design here. We can click on close, save the design changes, and now let's learn how to create a form. Forms typically are utilized for entering data. You could enter the data in here, but if you have a lot of fields here or those columns and you have a lot of data, first it would be very dangerous to delete records that you're not supposed to delete, but secondly it's not the most user-friendly interface to enter new data. So therefore what we can do here is we can go under the Create tab, and you want to create what's called a form. The forms, you can create them from scratch, you can design them from here, or you can use the form wizard. And I'd recommend that you utilize the form wizard. It's much simpler, much easier to do this. Go under form wizard here, and basically the way it works is that you tell the system which table you want to use. In our case, we have only one table here, so then you pick here what fields you want to include in that form. By the way, you can design multiple forms based on the same table. You're basically saying, I want to feed data only for first name, last name, and address, and you give access to a specific individual to just utilize that form, while other individuals may have access to update more areas of your database. So here, we are just picking the fields that we want. You can pick them one at a time, or you can simply add all the fields in one shot here by clicking on this double arrow icon and then click on Next. Then you can choose how you want your form to be displayed and organized, and you can play with this on your own, but typically columnar is basically going to go up and down in a sequence basically. Then click on Next, and then you give it a name. And then it says open the form to view or enter the information, or open to modify the design even further. So in our case here, we are simply going to click on Finish. Notice it has designed our form for us to enter the data. So notice it's displaying the first record that we had entered already in our table. Now, you might say, what about this field file 1, file 2, file 3? This is because we chose one of the fields to have attachments, and these are just the attachment fields here. Also keep in mind that you can design this form, and we'll learn about changing the design of forms later as well. But for now, we're just learning about the basic concept of how forms work in a database and how they relate to tables. So stay tuned for the other functionality there. So in our case here, the form here serves to display information that is already stored in the tables, or it also serves for us to enter new records and add new customers here. So if I click here, add a new blank record, we leave the customer ID alone here, and then we just fill in the information. Now notice that it's not quite lined up properly and all that type of thing. I'll show that in a moment, how to readjust the size of those. And then you basically just fill in the information. If we go to the next record, it's stored what we just entered, and then you can just create a new one and keep on doing this. So typically, it's the forms that your assistant is going to use to enter data and look up information. Typically, your users do not really need to touch the tables and entering data and such, because the system will enter the data using the forms. So hopefully you get the idea there. Now, if I'm to go here to my table, by the way, you need to close any of those other things that you might have opened here in the main area. And we open the table here. Notice that I have now Jim Smith, my new customer that I entered manually, or that I entered through the form. So again, the forms are very similar to the input function in the computer. And you utilize them to view what's stored in the table and to store new data in the table. Now, to modify this form, just very briefly here, you can click here under View and then choose Layout View, and you can kind of just simply resize this stuff if you need it to. So this is one way to resize it or to adjust the design of it. It's somewhat simpler. The other method to modify the view of this form is by clicking here on View, just like we used the Design view to modify the design of the table. We can use the Design view to modify the design of our form here. So if we click on Design view, now it becomes a little bit more complicated and such. That's why I said that the other method was slightly simpler. Here is where you can change in a more precise way the design of this. So here you could actually go and say, instead of first name without the space there, you could simply go ahead and change it, put the space in there. You can format that to be in bold, and you could change the design of those fields and such. Additionally, from this view, and it's not time for us to learn about it, but if you needed to, it's these second fields here, the ones in white, that are basically connecting. So you don't want to change this wording here to put it a space. That's the code that it links to the table, because basically it's saying it's going to pull from that first name field on the actual table. So you don't want to change these. If you right click in here, and unfortunately I cannot display it here for you to view it, but if you go to Properties in the bottom, because of my recording, the way I have the recording of the screen, and notice that the control source, it says here, so it's pulling the data from the customer information table, and it's pulling from the field first name. So this is more complicated, but just for your information, you don't want to change this second area here. Then once you're all set here, we can close this, save the changes to it. And then if we go back to our form, notice first name here, it's in bold and such. So hopefully this makes sense on how the forms relate to the tables in an Access database. Now let's create a quick query here and see how queries work in a very basic way. So if we go here to our table and we click on Create,
And now we go here under the query wizard. And the way queries work is basically you can connect to a table and you are saying list all the customers from that table, or list only the customers from a specific zip code or a specific city or a specific state. So you're putting criteria within that query or that question. So basically you're simply asking a question. Give me limited information based on this specific criteria. So here, let's say we want the first name, last name, and then the street address and the city and a zip code. Then we click on next, and then it says customer information query. Click on finish, and notice we got only what we requested. So we have first name, it's listing all the customers by first name, by last name, street address, city, and zip. The concept to keep in mind here is that there is no data stored within this query itself. The data is still stored in the table. The query just stores the parameters of what our criteria is. So to run this query, all you have to do is you double click here on the query and it pulls the data right away. If we were to go and change specific data here for a specific customer, let's say we had a fourth customer here, and I'm entering this using the form. Now if I go and run this query, notice I have customer 4 listed here. So the idea is that you can create as many queries as you want, whatever options that you want. You know, the manager might say, I need a query, I need to know how many sales you did today. So you could say, okay, give me all the customers, give me all the items that were sold, but based on a specific day of the week or such. So that's very briefly the queries. If you needed to change, and we'll learn how to modify the queries, so just check the next tutorial on customizing and working with queries in a database. Now next in this session we are going to learn how to create a report. Reports in a database are a key element as well. It's very similar to outputting information. You want to print it out, particularly it's to organize the data in a certain way. It's very similar to queries, but the queries are displaying the data in a very Excel-like worksheet here. The reports are designed to look nicer so that you can print them out and hand them over to somebody. So to create a report, again, you'd go under the Create option here, or the Create tab, and then you want to go under Reports, and my suggestion would be that you utilize the Report Wizard. So here you're picking what table you want to pull the report from. Notice that you can pull a report from queries as well. So the reports are built from tables or from queries. So whenever you build a report on the query, the report is actually going to that query and pulling the data. So for now we're going to use it directly from the table. And then we say I want the customer ID, let's say, the first name, last name, and the street address, and whatever else that you want here, zip code and such. And then we click on Next. Now at this stage we have the option Next, and then we can choose how to sort those customers, let's say by first name or by last name or by customer ID, and you can put different searching options here or sorting options. Click on Next, click on Finish, and now notice here we have the report called Customer Information. Notice it's slightly more visually pleasing here, and you can also adjust the design of this very similar to how we did earlier for other components here. So we can go and adjust the design by going to the Layout view and then resize those fields accordingly. Now typically the numbers here, this number sign, that means that it does not fit in that field, so you need to still resize this. Or the other method here to adjust the design of this is by going here under View and then go under Design View. So again, the concept is whether you want to change the design of the tables, the forms, or the queries or reports, you have the different views that you can change the design of them. And particularly you want to use the design view for designing any of those components of the database. Now when we are done with this report, we close it. Since we tinkered with the design here, just click on Save to save it. Close the other elements as well. And then go here under Customer Information. This is our report. And that's the data that it's pulling from the table here. So hopefully all this makes sense in how a database or a very basic database with one table works, and how the various elements of the database, particularly those key 4 components, there are other components that you add as well, such as macros and things of that nature, but these are the main key components of a database that you utilize typically. Now in this session we are going to learn how to create additional tables in our Microsoft Access database. Typically an Access database or any database out there will have more than one table, and you can have hundreds and thousands of tables depending on how big your database is. For this tutorial you should have access to a link to download the working files. The working file is a zip file here. And what you need to do is you need to double click on it after you have downloaded it, and then you want to click on Extract All. Once you extract them all, take note where it's going to extract this stuff. Click on Extract here, and then you'll see 3 files in there. So we'll utilize those 3 files to build an Access database, or to basically build 3 additional tables by importing the data from those files. In order for us to get a better understanding of how Microsoft Access works, if we had to enter the data manually, it would take us a very long time. So we're going to build 3 tables. One of them is going to be based on customers, like the contact information for our customers. The next one is listing the contracts for those customers, and then a third table is going to be the invoices. So stay tuned how we do this with the next session here. Keep in mind that this data, it's 2 of those pieces of data are in Microsoft Excel, so it looks like this, and you can have that data in Microsoft Excel already in a system of some sort. So basically we have the customer, the company, first name, last name, and the information related to the customer. Notice the customer ID here is a unique number. Then the next one, the contract list. Notice you have the contract number, the customer ID, you have the contract amount. It's another Excel spreadsheet. And then you also have this invoices list, and I have this on purpose here as a text file because you can import data from a CSV file or a comma separated values file, and this is what that would look like. So you have the different values here, the invoice, and all the fields are separated by commas. That's why it's CSV, because of the comma separated values. And then notice that each value here, it's in quotes. So we'll learn about how to import this into Microsoft Access database and create 3 tables from these. So in this session, we're going to learn how to create tables in an Access database by importing the data from another system. We'll import the actual data and also the design for the tables in one shot from those systems to save us time. You can import the data into an existing table in Microsoft Access as long as the fields, these columns, and also the data type matches from the external file with your current design in Microsoft Access. Since we are starting here, understanding the concepts here and using Microsoft Access, we're going to bring both the design, because I hope you understand how to design the table and the fields and such by what we have covered so far in our tutorial. If you wanted to do this on your own and such, what you'd have to do, basically design a table. If you wanted to bring it into an existing design, you'd have to take, let's say, the customer list, and when you design your table in Microsoft Access, when you go to those fields here in the design view, those fields have to match. So you have customer ID here from your Excel file or external system. It needs to match along with the data type. Then you'd have to have another field in here called company, and you'd have to create that. Then first name, last name, telephone number, street address, all of those have to be in exactly the same order if you're going to use an existing table in Microsoft Access. In our case, we are not going to use the existing table, so we're going to create a new table by importing the data from an external data file. So here's how it works. We go here under external data, and then since we know that our data file was an Excel file, we can go here under Excel, and then we go and locate that file that we extracted earlier from the working files. So we go here under Browse, go under the working files, and notice we have here customer list. Click on Open, and then here we want to import the source data into a new table in our current database. If we wanted to add just the data, then we'll choose the append option here to just simply add it to the existing table. You can also link it to an external table or external data there as well, but that's beyond the scope of this tutorial for now. So we are going to click on Import Data to create a new table. We click OK here, and then it says Show the worksheet. So this is our worksheet. This is what's in that table. Then we click on Next, and then this is very important. This is where a lot of users get lost. So we want to choose here the first row contains the headings. So the first row in our Excel spreadsheet had, for example, the field names, customer ID, company, field name, last name. So this is just that label. That's what we are telling the system that that's what that is. Then we click on Next. And then here we say you can now specify about each item that you're imported. Select the fields below. And do you want to allow duplicates, yes or no? Now, typically in a database, for example, for the customer ID, we don't want to allow duplicates. So you'd say no duplicates. In our case, we're just bringing this to play with so that we minimize any issues, and we'll just leave it alone. Now, the data type here, it says that it's going to be short text. Typically, you want to make sure that your customer ID, it's actually a number field. So we can change that at this point and say the number, so it would be, typically it would be a double here that you choose the data type and such. For the sake of keeping it simple, I'm going to leave this as short text. Then we click on Next. Now it says, do you want to choose the primary key? Notice it's trying to create a new one for you. You could create this manually or automatically here. The system will create it for you. Or you can go and say, no, I'll use my own key because I already have the customer ID here. However, keep in mind, it cannot have two records with the same customer ID. So you need to be sure that the data that you're bringing in from an external system to create this new database, it actually does not have any duplicates in it. Then we click on Next here. So our name for this table, we'll call it Customers. And then simply click on Finish. Notice we can save the steps if we want it, but we don't really need to save at this point. We click on Close. And now you have another table here, and if you double click on it, you have all of those customers. There are 38 of them that it brought from that table. Notice that the table now it has the field names on the very top here, and it also has the various fields, such as the email field and all that type of thing. If you needed to create additional fields, then you simply can go here under the Home tab, and you could go and add a new field. So if you wanted, for example, a field called comments, it's going to add it, and then you choose the type here. So we're going to make the comments field to be a long text here. And then we close the design. And now if we go back to customers, you'll notice that you have another field called comments. So that's how you create a table by importing the data from an Excel file. Let's create another table, a contacts table. So again, we go here under external data, we go under Excel, and then we choose the file that we want to import. We're actually going to get the contract list. We're going to create a new table along with a structure for that table from your external data file, from our Excel file, and then we click OK. Go next here. We tell it that the first row has the actual information. Next. Then the contract number. Right now we are choosing to allow duplicates, but typically you don't want to, because this is going to be our primary key, the unique identifier for each record here. And we're going to leave it alone for now. Then we click on next. Then you want to make sure that you're choosing your own primary key and you're making the contract number as the primary key for here. Then we click on next, and then we just say this is going to be called the contracts table. Click on finish, click on close, and now if we close this, we'll have contracts and customers. And notice there are 65 contracts at this point. And then we also have the customers. Now in this next session, we're going to learn how to import data or how to create a table by importing data from a CSV file. In this session, we're going to learn how to create a third table, including the structure, from a CSV file in Microsoft Access. So we have here this invoices list. We're going to create a table called invoices, and that data we imported from some kind of system out there that's comma separated values. So to create a new table, we go here under external data, and we want to import the data from a text file. So we click on next here, locate wherever our file is, and notice it's under my working files, and this would be also in your working files if you expanded it. We choose invoices list, we click on open, then click OK, and then we want to tell the system here that this is a delimited type of data file, which the values are separated by a comma. And you'll know that when you receive the file from whatever system there, it'll typically be a CSV file. Then we click on next, and then we want to tell the system that this is a comma separated values. So the values here for each column, they are separated by a comma. I'll go next again, so we choose comma, and then notice here it says first row contain the field name. So make sure you select this one. If you skipped it, go back and try to follow it. So we want comma, first row contains the field names, click on next, and then we leave these the way they are for now. Click on next. Then make sure you choose your own primary key, and the invoice number is going to be the primary key. Next, and then this is going to be invoices. And then click on finish. So now we have an additional table here. In this new table, it's called invoices. Notice one key aspect here. If we go to customers, we have here customer ID. This will be our primary key for this table. So even if we went over here under design view, notice customer ID has this golden key here. So that's our unique identifier for this table. Now, if you go to another table here, so if we go, for example, to contracts, and open this up and go under design view, notice that contract number is the unique identifier for this table. Anytime you're designing a new table, that table has to have some kind of unique identifier or primary key. Now notice as well here that this table also has another field called customer ID. And the customer ID here, we saw it that it was the primary key for the customers table that we saw earlier. So it was on this one. What that means is that for the table contracts, the primary key is contract number. That's the main differentiator. And now customer ID is what's called a foreign key. Basically, it will give us the option to link customer ID from this table to the customers table with customer ID field. So the concept there is that in a database, in a relational database, the tables are linked together, one to another and such, using primary and foreign keys. The The foreign key is the common field between two tables. It's that field that is the secondary, it's not the primary key on that second table. So for example, here we are saying we have a contract with this number, but then this contract is associated with a customer of a specific number. So if we go here under, for example, customer 1105, and we go here under contracts, and we see 11005, that's saying that this contract 3033 belongs to customer 11005. The concept to remember is when you're designing this, you need to design also for foreign keys, the common field that will connect one table to the other. And we'll learn how to connect those tables in a moment here. Now, even if you went here under invoices, you'll notice that the invoices has an invoice number, that's a primary key, but then you have a contract number which will eventually connect to the contract number here from the contracts table. And in the invoices table, so the primary key is this one, but then this is the foreign key for this table. So primary keys and foreign keys are two very important concepts that play an important role when you're designing the database because they'll need to be linked together. And that's what we'll learn in the next session here. We'll learn how to link the tables using the primary keys and the foreign keys. In this session, I will demonstrate how to link tables in Microsoft Access database in Access 2016, or how to define the relationships between tables in Access 2016. So a relational database like Microsoft Access 2016, it requires that the tables are linked. And typically, the key component for linking tables in a database is the proper design of the tables to start with. And typically what you want to do is that you want to have the primary keys and the foreign keys properly defined in the tables. Before I further explain this, I'm going to clean up our database here. So I'm going to first delete this table that has nothing to do with what we are planning to do in the next couple minutes here. I'm going to delete these queries as well. By the way, you don't want to do this on a real database unless you're sure that you want to delete these. And at this point, we have three tables. So we have the customers table, we have the invoices table, and the contracts table. To learn how we did this, please refer to the previous tutorial. We have the primary key for customer ID. This is the primary key for this table. And then under contracts, we have the primary key being the contract number. And then the foreign key, it's the customer ID, which is supposed to match with the customer ID, which is the primary key on the customers table. And then the same way under invoices, we have the invoice number, which is the primary key for the invoices table, but then the contract number, which is the foreign key in this case, goes to match with the primary key of the contracts table. So as you design the database, you need to factor in and plan on what the foreign keys are going to be and how the tables are going to be linking with one another when it comes time to link them. And this has to be done during the design process. Now at this stage, we need to close the tables. And then the next thing that we need to do here is we need to go here under Table Tools, and then we're going to define the relationships. So we go here under Relations, and then we choose to add the Customers table, we choose to add the Contracts table, and then the Invoices table, and then close this. Now notice, you can even organize them any way you want here. You want to organize them fairly logically if you can, so that you see the structure depending on how you organized your database. To link those tables together, notice we have here customer ID from the customers table, and we have the foreign key here under contracts for the contracts table. So what you do is you click on customer ID from the main table and you drag it and you hold the mouse directly on customer ID on the contracts table here. And then you let it go. Now at this point, notice it's saying it's going to use the customers table, linking to customer ID in the contracts table. It's going to be a relationship of one-to-many. What that means is that you can have one customer with multiple contracts, and that's hopefully what you want. If you have a small business, you want multiple contracts from the same customer. You could also enable here what's called referential integrity. I'm not going to check it for now to keep this simple, but that means that if you deleted a customer, you're probably never going to have that customer again. Then you want to delete also their contracts. That's what their referential integrity is. It's going to do a cascade update and cascade delete. If you remove the main source, it's going to remove the items that follow with it. If a student drops from college, you want to drop also the courses and things of that nature. Then here we click on Create, and notice that you have a line between the two. The next thing that you want to do then is, notice now we have the contracts primary key here could link with the foreign key from the invoices table. So we want to say from invoices here, we want to drag this to the foreign key from the invoices table. Again, the same idea, contract number to contract number, one-to-many relationships. That means that you can have multiple invoices for the same contract. That's what that means. And by the way, you can move this however it makes most sense to you. If for some reason you chose the wrong thing, notice that they have to match here. Customer ID has to be under customer ID. It can't be linked to a different field. If for some reason you had it improperly matched there, you can right click or select it once, and then you can choose either edit relationship or simply delete. And then if you want to delete it, you say yes, and then now it's disconnected. And then you can redo it again. So you just drag here customer ID to customer ID, and then click on Create again, and now you'd have it the way you wanted it. Once you're all set with this, you need to click on Close, and that's where the system is going to save these links between the tables, because unless these tables are linked together, we cannot get data from one table to the other. And when we link these tables through this relationship, that we can actually go and say, I want, for example, a query here or a report of some sort, that I want the first name, last name, and then I want the contract number, and then I want the amount and the date and the contract type. That's when you can kind of cross and pull the data from multiple systems. Then we click here on Close, and then it's going to ask us to save the relationship. Here we say yes, and now the relationship has been defined, and now we can actually create queries, we can create reports, we can create forms to pull data from multiple tables here. So this is where the beauty of Microsoft Access actually takes place. Let's very briefly learn, just for the sake of testing at this point, how to create a quick query on pulling data from 2 or more tables just before I finish this section, so that you get an understanding of how the relationship connection here between the tables, what the advantage is. So if we were to look here at customers, notice I have the customers table, but I don't really have any contract information for this customers table. And if I go to contracts, I have only contract information, but I don't really have any customer information other than this ID. So now what we want to do is we want to pull the customer information and the contract information and have it displayed a certain way. So here's how it works. You go here under Create, and then you go under Query Wizard. And then we click on OK. And then we want to pull here first from the table customers. Notice that we have 3 choices where we can choose from. So we choose customers, and then now it's just a matter of whatever we want here. So we say, I want the first name, the last name, and then let's say I'm interested now from that table, I'm interested on only these 2 fields. The next thing that I want is I want to go under contracts, and then I want to pull here the contract number. I want to pull the contract amount. I don't care for the customer ID because I know I have their first and last name already. And then I want to see the date and the type of the contract. So notice it's about 6 fields here from 2 tables. Now I click on Next, and then click on Next again. And now we give it a meaningful name. So whenever you're defining the queries, you want to define it with a meaningful name. Contracts by first and last name. Click on Finish. And now notice that we have a new query created, and now we have the data, first name and last name, and then contract number, and then the amounts, the date, and the type. So notice, so we pulled the data from 2 tables. From here you can create all kinds of other things, whether it's reports or new queries or forms, and we'll cover those in the next few sessions. One other thing before I finalize this session, and I should have mentioned it earlier, is that in order for you to link those tables correctly, you need to make sure that the fields that are going to be linked through the relationship are of the same data type. And this is where a lot of users get frustrated because this does not work. What that means is that on the customers table, when you go to design your table, you need to make sure if that is a number field, if it's numbers, you need to make sure that this customer ID over here on the next table in the foreign key, it's actually a number field as well. It's the same type of field. Again, here, the contract number on this table, in the contracts table, that needs to match exactly the same data type formatting. Otherwise, they will not link and you'll get errors on your linking. And more concretely, you can see that in my case, if I go here to design view for the customers table, I have it under customer ID, I have it a short text field. Typically, it's not going to be a short text. You want that to be a number, an auto number typically. I'm not going to change it right now, but typically it's an auto number and needs to match number and auto number. They can be used as one type of data, so that's fine. But you just need to be sure they match. So in my case, I have short text here. And if I go to my next table under contracts, if you look for my customer ID here, it's going to be short text as well. That's why I didn't run into any problems. So those can be numbers or auto numbers, but they have to match on both corresponding tables. Remember that in your design, and it will save you a lot of frustration. So that's how defining the relationships in an Access database works. And it's one of the key aspects of designing a database successfully. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a compound form to input data between 2 or more tables in Access 2016. So once we have linked the tables and defined the relationships in a database, then you can do a lot of wonderful things and you can enjoy working with Microsoft Access. And now we have linked those tables together and we have defined the relationships to basically create a form. Forms, they can be created either on an individual table. For example, if I go here under Create and I go under Form Wizard here, and let's say I want customers and I want to create a new form for all my customers, click on Next, and then Next, and then Next again. So there's my form for the customers. So this is a simple form in Microsoft Access. To create a compound form, and by the way, the form now has been saved here under Forms, Customers, go under Create here, go under Form Wizard, and then we choose Customers. Let's say I want everything from my customers table, and then I want also data from our contracts table. And here under the contracts, I want to make sure I have the contract number. I don't need the customer ID because it's going to be in the customers table. Then I want the contract amount, and then the signing date, and then the type as well. And then click on Next. At this point, it asks us, how do you want to organize the data?
We want to see basically, since our customers are going to have more than one contract, it's a one-to-many relationship, we want to organize it by customer. So we have customer 1, and then you can see 3 or 4 contracts, customer 2, 1 contract or 5 contracts or 15 contracts or whatever they have. And then we leave everything else alone here and then click on next. Then here we click on next again, and then we give it a name. So we could actually say contracts by customer, and then click on finish. By the way, make sure you give a meaningful name there. And now at this point, notice what happens here. So you have the customer on the top here, their customer information, but then right below this customer, we also have the orders or the contracts. You could go and add new contracts if you wanted here, so you could have and such. So now for this customer, we have a new contract created as well. So basically, at this point, your assistant can use it to look up customers and their information, or you can use it to update the new contracts or new orders related to that customer or your customers. Notice you have also these controls here, so you can go from one customer to the next. So you go next here, and by the way, you'd have to adjust this. So if you click here on customer, on the customer area, now we can go from one customer to the next and so on. If we want to go from one order to the other and add new orders, you have also those controls for this subform. This form here is a mechanism to enter new data, view data. You have the main form, which is contracts by customer, but then right below it, you have the subform, which is pulling from the contracts table. So we have the data from 2 tables being displayed at the same time. And then you have the main controls for the main table over here, and you can create new records as well if you need it by using this button right here. And then in the bottom here, you have the actual orders or the contracts for the customers. To update data in here, whether you want to change to add new comments, or whether you want to add new forms or new customers from here. Now remember, all the data that we enter from here, it actually goes and gets stored in the actual tables. So if we go here under customers, we should have this new customer that we just entered earlier. So that's how compound forms work and how you create them and update them and use them. In the next session, I'm going to show you how to customize the form in Microsoft Access 2016. Earlier in this tutorial, I created a form called Contracts by Customer. This is what it looks like so far, and the purpose of this session is how to customize this form. There are 3 different views for customizing anything in Microsoft Access. Here on the left-hand side, you have the layout view, and then you have also the design view. One thing that you can do definitely is you can customize this and make it smaller or bigger or however you want to resize this. So let's say you want to make the text there formatted slightly different, and you have the formatting tools. And basically change it however you want, very similar to Microsoft Word. Now the next thing that you might want to do here is that you don't really need this customer ID data so big and such, so you can resize it, and we are doing this by using the layout view. The next one is go through each field here and customize this to your liking. Additionally, you can change the formatting for this so it will be a little bit easier to read. You want to make sure that you adjust only the stuff here on the left and not elsewhere. And basically you're formatting this to whatever you want. So you're customizing it to your liking. Since we are formatting this and changing the layout view, notice that we have the form layout tools. These are the contextual tools related to this form in Microsoft Access. We have these different tabs here that you can change and tweak and such. But one of the cool things here is that you can apply themes instead of you spending all afternoon tweaking this and changing this. Probably the width of these fields, customize them manually here. As far as the colors and such, what you could do is you can go and simply apply one of those themes.
So you pick from one of those themes here, and notice it's going to change the design, whether it's the font or whether it's other components related to this form. So pick one of those themes and then further adjust it. And then notice that you have also various color schemes here that you can apply. Didn't change too much, but you get the idea. And then you can apply also the different fonts as well. So that's one way to customize this. If you wanted to tinker and insert images and such, you can utilize this, and you add logos and such. And then you could click here under Property Sheet, and this tells us where this field is linked to. It controls the linking to the table itself. So for example, right here it says that it's linked to the comments field on the customers table. And then notice there are lots of controls here that you can change. Typically you don't want to tinker with this or to change this to something different, because then it will break that link and then the data will not be updated. This is one way to customize this form. The next way to customize it is going into the design view, and this is another mechanism. So I'm going to save these changes first. This is a little bit more in depth. It shows the data where it's linked behind the scenes with what fields, and you can line things exactly the way you want them appropriately and all that type of thing. Notice that you can change here colors and alternate rows and background image and all that type of thing, and the fill and all that type of stuff. That is more advanced. You can resize stuff, move things around if you needed to. But in a nutshell, that's how you customize it. You customize it by going through these different views that we just went over here. Once you're all set with the design and such, then you can close your design, save the changes, and then open it up again. It should have applied the changes that we made earlier. You want to make this forms as nicely as you can so that your staff that is utilizing these forms is actually using them effectively, and also it's pleasant and easy for them to enter the data. Keep in mind that you can create more than one form based on the data. So if one of your assistants needs access to only a couple pieces of data here, then you create a form specifically for them. And for others, you create a more complete form and such. So hopefully that makes sense and that it was helpful. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to search for specific records by a specific field via a form in a Microsoft Access database, particularly in Access 2016. So supposedly this is our form here, and we have contracts by customer. And now your assistant is keeping track of your customers and also keeping track of orders and such. And now a new customer called. And how can she pull up the information for a new customer? So you can pull up the information by using a variety of methods here, by using any of these fields. All that the assistant would have to do is click on a field, let's say searching by customer ID. She simply needs, or he needs to simply click on the field here, click on find, and then type the customer number. So for example, 11040, then click on find next. And then notice we have that specific customer in here. The other thing that you can do, or she could do it, or anyone could do here, is searching, let's say, by first name or by some other field. So I'm going to go back here and let's say by first name, you can click on the field there and then choose Michael. Find, and you can have this over here as well, and there is Michael Ingram. Phone number and information related to that specific user. Then you can find additional ones if needed as well. So notice there are 2 records with that. You can also filter the records by a specific field. So let's say you wanted all the records to be displayed, the customers that start with the name, first name Michael. So you can select it here and go under filter, and then notice you have all the different options here. So you can simply uncheck them all and then pick what you want here. So let's say Michael. And unfortunately, it's beyond the recording area here, but you get the idea. It's going to be Michael or whatever. But let's say Jessica here. I'm not sure that there is more than one Jessica, but let's say Jessica and John, and then I'm going to uncheck Michael here. Now notice there are 3 filtered results that showed up here, and we can go from one to the other So there were 2 customers with the name John here. Keep in mind, whenever you have filtered stuff, it's going to display only what you filtered by, and then this field right here where it says filtered, it's going to be highlighted there. You can do that with any of those fields by either searching and finding records from up here, or by filtering from this option over here. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create queries from multiple tables in an Access database. We'll create those queries using the query wizard, and then in the next session we are going to do the advanced query method. In order for us to create queries from multiple tables, we need to first make sure that the tables have been linked via these relationships here. So you can check that from the database tools and then relationships, and you should see these links. And notice here that we have the customers table, which is linked to the contracts table. So let's say that we want to create a listing, or a query as the technical term is, of the customer ID, the first name, last name, street address, and then the city, zip, state. And then we want to also list the contract information for these customers. So here's how we do that. We'll close this first, and now we go here under Create, and then we go under Query Wizard, and then click on OK. And then we are going to go first to Customers. We're going to pick Customer ID, first name, last name, street address, city, zips. And then we go to the next table. Here we go under Contracts, and then we'll pick up the contract number, and then the amount, date, and type. Then we click on Next, and then click on Next again, and then here we could have some kind of meaningful name, and then Finish. Notice at this point we have the list with the data that we requested, customer, first name, last name, and such, and the data has been pulled from both tables. So that is creating a query using the query wizard. You could do also the similar thing as well if we save this. Now we can go and create one for invoices. So let's say we want to see the contracts and how many invoices remain to be paid. So we go here under Query Wizard, and then go under Simple Query Wizard again, and we can do this with 2 other tables. So we can go under Contracts, we can get the contract number, and then we can go under Invoices, and then pick the invoice number, the date, and whether it was paid or not, and then Next, and then give it a meaningful name, click on Finish, and here we have the contract number, the customer ID, the contract amount, date, the type, the invoice specific number, the date that the invoice was issued, and whether the invoice was paid. So next we are going to learn how to utilize the advanced queries in a database. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize the query design in Access 2016. So far in our Access tutorial, we have learned how to use the query wizard in defining and designing a query. But in most cases in Access 2016 and previous versions of Access, a more effective way to utilize queries and design queries is to use a query design. The way that works is that instead of you going through step by step and adding specific fields in a query, you can actually design this query using this method. So to utilize the query design, we click here on query design icon. And then the big idea here is that you pick the tables that you want to work with initially. So in our case here, the tables have been linked by using the relationship module that we saw earlier. And now we'll pick the tables that we want to utilize. And then click on OK. Typically the relationship looks like this. So we have customers, then we have contracts, then we have invoices. The way it works is that you have these tables here with all the different fields from each table. And you pick specific fields from each table and you're creating a new query. So for example, we want here first name, last name, and let's say the invoice number. And typically you can either double click on these fields that you want to add to the query down below, or you can simply drag these fields down here like we did a moment ago. If you double click on this asterisk sign, it will insert all the fields that are part of that table. Now here we want, for example, the invoice number, the contract number, and I'm double clicking at this point, the item, and the amount. And then we want also whether it was paid or not. Now let's assume that these are the fields that we want in our case. Now you can run this and see what it looks like. Notice you have the first name, last name. Actually, they are kind of backwards. You can readjust that. We can go back and readjust it. And we have invoices paid or not. If we want to tweak this query again, we go here under Design Mode and go into Design View and then tweak this again. So if we wanted, for example, first name to be first, simply drag this to the left. And once we move the fields the way we want or customize this view the way we want, then we can run this again. And now notice first name is in the beginning and then you have last name and so on. So that's how you briefly utilize the query design in Microsoft Access 2016 and Access Database. Notice as well, if we go back here to the design view, you can define the sorting order. You can define specific criteria, whether the criteria is either or different various criteria by various fields here. And that's what we'll learn next. And before I finalize it completely here, notice also there are additional parameters that you can utilize here, and we'll cover this shortly as well, such as the query builder and the totals field and such. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize criteria, how to define the criteria within a query in Microsoft Access 2016 using the query design. So here's how it works. Let's say we have this query here called invoices and contracts. Actually, we have not named this yet. It's query number 1. We go here under query design view. And now let's say that we wanted to see, for example, only the invoices that have not been paid. If we go under the invoices table and notice here that this is a yes or no field to enter a criteria, so we see only the invoices that have not been paid. We go here under the design view, and what we want to do is here under invoices paid, notice there is an option for criteria. There is a row here that we can put a criteria for this specific field. So we want to display only the invoices that have not been paid. In that case, we want to display those that meet the criteria for no. So we simply have to put no in there, and now click somewhere else outside of this area and then run this query. Now notice it's displaying only those that have not been paid. If we wanted to display the text here, whether yes or no or invoices paid or with the wording no next to it, just to be sure, we make sure that this check mark, and by the way, that should be there automatically. Make sure that it has the check mark right here. Now if we go and run it again, notice it says invoice paid no. And it's displaying only those. If we want to hide that field, we go back to the design view and then just take out the check mark and then run it again and it will not display it. So that's how you insert a criteria within a query using the query design. Now you can have multiple criteria as well. If we run this query right now, notice that there are invoices ranging from $1,000 to more than $30,000 here. So let's say we want to see only the invoices that have not been paid of greater than $10,000. So to insert that criteria, we go back to the query design here, and then under the amount, for the specific criteria, we want to put them so that both criteria would be met. We say greater than equal 10,000. And then click anywhere outside of this field and then run this. So we are saying we want the criteria, all of these fields, plus the amount needs to be greater than or equal to 10,000, and then the invoice needs to be not paid. We run this, and now notice we have all these invoices displayed. The other thing that we could do is we could sort this, and we can go back here to the design view again and customize this further. So under the sorting criteria, we say we want to sort this in descending order. We want to see the largest amounts first, followed by the smallest ones. So notice we are doing three things so far. Click on Run again, and now notice the $105,000 invoice comes first, and then the rest are following that. Then if we go back to the design view, we could even insert as many criteria as you want, and I hope you get the idea. So you could sort, for example, by a specific zip code or by a specific city and so on. Under city, for example, if I wanted to add an additional field and I want to insert it right there, just simply drag it in there, and then we could have various criteria. So right now I don't have any criteria by city, and if I run it, notice it's just going to display the city. But let's say that I want the city Lansing or Holland. So I want to display those two cities. Now in my case here, I can go back to the design view and I'll enter two criteria. So one of them will be Lansing. Now you have to type that correctly, and I can say or Holland. So it could be either one of them, and then run them. Notice it is displaying only the city Lansing or Holland, but then notice that the criteria is not quite what we were expecting earlier. Notice that we have 2,500, so it's no longer just 10,000 or more. The reason for that is because we have here in our criteria stating that the criteria could be Lansing greater than 10,000, an invoice is not paid, or anything from the city called Holland. So we either have to move this up here or utilize the criteria either or that we were using earlier. But then keep in mind that it's not going to apply. So we have to put them like this with the or here, and then the additional two criteria. Then we run it, and notice these are the only clients that have not paid their invoices yet with the greater than 10,000 balance, and only Lansing or Holland just for those two cities. So that's how the query design works with multiple criteria within the query. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the query design and also define calculated fields or have calculated fields as part of the query design. Let's assume that we have a bunch of customers, they have not paid their invoices, and we want to calculate a late fee. So part of our query, we want to display what the late fee calculation would be. So here's how we'll do that. We go here under the query design, and then first thing we need to pick the tables that we want to utilize. So let's say we want customers, then we want contracts, and then let's say we wanted the invoices. So I'm just going to list those three tables that we are utilizing at this point, but in reality I'm going to use only customers and invoices in this case. So we want the first name, I'm double clicking on them, last name, and then let's say you wanted the street address, city, state, and zip. And then we want also the invoice number, the date, the item, the amount, and then we want whether it was paid or not. I'm going to resize this. I'm just dragging it up so we can see this a little bit easier. And now if I go and run this query, notice it's going to display the data that we picked. However, it's not filtering yet, or it's not giving us only the unpaid invoices. To fix that, we go under Design View again, and then we go under Invoices, we say Not Paid. So whether it was paid, under the criteria, notice the criteria row here, we say no. Now, the next thing that we want to do, and by the way, if we run this again, notice it will be displayed. Now, if we go back, we want to create here a new field that will say late payment. And then part of that field, we want it to calculate what the late payment would be. So the way you do that is by clicking here on this option that is called Builder. So we want to build a new calculated field. We click on Builder. So first I selected the new field where we want to do this, and then secondly, we want to utilize the builder function. Before we can utilize the builder function, it's best to save this query first. So we could say, just click on the X here on the top right, and we'll say yes. Then we'll call this late fees. And then click OK. Now we go back here to the late fees, and we run this query. Then we go under the design view. By the way, you could right click on it and choose design view as well to get to it. And then we scroll all the way to the empty new field here. And then we want to click on Builder. On Builder, by the way, once you save it, notice we have all these fields right here under the expression categories. That's basically telling us that these are all the fields that are being utilized as part of this query. So all that we have to do is we click on the invoice amount and double click on it. And notice it's putting it in brackets and such. And then we do the asterisk, which is the multiplication. So we want to say the amount multiplied by some kind of percentage. So you could say it's 5% late fee for any unpaid invoices past 30 days or whatever. So then you do that by times 0. Or as part of your database, you could design another field in there or column to say late fee, like how much the late fee would be. And then in that way, you don't have to enter the 0.5 manually. You could just multiply the late fee, multiply it by the actual amount of the invoice. In our case, we're just going to do it this slightly manually. So we have the invoice amount times 0.5, and then we click on OK. You could have simply selected another field there instead of 0.5, like I mentioned a moment ago. Now we click OK, and then notice now it enters all kinds of codes here. Now instead of you choosing to have that as expression 1, we could have that called late fees or late fee. And then simply run this. And now notice if you scroll to the right, you have here the invoice was not paid, it's $12,000, and the late fee is $600. And it has calculated this, by the way, for all the amounts. Now, if you don't want this invoice paid, no, you can just simply hide it, like, and I'll show that in a moment. Let's say we want to format this in currency in dollar amounts, we can do that as well. And we go back here under Design View, and then we want to choose to not display whether it was paid or not, just that column we want to hide it. And then the amount here, if you click on the actual field and go under Property Sheet here on the top, or you could right click and choose Property. And then under the format, we want to click on the drop down here and we want to choose the currency. And then you can even choose the decimal places, let's say 2 decimal places, and then you can close the property sheet here. Now if you run this again, notice that the late fee will be in currency. And that's how you calculate the late fee using the query design in Microsoft Access 2016. Now we save this, and then at any point for any of the customers, as you enter and change data, this will be generated automatically. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create reports and customize reports in Microsoft Access 2016. This process is going to start with the very basics, and then we're going to move into some of the more advanced features, customizing reports in Microsoft Access. So in this case, we have a database with 3 tables. And if you wanted to learn more as to how to work with an Access database, please refer to the previous videos on this tutorial. So we have 3 tables. We have a contracts table. Let's assume we have contracts for customers. Then we have a customers table. And then we have an invoices table. So the tables look like this. Now in our case, we also have those tables linked together, which is a common feature of an Access database or any of the relational databases out there. So as such, if we go here under Database Tools, and then we go under Relationships, you'll see that we have those tables linked together. And if you want to learn more about these, you can check the previous tutorials as well. And now we can create reports based on each one of those tables individually, or we can create reports by pulling data from multiple tables. For example, if we wanted customer ID from the customers table and the first name and last name from the customers table, then we can also pull, for example, the contract number. We can pull also the amount and a signing date and the contract type, because those 2 tables are linked together. So let's learn how to do this. To create a report, we need to go here under Create tab, and then we can click here under Reports, and notice we have this whole section with reports. So we can create using the Design option, the blank report, start from scratch, or we can use the Report Wizard. If you're just starting with the databases, I would suggest that you start with the Report Wizard, as that is going to be the simplest way for you to learn how to do this. So we go here under Report Wizard, and then you basically pick the first table that you want to pick the fields from. So in our case, we go to the Customers table, and let's say we want the first name, and we want the last name, and let's say we want the street address, the city, zip, state, and email. So these are just some of the fields from that table. Now in our first instance here, we are going to simply create a report just from one table so that we get the idea. And then we are going to pull the data from multiple tables. So we go here under Next, and then we choose how do we want to group those, if we wanted to create groupings of those customers. In our case, for now, we're just going to leave this alone. And then we click on Next. And then here it's asking us, do we want to sort those customers? So we could technically choose to sort those by first name or by last name or by zip or any of those fields here. So we're going to just say we want to sort them by first name. Then you can also choose additional sorting criteria as well, subsequent ones. Typically the first option here is going to take priority, then it's going to go to the second priority, and so on. So we click on Next, and then it's going to create the report here in the tabular format, and then you can also choose
whether you want the orientation to be portrait or landscape. If it's a lot of fields that you're going to have in your table, it's best probably to choose landscape. But for now, with the number of fields that we have, we just can create it using the portrait view. And then we give it a name here. So just a customer list. We can call this whatever we want, customer list. And then it's going to give us a preview of this report. We click on Finish here, and notice the preview has been created. So if I close it here on the right hand side, now notice under Reports I have a new customer list report. If I double click on it, notice I can see all those customers here. Now you'd say, well, it's kind of cutting here the email field on the right hand side. How can I change that? How can I customize that? We can customize any of those reports that we create a couple ways, or you can do this in a couple ways. You can either go here under View. As soon as we have selected the report here, we can click on View, and you can change it to the layout view here. So that's one way to customize it, and this is under the layout view. We can go and simply resize the fields. So that's one way to do it. So notice I'm just readjusting the width of those fields. Now probably the address needs to be longer. Notice I'm going to the right here and such. The state doesn't have to be as wide. Then the zip, I can adjust this accordingly. Notice you need to adjust the labels here on the top as well. I'm pressing here Control A to select everything, and we can also go here under Format, and we can change, for example, the font for this to be a smaller size. So you can control how this will display by utilizing or changing the font visual aspects of it. That's one way for you to customize this. If you wanted, by the way, these fields here on the top, the labels, to be in a different format, notice I'm holding down the Control key here and I'm selecting all those labels. Now under the Format, then I can go here under Format and then make this bold. I can choose a different font size and all that type of stuff. Notice also under the Format we had this Select All option that I did earlier using the Control A key on the keyboard. If you wanted to change the top or the heading of this, you can simply go here and double click on the heading and then customize this any way that you want. So that's one easy way to customize this report that we just created here. Notice that there are different designs here that you can apply as well to this report. So notice you have these new tabs here on the very top and these are typically referred to as the contextual tools. Since we are tinkering and working here with the report module of the database and adjusting the layout and the design of it, notice we have this like Design tab, Arrange tab, Format tab, and even Page Setup. So you can change the look and the feel of this specific report. Notice also under the Design tab, you also have these design themes. So if I wanted to apply a different look and feel to this, I can apply one of those themes. Now to go back to the normal view for this report, we go here under View and then Report View, and notice it has changed. It has been modified with the changes that we applied earlier. Another way to customize your report is also to utilize the design view, and I'll go more in depth about this shortly here. So you go here under Design View after we have selected our report, and this is kind of more complex. And again, notice you have here again the same contextual tools on the very top. However, you can change here. Notice it says Page Header. if I wanted to move this field a little bit farther to the left and adjust the width and such, again, these are the labels. Notice I can do them more precisely from here. So you can adjust the width of those fields here, and you get the idea at this point. Now these would be just the labels on the top, and these would be the actual fields in the bottom. Notice you can also adjust the footer, what will show up as at the bottom of the report from here as well. So let's assume that I didn't need the email field. You can simply press delete from here and delete both the label and the actual field. The bottom stuff here, it's actually the field from the table that it's linking to the table. And then we can close this report here on the top, save the changes, and now double click on the report again, and notice we do not have that field for the email. Also, if you wanted to see a preview of this, you can click here on the top left and choose print preview, and this is how our report will look at this point. Notice you also have the footer here, the page footer. We can close the preview from here. And at this point, let's also learn how to add a field to an existing report. So let's assume that this is our report, and then somehow we missed adding the email field to an existing report. Of course, we could create something from scratch. However, in certain cases, your report might be fairly complicated and you want to add another field or a couple fields. So here's how you add the other fields to it. You can right-click on the report and choose Design View, or you can go up here under View, under the Home tab, and choose Design View. So you'll kind of want to do this from the Design View. Now, on the right-hand side, or on the very top here, notice how it says Add Existing Fields. So you can click here on Add Existing Fields. So notice we have the list of fields here from our table. And we can move this a little bit. And then we want to add here the email field. So we simply drag it, but we need to drag it. Notice in this white spots here where the detail for the form is. We don't need to put it under page header. We want to put it under the detail area. This would be the content of our report. We are kind of linking this field with the actual table from the customer's table here. So this is not the label, it's actually the data from the table. So we simply drag it and we just drop it where we want it. Then adjust the positioning of it on that report, how you want it, how wide you want it, and all that type of stuff. And then notice at this stage it's not giving us the option to put this the label for it, because if I run this right now and I save the design, notice it's not going to have the label here on the top as to what this is. We need to basically go under the design view again, and in this case the label is right there, but notice it's kind of like, if we move this a little bit, notice the email label, it's over here to the left. What you can do is you can simply click on that email label, the one that it came in or the one that it brought in, delete it, reposition your data field here how you want it and how wide you want. And then above it, under the header area, that's where you need to create a new label for this. So to add the label on the header, what you do is you go here under the label area, here on the design. Notice there's this icon label here. And then choose where you want that label and how wide you want it. And then type in their email. Hit enter, and then reposition it the way you want it. Realign it. Same thing with the one here as well. And let's go under View here and choose Report View. Notice we have this email field created. If we wanted to change the formatting and adjust the formatting again, you can simply go under View, go under Layout View, and then under Design,
apply a different theme or apply the theme that you had from before. Now notice in certain spots here we have this, or for this, we might still need to adjust the formatting. Notice this has a border around it, this field, so we might need to adjust the formatting for it and get rid of the border. To change the border, there are a couple ways to do that. You can either right-click here under the field, and notice I'm under the layout view. You can do this also from the design view. And if I go here under properties for this object, so once I go to the property sheet for this specific field, notice here under border, it says to use a border style solid, and I can change that so that it's just transparent or nothing. And then you can choose the border effect as well if you need it to. If I go here under and close this, now that border should not appear anymore. Notice it's gone. If I wanted to change the size of the font, of course, go back to layout view, and for this field you can go under the format tab and then change the size to match the rest of the form. And then if we go here under design tab again, then if we go and view this report, this is how it will look at this point. Instead of spending all this time to customize the look and feel of this, you can also go back here and use what's called the format painter. So you can copy the formatting of a specific cell and adjust it for other cells. So if I go back here to my layout view, and I'll go and undo some of those things that I had done earlier, so some of those changes, notice right now if I go back to view here, notice I have my border stuff again here. Go under format painter here from the layout view, and I can copy the formatting of an existing cell and apply it to another one. So I can go to any of these cells, go under format here, and then use this icon right here, the format painter. That copies the formatting of an object and applies it to another object. So click on it, and then go to the other object, any of these here, and apply it. And now it's all changed automatically. So that's the easier way to do this. Then close it, click on Save Changes, and now you can double click on it, and this is your report. And this is the print preview of this report. So this is how you create a report, this is how you customize the report, and how you remove fields from the report, and also how you add additional fields to the report if you had an existing one. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to create a report from multiple tables in Microsoft Access. Reports are one of the most commonly used features of an Access database as a user. Most of the time, you're not going to be creating databases, and you're not going to be designing them, and you're not going to be creating new tables in a database, even though you can do that. However, most of the time you're going to be creating queries in a database, and you're going to be creating reports from the existing data from that database. Now the reports can come in handy whether you're in a corporate environment where you have a corporate database, or whether you have an Access database, but the concept is going to be pretty much the same. Since the tables are linked, typically, and the linking of the tables, you can see it here under the database tools and relationships. We have customers have contracts, and then for each contract there are invoices as well. So it kind of all this stuff, it's linked together. However, now in our case, we can create a report from fields from the customers table, for example, first name, last name, and contact information, and also include the contracts. So we want to see who our customers are, what contracts those customers have. So that's what we're going to learn in this session. So to create a report, you can go here under Create, and then we want to go under this section here under the Reports section. And we want to look here under the Reports section. My suggestion if you're starting is to use the Report Wizard. So we click on that, and then we are going to pick some fields here from the customers table. So we go, for example, if you wanted the customer ID, you can pick it as well. Click on Add Customer ID, first name, last name, and let's say we want just their telephone number and the email address. Notice you can pick only certain fields. Then you can also go here under the drop down before we move to the next step, and we can pick from the contracts table. From another table we can pick fields from that table as well, because those tables are linked with primary keys and foreign keys. So we go here under table, contracts, and now let's say we want the contract amount and then the contract type. So that's all we want in our case. Then we click on Next. Since we are using multiple tables, the system is asking us, do we want to group the report results by customer or by contracts? So in this case, if you have a customer that has multiple contracts, you want all those contracts for that customer grouped together. So in my case, I'm going to choose customers, and it's going to list me the customer and then a sub-listing of all that customer's contracts. So that's what this is for. So you have customer up here, and then the contracts will be listed right below it. Then we click here on Next. And then, so what kind of levels do we want here? So we could say we want the customer ID, first name, last name, telephone, email, and then the contract information right below it. So then we click on Next. And then how do you want to sort those? So we could sort those records, and then you could also choose here the report summary options. And here, let's say you want to see what the average is or what the sum of all the contracts was and all that type of stuff for each customer. You can just choose here sum, and the system is going to give you the total of all their reports for each customer, or all of their invoices or contracts for each customer. So this option is going to be available if you have numbers in there, number values or amounts in there. Then we click on Next, and then it's asking us, do we want to have the orientation as portrait or landscape? And you can tinker with that and check it out. But in our case, since we do not have as many fields, it's okay to have it as portrait. Then we click on Next again, and then we have to give a name for this report. So in our case, we'll say customers and contracts. Or you could say contracts by customer. Now you can change this later as well, but it's important to give meaningful names as you start with a report. Then click on Finish, and this is how our report will look like. So this is kind of a preview. We need to kind of adjust it a little bit. Notice we have these amounts or dollar signs here and all this type of stuff. So we'll need to customize this in a little bit. So for now, I'm going to close it. Here to customize this further, we go under View, and if you wanted a preview of it at this stage, you could do a preview, but it's not ready yet. Notice it's not quite ready with all of its stuff yet. We can go back here, close the Print Preview option, go under Layout View, and we can adjust the layout of this a little bit. So notice how we have the amounts here. We could actually move this farther to the left. So these would be the amounts. And then we can resize this field. Then we can go and get also the description of what the contract is, and then resize that as well how we want it to look. Then also resize other objects that you'd like here. Now notice, we'll assume here we know what the contracts are and such, but notice that the actual labels are here on the right hand side. I'm going to delete them for now, just so that for simplicity, because we kind of know the amount here and also we know what the contract was. Now this over here, this is supposed to be the total for each contract, because we had chosen the totals. So this, you might want to move it also right below the amounts area. And then notice you have here summary for customer ID and then 3 records and such. You could change the wording here. Notice it has sum. You can move that field closer, and instead of just sum, you could say total, and basically adjust the formatting any way you want. Remember, you can also apply themes for this to customize it so it looks slightly fancier without you having to waste your afternoon with this. And then if this is not very useful, in your case, you can simply delete that specific field here. And then also remember that you can apply here the formatting. So let's say I wanted the formatting to be something like the previous cells here to remove this border. And notice you can go under Format, take the Format Painter, apply it to another field, and notice it's applied. So that's an easier way to apply the formatting. And again, you can take the time to customize this and make it as fancy as you want. Of course, you can also adjust the labels here in the very top. You could format that differently as well. And let's assume that you wanted these labels here on the top. You want them bold. You can, again, format them any way you want. Let's say that you wanted also the actual customer information, just the customer data, a certain font or color or whatever. You could format it however you want, and it would make it more visually pleasing. So this is one way to customize this using the layout view. So if I close this and save the changes, by the way, you have to save the changes in Microsoft Access only when you're changing the design of something. Otherwise, it will save the data automatically into your tables or into your forms. So now if I open this up, again, this is what it will look like. If I go to the print preview, this is what it will look like again for the print preview. Not bad. You have the customer 11 or 1115 here, whatever that number is, and notice you have all their contracts and also the total for each contract here. And you have also the footer for this page, or for this report. Now, if you wanted to make this and make more changes in a granular format and such, and go into more detail for tweaking the formatting of this, you can also use under, if I close here the print preview, you can use the design view. And under the design view, you can adjust here additional components. For example, the contract amount here, notice it's not fully lined up. I could adjust the size of it, could adjust how much space is between the amounts and contracts and the total here, and format certain things a different way. And let's say between each customer I wanted a little bit more space, I could adjust the spacing after each record, and so on. Now, if I go and save this and run it again by double-clicking on it, notice there's a little bit more space between each customer and the total and the prior customer's information. So that's one way that you can customize this and tweak this further. As you're working with the reports and such, and we learned about this a little bit in a previous video, sometimes you might want to add a new field to the report. So for example, we have this report here, but for whatever reason, we wanted to also know here what the actual contract ID is, for whatever reason, as part of this report. So instead of us recreating the report from scratch, we could simply add one more field to this report, to this existing report. So to add the field, you could either go here on Layout View, and then under this area right here, add an existing field. You could do it from here, and you could choose to add. So right now it's showing us the fields from the customer table. However, we could choose all tables, and we want it under the contract table, and we wanted, let's say, the contract number, and we want that contract number at the end of the contract information area, or wherever you need it. So we could drag it from here, actually put it in the very beginning, and place it basically wherever you need it, wherever you want it. I'm going to delete the little label for it in the top for now so that we keep our report slightly cleaner. Adjust the size of it accordingly, how you want it. Change also the font for it. And that's one way to display it in there using the layout view. The other way to display this field in there, to add this field, and this is what you'll probably use in most business environments, is by using the design view. So if I go here to my report, I'll close it for now, open up the report again, and go under View, Design View, or I could right click on it and choose Design View. That's another way to do it. Now at this point, notice these are my existing fields. I have the contract amount, I have the contract type. However, let's assume that right next to contract type, I want to add another field. In this case, I go here under Add Existing Fields, and I could add the field the same way that I showed a moment ago and drag contract number over here. I want to delete the label for it unless you have a use for it at this point in this view, and probably don't need the number to be that long. And then that field at this point should have been added. So if I close it and run it, I should have the contract number at the end of each contract for each customer here. So at this point, let me explain how this data is actually linked to and how you control the linking of each field to the actual table. Because the data from the report is actually pulled from the tables. It's not really stored in the report. It's actually just at any time you run the report, it's querying, it's looking up the data in the table, and it's displaying whatever the criteria is that you have specified. Go here under Design View, and if you go to any of these fields or the data fields here, so let's say contract type or contract amount and such, you can select the field and then just go under the property sheet. Property sheet, it's going to do is it's going to bring up the property details for this specific field that we just selected. And then here it's telling us how it's going to format it and all that type of stuff. And it's the contract amount that we have selected currently. We could select any of the fields here we want to from this report. And we could customize here any of the details, how we want this to be formatted basically. So this is just the formatting currently for this item. So we're controlling how the formatting is going to display for that value so far. However, if we go here under the Data tab, the control source is where is this linked to? It's telling us what the source of the control to, what table, and what field is it picking. So in this case, it's actually going to the contract amount from the contracts table. And if you click on the drop down, if for some reason you needed to link it to a different field that you had selected initially in your report, you could just pick it from here. Or if you want to link it to a completely different field that does not show up over here under the list of fields for your current report, you can click on these three dots and then go under your database that you have opened, and you could link it to a different field within one of your tables. So for example, under contracts here, if I wanted to link it to the date or to another one, whatever it may be that I wanted, simply select it from here and then click OK, and then run the report again, and it's going to link it to a different control source from a different field on that table that you select. So that's how we can create a report from multiple tables and also group the results and create a calculated field for the amounts within each order for each customer and group those orders together. So that's one way to do that. So if you want to further customize this report and add or change the order of those fields and such, you can simply drag those fields by going here to the design view. So you go here under design view, and let's say we wanted to change the order of those fields, you can simply shuffle the fields around here. So this will put the contract number in the beginning. You can resize this how you want it. The amount, now it will be in the end. Also the total, we'll put the total on the right hand side at this point, right below the amount. Then you can readjust the spacing between them. And now if we close it, save the changes, run it again, notice we have the number in the beginning, we have the actual contract information, and then we have the amount on the right hand side. If we wanted to further customize it, in this case such as formatting and such, we can go here under View, Layout View, and tweak this a little bit more. Use the Format Painter and click on the destination cell, and it will apply the formatting of the previous cell that you had selected. Now if we close it, save the changes, run it again, now it should have been readjusted, the layout of it. If you want to see a preview of it, click on Print Preview, and at this point it will show up like this. Of course you can customize this stuff and make it as fancy as you'd like. You can make the reports very complex. It's very customizable basically. As we get started with this tutorial, I will first demonstrate how to set up a personal account, for example a Gmail account with Outlook. Then I'll demonstrate how to set up a business account with Outlook. So let's get started with a personal account. So I have a Gmail account. I have not set up any profiles on it yet, so we'll just open Outlook. You can find it from the Start menu, or you can simply type here under the search bar Outlook 2016. So typically you'll get this, and in this case I'll just add my personal email. In this case it's my Gmail account, and then I'll click on Connect. Then of course you'll need to add your password and click OK. Now in some cases it may happen like it does not allow you to use the password or to sign in, like it's doing in my case here. In this case, go here to your Gmail account, go under the configuration for your Gmail account, and then go under Settings. And this might be the case with your Outlook.com account or Yahoo account and such. You'll try it first to set up your account through Microsoft Outlook, and if it doesn't work, then you'll have to go and sort out as to what else you have to enable. In this case, I need to go under Forwarding, POP, and IMAP, and then I need to enable here my IMAP. So notice IMAP is enabled. And we also might need here the configuration settings or the instructions for how to set it up in Outlook. So if we go here under configuration instructions, notice it wants all of these different settings for the outgoing server. So you'll basically need to set those in your Outlook. And it doesn't allow us to proceed any further. Now in some cases, particularly with Gmail, your account might be blocked for logging in through Microsoft Outlook and such. And the reason for that is because Google considers Outlook as a less secure app to access your email. So in this case, since I could not log in earlier, what I need to do is go here to my inbox and notice it says review your sign-in attempt. It says you can continue to use this app by allowing access to less secure apps. So we need to go into our account settings and allow Microsoft Outlook to access our Gmail account. So there are two steps to enable a personal account. We first need to go into the account settings and enable IMAP and POP3 if we needed to, but also we need to go into the account settings and allow less secure apps. And this is under the myaccount.google.com/security. So now let's go ahead and try it again. Here, we'll change the account and go to Google, and then IMAP and all these different settings. So notice it needs to be port 993, and then SSL, and then also for the outgoing server, smtp.gmail.com, and then port 465, and then SSL as well. Then click on Next, and then put your password again. And now our account has been set up and it's complete.
we go here under Setup Outlook and click on OK. And it's pretty much the same way that you'll set up any other personal accounts as well. And in this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to set up your business account or an Exchange account with Microsoft Outlook with your business email account. Here, in order to make sure that we are going to pick a proper account for Microsoft Exchange, I suggest that you click on Advanced Options and choose Let me set up my account manually. If you're already connected to the business network, you can simply press Connect and it's going to use Active Directory and the sign in from there as well. All you'd have to put in is the email address from your company. Next, we click here on Connect and then make sure that you choose Microsoft Exchange. Then put the password in there from your email account from your business. And the account is complete and you can click OK. And also I'd suggest, unless you're setting up your mobile phone, I would suggest you uncheck the Set Up Mobile Phone option here. Then click OK and you'll be able to access your business email. Now, one of the advantages if you're using Microsoft Exchange from a business environment is that the email and the calendar and the contacts, it's all transparent. It's connecting directly to the server, and if you delete a message from Outlook, it deletes it from the server as well, so it keeps all your messages intact. The older technology out there was to use what's called POP3 type of connectivity, where the messages were downloaded to your local computer. It's basically the messages were downloaded to your computer, then you delete them, and the copy would remain on the server. With Exchange, all of that, it's linked in real time. You delete a message from Outlook, it deletes it from the server, you receive a new message, it shows up in your computer, and also you can have it on your mobile phone and gadgets as well. The same thing is also the tight integration of the calendaring feature and the contacts feature and such that we'll cover shortly. Now that we are in Outlook, this is the business account. And let's assume that you wanted to add a personal account. You can also do that by going under File here and then choose Add an Account. Follow the same process that we did follow earlier for adding a personal account. And rewind the video for that. In Microsoft Outlook, you can have more than one account. It could be your business account and any personal accounts that you want, and they will show up here on the left-hand side. So just for the sake of demonstration here, I'm going to do it very quickly by using my personal account. And of course, make sure that your personal accounts have two-factor authentication and all that type of stuff. In this case, I have disabled it temporarily just so that I can set this up. And notice now I have my two accounts here. This is my business account, and then this is my personal account as well. So that's how you get started with Microsoft Outlook to set up your accounts, whether it's a business account or whether it's a personal account. Next, we are going to go into some of the components of the user interface in Microsoft Outlook so that you can be familiar with it and effectively use it for personal use or in the workplace to enhance your resume. In this session, I'm going to go over the basic components of the interface of Outlook 2016 so that we can get an understanding of the major components of it and get started the right way with Outlook. So let's open Outlook first. In this case, notice I have set up two accounts here, one personal and one for business. Notice that on the left-hand side, we have the favorite folders. We have the business account here with all the different folders. Then we have a personal account as well with all of the different folders, and this is the Gmail account. Favorite folders are specific folders from each account that we can mark as favorite. To mark another folder as favorite, we can simply go to any of those folders here on any of those accounts and right-click and choose Show in Favorites. And that's how you'll add here another folder to show up under Favorites. To remove it from Favorites, we just right-click and choose Remove from Favorites. So that's the left-hand side. On the very top here, notice you'll have the regular menus just like any other application. You have the file menu with all kinds of options here. Notice also the options option, account settings, mailbox settings, rules, and such. Then you have the Home tab, and this is most commonly used functions within this application. Basically, it's giving you the general tools for the context of what you're doing. And this includes creating a new mail message, replying to messages, forwarding them, and dealing with meetings and general things that you'd be doing. Then notice you have the Send and Receive tab, the Folders tab, Viewing tab, and different viewing options as well that you can change and customize. Then you have the Help option, and also notice that there is a Tell Me feature here. Tell me what you want to do. So let's say that you wanted to know about the address book and you're not sure where the address book is. You just type address here, and then it's going to bring you that option. On the very top, notice that you have what's called here the Quick Access toolbar. These are a set of tools or icons that you can choose to enable or disable for you to quickly access. You can add other icons to it. So sometimes there are specific commands that you're very commonly using in your application. And let's say that you want the delete key to always be up here, or the hyperlink option, or whatever it may be. You can go to any of those icons, whatever that icon might be, that function that you want, and right-click on it and choose to add it to the Quick Access toolbar. And now that delete option will always be in the top left corner. To remove it from there, you can right-click and choose to remove it from the Quick Access toolbar. So these are some of the components on the top here. So you have the Office ribbon, and then in each section here of the tab, you also have the subsections. For example, the delete section here, the new creating new stuff, delete stuff, responding to emails, then quick steps of what you want to do with your email, and then moving and various tags. So that's on the top. In the middle, this is the actual messages. So we are clicking on the actual folder here for the message, and these are the different messages that we have received so far. Now the message content will actually be displayed by default on the right hand side. So I click on this message, and there is the content of the message here on the right hand side. With these messages, we can either reply from right here or reply to all and forward from here. So these are the controls. So basically, we start with the left-hand side with our inbox, the message on the center column, and then replying and functions. We read the message from over here, and then we can reply and reply to all or such from over here from the controls on the top. So that's the default view. If you wanted to change the view to something other than what you see here, you can do that by going on the View tab and then choose how you want your viewing. So we have here the reading pane, and if you want to change it to a different viewing option, so let's say I want the messages to be viewed in the bottom, I can just choose under the reading pane the bottom option here. And now notice I have the messages on the top, and the preview of the messages will be in the bottom here. So I'm going to change it to the default. The View tab, since we are here under the To-Do bar, you can choose to show the calendar on the right-hand side. And most of the time that will be there automatically depending on your resolution and your screen. And also you can choose to show the tasks, and you can choose to show also the peep pane. Now on the very bottom here, the bottom right, you can zoom in and out for your messages. So if the zooming for a specific message is not large enough, you can adjust that as well by using the zoom controls. In the bottom as well, you have the normal view, and also you can change this to a reading view. On the bottom left here, we have the number of items that we have in our folder and how many messages are unread here. Now, a major component, which I probably should have mentioned earlier in Outlook, and the advantage of using Outlook is that you can actually use Outlook not only for email, which is this icon right here or this function right here,
But you can use Outlook also for the calendaring features, and that's the beauty of it. You can keep track of your own calendar and view other individuals' calendars, and also make meeting invitations, and we'll try to cover those shortly. You can also keep track of contacts, and those contacts can be accessed then from multiple computers once you set up your account in multiple computers, and also in your smartphone. You can also keep track of tasks, notes as well from here. So notice all of these options are here on the very bottom left of your window. You can further customize this by going here under Options and choose a type of navigation that you'd like. So in my case, I might want to make this much larger so that I can view and switch from calendar to other tasks this way. Again, note that you can change this under these three dots under the navigation options. And I'm choosing here compact navigation. So from this application, you can keep track of your email, your calendar, contacts, to-do lists, and even notes, all from one interface. And we'll move on to the next session in covering more of the features of it. We'll first stay within the email component of it and then move to the calendaring and other tasks. So stay tuned for the next session. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the email component of Microsoft Outlook, how to create a message, send it, how to format it, and send it to one or more individuals. So let's open Outlook. Notice on the left-hand side here we have our favorite folders and our various accounts. So we can click here on Inbox, and notice under Inbox here we have the mail that has come in to this specific account that has been received. Under Drafts, these would be messages that we have drafted and have not sent yet. So sometimes we start a message and then Outlook saves it automatically. We forget to send it, or we have to run to a meeting, and you can choose to save that message as a draft and then come back to it. Under Send Messages, this would be the messages that we have sent out to other individuals. Deleted messages, these would be what we have deleted. Junk email, this is if your company uses filtering. And then Outbox is messages that are waiting to be sent out. Typically in Outlook, the messages will be sent automatically. However, if something is stuck and not getting sent, that's where it will be temporarily stored in the Outbox. So we go here under Inbox, and at this point we are going to send a new message. So I click here on New Message, and notice we have the from and then the to, where it's sending it to. And then we also have a carbon copy that we might want to send to somebody else. So if we want it to send to multiple people, put a semicolon, and then you can put a space, and then type another email address, and so on. So you can send it to multiple people, multiple individuals, by using semicolon. That's the trick in Microsoft Outlook. You can't put a comma, you have to use a semicolon in there for multiple addresses. The other thing is that you can put a carbon copy here if you wanted to send it to somebody else, and then you'll type the subject. So this will be just the title of the message. Typically you want to make sure that the title of the message is meaningful, so you want them to click on it and actually read your message. Next, you want to start typing the message. This is basically the message that you want them to read. Now, one thing to remember as you're using email is that spelling nowadays matters. So try to make sure that your spelling and the email content is professional. And also try not to type everything in caps. Most likely you know about that. Try to keep the formatting at a minimum and not highlighting and bold and all that type of stuff unless there is a need to do so. For the sake of demonstrating the formatting of this email, I'm going to just go and type some additional content here. And notice if I wanted bulleted lists or if I wanted specific numbers, all I have to do is start typing A, for example, and now it's going to start creating the list. If we don't like ABC, notice we have these options here where we can format this and make this much fancier. So this is the basic text formatting tools, whether we want to change the font, the size of the font, and notice you can adjust the size of the font to increase the font size from these little icons here. Make this bold, italics and underline, and text color, and all these different options that you see over here. So these are some of the tools that have to do with the formatting of the text. If we wanted to use an address book and check the names and such, you'd use these tools over here. And then to attach a file for this, which I'll demonstrate in a moment, you'll use the attach file function here, and attaching items and things of that nature. So we type our message the way we want it. We can format this any way we want it. Then we want to attach the file. Now, to attach a report, while we are in the new message area, we click on Attach Report. And one of the nice features of 2016 is actually that the most recent files that we have been using, they're going to be listed first here under Recent Items. So we don't really need to navigate where the files are. That's in the case of where you open the report and you worked on it for the last moment and such. So we simply click over here and then add it as an attachment. The other option is to browse my PC here for the attachment and go and find it under Documents, and notice there is Sales Report here under Documents. For now, I'll show you the easy way. So we click here on Sales Report and notice it's attached. Next, we can double check how our message looks like, and we'll be able to press Send. Before we press Send here, I'm going to just show a couple of additional options here for tags. Sometimes the message might be of high importance, and this is where you can mark it as high importance while sending it. I would suggest, however, that you use the high importance only when it is really highly important. If all the messages that you send out are of high importance when they are actually not, it could frustrate the receiver, so use this feature wisely. Under the follow-up area here, you also have an option to choose when you want to have a reminder for this. So you could set this to follow up with this next week or tomorrow, and you basically just put a check mark on it, and it will add it to your tasks to follow up the next day and such. It will actually put a little flag next to it. And then when you're ready, you press Send. At this point, the message should have been sent. Typically, it goes into the outbox first, and from there, if everything is working correctly, it clears out the outbox. And then, if you wanted to see whether it was sent and what was sent, you'd go under the Sent Items folder. So this is what was sent. If I go here to my personal email account and I go under Inbox, and this is my Gmail account, notice I will have a message with a new report attached. And as a user in my Gmail account, I can go ahead and open this report and view the contents of it. Now I can go back to my inbox and review the messages. Now in the case where a message was not deliverable, notice you'll receive an automatic email that it could not be delivered. To delete it, we can do it a couple ways here. We can either click on Delete up here after we have selected the message, or we can click on the little delete option right here. Obviously, this is very basic stuff. However, this is what you'll be using 99% of the time. That's why I'm kind of covering it a little bit more in detail. So that's how you compose a message, send it to multiple individuals, copy somebody as well on the message, and then checking where the send messages are, and then how you delete a message. So stay tuned for the next session that will cover how to use the email functions such as forwarding, replying, and using additional features related to email before we move into the other more advanced features such as the calendaring and contacts and tasks. Now in this session, I'm going to cover some of the other basic features of using email in Microsoft Outlook. These features might still sound very basic. However, this is what you'll be using most of the time in the business environment anyway. And particularly if you're getting started with Outlook, first how to check new messages. So when you open Outlook, the new messages will be marked in bold color like this one over here in the top. Then you'll click on the folder, for example, Inbox, and then click on the actual bold message. Click on it, and then on the right-hand side, you'll see the content of the message that you received. Now, to delete it, of course, you could use the delete button here on the very top or next to it. And notice also you have an option here to follow up with this as a to-do item if you don't have time to deal with it. So all you have to do is click on this little flag here, and then notice it will add the message here to follow up with this later today on this specific message. Now, if this doesn't show up in your computer, this is available under the View tab here, and then you'll scroll down under the To-Do bar and you choose to show the tasks or not show them from here. So notice now they have disappeared. Under the To-Do bar, you can choose tasks. If you needed to open something that you had marked to view on it, you can simply double click on that component and it will open up that message that you had to follow up with from before or at any point. Next, reply to this message, and you can do that by simply clicking reply here on the toolbar on the ribbon, or right above the message, press reply. And from here, you're simply typing the message that you want to send back. As you use email, it's important to acknowledge the receipt of messages. You simply reply to the user, to the requester, that you have received it and that you'll be following up with them. It makes for better communication, and that's effective use of email. Today's workplace employees and supervisors and such, they want you to communicate effectively with them. And this is one way to communicate effectively. And then from here you'd press send. Notice that the reply address, it took it automatically. It placed it in the to address. And if you needed to copy somebody else, this is where you'd put in their email address. Notice that under the message tab here, there is this compose tools. This is where you can use the various additional tools for formatting this message. Also notice that there is this option here for blind copy, or the BCC, the blind copy. It's another option that can be added to your list of options for sending it out. The BCC here, the recipient is not going to know that you actually forwarded or send a copy of this message or reply to anybody else. So they're not going to know that you send this to the Gmail address because it's a blind copy of it. And then you'd simply press send. In the case, and I'm not sending it yet here, in the case where you want to do more major formatting of this message, you can also click here on pop out, and this is where you have the more flexibility to format this message in a fancier way, because you have a complete window that you can adjust and resize and utilize all the various other tools. And then once we are set and good to go, we press send, and that message will be sent out. As you receive messages and such, you might want to reply to all. Reply to all, I would suggest that you use it cautiously. Don't use it for all messages. Sometimes you get messages from a distribution list. It can be frustrating. So you want to use reply all only if you're part of a team, that you're receiving communication, and it is necessary for you to reply back to all the members of the team. If you're ready to press reply here, press send, and then it's good to go. And then the forward option here, notice it's in both places here. We click on forward, and this is where we can forward this message to somebody else. All you have to do here is just press 2, and then under the recent people, put in their email address, and then press send when you're ready to send it. If you want to discard the message, of course, notice you have the option for discarding it. So that's how you reply to a message, that's how you forward it, and that's how you reply to all the individuals as part of a group. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to use rich text formatting of your messages. It's important to understand that some of those features are also available in the previous versions of Outlook 2016. So let's click here on Add a New Message. So we want to send a new email, and we type in the address here that we want to send it to. We have the subject in there. We type the message, and of course you want to type this as professional as you can. And then here under the message options, we can go and format this with a variety of different ways, whether we want to change the font, whether we want to change the indentation and the other components here as far as the basic text formatting is concerned. Notice you have the Insert tab, and you could insert other components as part of this message. So we could insert an attachment. We can choose the latest files that we have been working with, an Outlook item. So for example, an actual message that we have received in the past, simply choose it from there. We could insert a business card if we had one created, the calendar. So today's availability, for example, I'm just going to send the availability as part of this message to a user. We could insert a signature. We can insert what's called illustrations. And the illustrations, it's very similar to it like in Word and Excel and PowerPoint, where you want to insert a table as part of your message. Just click here on Table, and then select however many columns and rows you want to use for this table. Once you have inserted the table or this object, notice that we have a couple new tabs that show up here. We have the Design tab and the Layout tab. Those are actually tools. They're referred to as the contextual tools that show up in the context of what we are doing. In this case, we are working with a table, and we have the table tools. Here we can change the design of this table and pick one of those designs. Instead of spending all afternoon formatting this, we can just use one of those styles from the table tools. You have all kinds of other options here in the style. You can change the shading if you want it manually, add a border, and other types of things. Then you'd fill in the information as part of this table, and you get the idea. And then we could still change the layout. We could add additional rows and columns. We could distribute the formatting of each cell here differently, and just put the numbers in there. Once we move out of the table, go back to the Insert tab, and we could add pictures. And the pictures could be from the web or wherever, or from the computer. So if we had pictures here saved, we could do that from the computer, simply select it, or we could go and insert pictures from online here and simply search here for Outlook. We can also change the type of picture that we want, whether it's clip art or an actual picture, and click on it and click on Insert. Now remember, whenever you're copying and sending pictures from the web, keep in mind copyright as well. In this case, notice it's Creative Commons, which means we can use this, giving credit to others. And you can learn about Creative Commons licenses over here. Notice it put here the Creative Commons aspect of it, or the content. Notice now we have the picture tools, and this is the contextual tools related to the pictures. We can format this picture with a simple click on it and make it much more fancier. There's a drop down, and you can customize this further as well. The text wrapping and additional options such as cropping the picture and things of that nature. By the way, the best way to learn about this stuff is simply to tinker with it. Just click on stuff, look as to what the options are on the ribbon, and customize it that way. Additionally, you can insert shapes here. And one of the things with shapes is that you have to actually draw the shape in here. Then you can choose from here, you can choose styles for the shapes as well. And you can manipulate it however you prefer to change it. And all of this is part of an actual message that you are sending. Under the Insert tab, notice you could even insert icons if you prefer to. And this is kind of new in Outlook 2016 with the latest version of it. So click on an icon and it'll just simply add a fancy icon in here. Of course, to move them around, so you need to, whenever you're using this stuff, you want to make sure that the formatting makes sense. Of course, we are adding too many things, so this is going to be slightly busy, but you get the idea. You're under insert as well now in the later versions of it. There are also 3D objects that you could insert, and these would be from the web. And you could make this even fancier as you're sending it to your users. Now, because this is part of the email, we just need to create some more space here and insert this object however you want. Notice the smart art. These are just predefined infographics to illustrate an idea. Of course, these would be more useful in Word or PowerPoint, but you can use them in Microsoft Outlook as well. So you could define a process and all that type of stuff. Notice how the text here adjusts automatically. And again, for the contextual tools, you have the various color schemes that you can apply to this object. Now, if we add more components here, under Insert, and then we go and add, for example, charts. Charts sometimes would be very helpful. Now, this is very similar to Excel. You can pick the type of chart here, and then simply click on OK, and then work with the data. Here you change the data type, so put the actual sales for each month. So let's say we have January, and then we want to have the months, and then you have the online and on-site sales, for example. And if, let's say, you don't want to use one of those columns, you can exclude it by dragging this blue line. If you want to learn more about this stuff, you can actually check out the Excel tutorial or the PowerPoint tutorial. So once we are done with the chart data, we can close it. And then if we click on the chart again, notice we have the chart tools very similar to contextual tools for other components that we used earlier. Additionally, as you're planning your messages and working on your messages, under the Insert tab, notice you can do screenshots and you can add smart art and even symbols and things of that nature. Now, the one other concept that I wanted to demonstrate to you is that for each one of those objects, whether it's an image or an object or text here, you can also insert hyperlinks. So if I select here this object hyperlink, I could link this to a tutorial on YouTube, for example, or some other object, or the sales report on the website, or a document, or things like that. So in that case, simply select the object, or it could be text, click here on link, and then I just post the address there. When they receive the message and they click on it, then it will take them to that URL. The same way, you could select part of the text, click on link, add the URL that you want to take them to. And notice now this is in blue. However, for the image here, the user most likely will not know it is clickable. So in a nutshell, that's how you create professional looking emails in Microsoft Outlook. It depends on the time that you want to invest in designing the message, how fancy you want it to look, and take the time to compose it. But again, the more professional it is, the better it is in the workplace. So once you're ready to send this, then you can click on send and the message will be delivered. Now if I go here to my personal email and click on the sales report, notice that I received here my message, and this is to an external system. This is the image, this is the hyperlinked option for the text that I had hyperlinked earlier, takes you to the YouTube channel, and then this is also hyperlinked as we did earlier. Then we have these images and smart art and charts that we sent. So this is to an external system even outside of Microsoft Exchange. So that's how you send a message out from Microsoft Outlook. If you wanted to check what you sent out, again, you go under the sent items, and the messages that you send out will be listed in there. So stay tuned for the next session on sending a message using the address book in Microsoft Outlook. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the address book or the company address book in Microsoft Outlook to send messages out, to find the addresses, and then add them to the blind copy or to the copy field for sending emails out to other users. So to create a new message, we click here on New Email, and then we can simply either type the address of the individual where we want to send this message to, over here, and then remember you need to put semicolons to separate them, or you can use the address book. The address book, you can access it either from here under address book, or you can click on the To field over here and then click on the global address book. Under the global address book, we can see the individuals, or we can search by last name. I'm going to search for generic accounts for privacy purposes, of course. So let's say we want to search by last name. And notice the email address will be displayed on the right-hand side. Other information such as title and location, all that type of stuff will be displayed on the right-hand side. To add it to this list of recipients, I can simply double-click on it and it will be added under the To field. Or if I wanted this under the CC field, I can simply click here on CC after having selected this address. Or if I want it in the blind copy field, and let me search for another address here, I can simply search for it, press go, select the right address book, and then go under the BCC field or any of the fields that I want this to be inserted or sent to. So you can search by simply navigating, or you can search by more columns here and then typing in their last name or their first name and choose go, and then put them in the right field area here and then click OK. Once you have them in this view, then you can type your subject and then type your message and all that type of stuff and then press send. I will also cover it in more detail, the using the address book, when we actually cover the contacts information here, or the people option within Microsoft Outlook. One other feature here that I'd like to demonstrate before I move to the next segment is how to save this message as a draft. So there might be times where you're spending quite a bit of time in developing and composing an email message, but then you have to run to a meeting or something, you want to be you're distracted. How can you save this message? To save the message, all you have to do is, while you have it open, you click on Save here, and then you can safely close this. Now, when you come back from your meeting, you can simply go here under the Drafts folder, in your Outlook folder, and then you'll see the message that you had from before. Now here you can either keep on typing and add more content to this, or you can click on Pop Out, and that'll bring it up in a bigger window, and you can still keep on working with this message. Once you're ready, you can press Send here, and it'll send the message out. So that's how you can use the address book from Microsoft Exchange at your company, or personal address books as well that you might have in your computer with a personal account. And that's how you also can save a message as a draft and be able to pull it back. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a signature for your email messages so that whenever you send an email out, your signature will be automatically attached, as well as whenever you reply to a message, to create a signature for any replies to messages that you send out. A couple ways to do it, but the simplest is by clicking here and add a new email. And then the easiest is to go under the option here under Signature, click on Signature, click on Signatures again, and then here is where we create our signature. So we click on New, and then you give it any name. It doesn't matter what name, but this is just an identifier. Then you click OK. Then down here, this is where you can put anything that you want to be inserted automatically as part of your message, instead of having to type your name all the time. And you can basically put in whatever you want in there, so your title, your department, your contact information, and all that type of stuff. You can also insert here an image as part of your signature for your email. Note that images by default, they might not be displayed on the other side as you use images as well. Here you can also paste, for example, your logo from your institution and such. So just simply go ahead and copy it from the web and then paste it in there, or you can use any of these options right here as well to upload the picture from your computer. You can also hyperlink so that your signature, when somebody goes to whatever your position or your department or your institution, you can hyperlink it to go, for example, to your address, and that will be automatically hyperlinked. So basically specify as part of your signature anything that you want to be inserted automatically. Then over here on the top, when do you want to use this signature? Here I want to use this for all the new messages. So I click here. Anytime I create a new message, I want to use this signature. And then click OK. And now that signature has been created. Now, if I wanted to create other signatures for replying to messages, I could simply come here and choose a new signature, and then define your signature that you want anytime you press reply to a message. Now notice here it says for new messages, under the options, it's going to use the signature for new messages that I created earlier. For replies, I could use the signature for replies, assuming we filled this out and formatted it appropriately. Then I click OK. Now, anytime I go here to create a new message, notice my default signature will be created automatically or added automatically that I created earlier. And then if I go to reply to a message, let's say I got this message from earlier, I press reply, notice my reply signature has been entered automatically. So that's how you create and define the signatures, and that's how you can make them part of your message, whether for new messages or for replies. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to search for messages in your email account. With the emergence of fancier email applications, such as, for example, Gmail, where the search capabilities are really powerful, Outlook as well has fairly good capabilities in you being able to search for messages. And the easiest to search for the messages is by going to your account, whichever account you're using here, and then notice you have Search Current Mailbox. Now this will search everything in that mailbox. So you can change here to search only the current folder or subfolders. So let's search for the current mailbox. You probably noticed that I have a lot of Lowe's marketing stuff here. So let's say type Lowe's here and then hit enter. And all the messages from Lowe's will be displayed here. Or let's say I wanted the word report. And then this will display the messages that have the word report in it. Now notice that there is all kinds of other stuff here. That's because there are some other additional reports in there. Or if I do the word test, notice it displays the message. Now once you find the message, you see it here, you can simply click on it and it will be displayed on the right hand side. So that's how you search for messages. If you are getting too many results and such, you can pick to use the current folder. That means that in this case, it's going to search only the inbox for those test messages. If I wanted to search on a specific other folder, I can go to that folder here and then just type the word test. And notice there are 2 test messages for the current folder under the sent. If for some reason your search results are not working quite as well, start typing in the search area, and then notice also there is a recent searches option, and there are additional options here for defining the locations that you want to search, and then the advanced find option where you can specify additional parameters, whether it has specific keywords in the title or from a specific individual and things of that nature. So the search capability, it's actually quite powerful in Microsoft Outlook. If for some reason Outlook is not doing the search properly, then it could be potentially related to the indexing status here, the indexing option, that you might have to rerun the indexing in Outlook. Or my suggestion is that if you still cannot find what you need, check with a webmail application from your Microsoft Exchange server. So you just go to mail dot whatever your company name is, and then from webmail it seems like the Exchange, Microsoft Exchange, does a much better job with the searches rather than within Outlook. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create folders in your Microsoft Outlook account and then move messages from one folder to the other. So notice here under each account that I have here in Microsoft Outlook, I have also these folders. So these are the default folders such as Inbox, Drafts, Send Messages, Junk Mail, Outbox, and such. So let's assume that I wanted a new folder here. There you can right-click on one of the folders here on your account and choose New Folder. And then simply type in there the folder name and then hit Enter. I could go also and create another subfolder by right-clicking on the actual folder, choose New Folder, and I could call it. When working with folders, you can actually move this folder at any other location that you want. If the folder has subfolders, notice that there is a little triangle in front of it, and you can click to expand it and hide the subfolders. Additionally, any of these folders, you can make them so that they show up under the favorites, and you can right-click here and choose Show in Favorites. And notice it will be displayed up here in Favorites. If you don't want it in Favorites anymore, you can right-click and choose to remove it from Favorites, and it will just be displayed under the actual inbox or that account. Now, to move messages from one folder to the other, you can click on the mail message and then click on Move up here under the Quick Steps, and then choose to move it to a specific folder, for example, under Work Related. And then press Save. That's one way to do it. The other way to do this is by simply dragging this message and dropping it in that specific folder or subfolder that you wanted. And now it's going to be displayed in that subfolder. So the idea is that you want to kind of organize your email. Even though you can use the search capabilities, it's kind of an easier way to identify and search for certain things, keeping them organized in folders and subfolders. Now, there might be times where you want to actually move multiple messages from one folder to the other. In that case, you can simply hold down the Control key and pick individual messages that you want to move. And notice I'm scrolling down here, and basically you're holding down the Control key and picking multiple messages that you want to move, and then drag them to wherever you want to drag them, and now they have been moved to that folder. The other option is to arrange your messages. You click here under All, and then go under Arrange By. Notice by default it's by date, and that's what you want typically. But for now, since we are just moving this stuff around, a manipulation of a bulk messages, go here under From, and the system is going to categorize all the messages from a specific sender, and then you can select a whole bunch of messages at the same time. And here I'm holding down the Shift key. I start at a certain point, scroll down to where I want to end here. So start at one point, move however far down you need to, and then click at the end. So now the system is going to select from where I started to the last point I clicked, and now I can simply drag those messages to the folder, where I can choose the Move To option right here to move them to a specific folder. And now if I go under the Work Related, I moved a whole bunch of them from here. And as we are messing with the folders and the views here, notice that you can rearrange the view here by simply dragging this to the left or to the right, and then it will display those folders accordingly here to save us space. But this is the default. So that's how you create folders, that's how you move folders around, and then move messages into specific folders. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate briefly how to create filtering rules in Microsoft Outlook for your messages. So for example, we have all these messages from a variety of sources here, and I want to move those messages when they come in to a specific folder automatically, or create some kind of rule to control and where they end up. So to create a rule, you go here under Rules, and I'm on the Home tab at this point. Go under Rules, and then you can create a rule. You can create the rules automatically. For example, I have this message here from Lowe's. If I go under Rules, I could just choose Always Move Messages from Lowe's Home Improvement, and then it'll guide me as to what else to do with it. So always any messages from here to move them to, let's say, junk mail. Choose the folder that I want them to go to, for example, junk mail, and then click OK. At this point, it's going to do that for any future messages that come in, as well as apply it to the messages that are in your inbox. So if I scroll down here in my inbox, I should not have any more messages from Lowe's. If I go here under junk mail, this is where the message it should be at this point. So there are 193 messages from Lowe's. The other way that you can create rules is by going here under the Rules area and then create a new rule step by step. So you could say, I want anything from a specific reply or email, or the subject contains specific words in it, and then I want this to be even sent to. So you could have it sent to somebody else. You could send it to yourself or forward it to somebody else. And also you could have display an alert or play a sound or do something additional. Now we could also again move this to a specific folder. Let's assume these are the business ones or work related, so you can go to any of these, click OK, and then you can also go under Advanced Options and pick additional options from here. So if it has of high importance, or if it's sent only to me, or any of these actions, notice it adds it to the bottom of this list. So it's doing multiple criteria to apply this rule. So you can get as granular as you want with this. Then click on Next. Then you can choose what to do with the message. You can print it, mark it, flag it, do any of these functions, and of course you'd want to use this cautiously. Then you click on Next, and you can add exceptions here and pick those cautiously as well. And then you can run this rule already for the inbox messages, and you can turn this rule on or off. Then press Finish, and now the system should have applied this rule for any messages in the inbox. If you go here under Rules, you can also manage the existing rules that you have created and customize, enable, and disable those rules as well. So the idea here is to create rules to manage your email flow and weed out the junk mail, but at the same time also to troubleshoot if something is not coming in, your messages are not being delivered, then you might want to take a look at the rules and deactivate them temporarily to sort out what the problem is for you not receiving the emails. Test it out, and that's how this option would work. In this session, I'm very briefly going to cover how to mark messages as junk and add them to the junk folder. And notice I have these Lowe's messages that I'm receiving. In my case, if I don't want to receive those anymore, of course I could either choose to unsubscribe to their site and such, provided they unsubscribe you. But let's assume I don't want to unsubscribe to those messages. In my case here, I can simply right click and then choose here the option to block the sender. Any new messages from that sender will be blocked in the future or will not be delivered in my inbox. The other thing is that I can go here under the junk mail options. I could say choose the level of junk mail that I want to enable in my inbox, and I can choose low or high and such, and it will add them to the junk mail. I could choose here under Save Senders to allow specific emails so that they never end up in the junk mail option, and Save Recipients the same way. And then blocked senders, I could add somebody manually here, the email address, to block them from emails coming in. And additional top level domains that you can block from here. So that's controlling the junk mail filters. For this specific message, I could choose junk and then block the sender, and then it says the sender Lowe's at elowe's.com has been added to your blocked senders list and the messages have been removed from the junk folder. So I click OK, and now those messages coming in the future, they'll be removed. Notice that there is one more here. That's because this was from here from before. Now we're defining this for new messages in the future. So that's how you define the filters. That's how we define them, and also that's how to block a specific sender in Outlook. The other function that I wanted to show you is how to follow up with a specific message. So let's say I have this message called test message, and let's assume this is an important message that I want to follow up with in the future. So I go here to my message, and then I could categorize this message under the categories here. I could put this in the blue category or green category or whatever. And these are the default categories that Outlook has. However, I could go here under all categories, and I could create my own new category. And I click on new. And then I want to mark all the clients, for example, the specific color code, dark green here. You can also specify a control key to mark that message using a shortcut on your keyboard, and then click OK. Now if I click OK here, I'm marking this message with a specific color code. If I go to another message here, I could mark that in the blue category or orange or red category or whatever category, but you're basically assigning categories to each one of the messages so that later you could go and sort these by category or so that they stand out. So that's one way to assign categories to each message. And notice there's a little green block here. The other thing that you can do is you can choose to follow up with specific messages, and it will put them in your task list here on the right hand side. So you can flag them, and with the flagging, what it will do is as you have your messages in your inbox, you have these little flags next to each message that you can follow up later or at some point. So it's kind of a reminder tool for you to view them. The other thing is that on the right hand side, if you have the tasks being displayed here, and the way you control tasks is on the home tab, you go under view and you choose under the to-do bar, you choose to display the tasks. Once you have the tasks enabled to be displayed, then you can simply double click on that task. Those messages will show up right here. You can double click on the task or in that email, and it will open up the email that you need to follow up with. And then from here you reply, you send it, forward it, or delete it, or whatever you need to do from here that you chose to follow up. So notice you have different options here to follow up if you need to change it. Follow up this week, next week, follow up today, and such. The other thing is that you can add reminders for those messages as well by clicking on Add Reminder, and then you'll have to choose the time and date when you want a reminder for this message. When you're all set and done with the message, you can either mark it as complete from here, or if you open up the message, you can choose to mark it as complete from here as well, and it puts a check mark. And notice you can right click, choose mark as complete, and choose to follow up with these whenever. So the way to assign this is either from up here under the toolbar, or right clicking on the message and choose to follow up at a specific time and date. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to set up out-of-office replies or automated replies for your email in Microsoft Outlook 2016. So suppose you're going on vacation for a week or two, hopefully two, right? We want to set up automatic replies. To do that, we go here under File, and then we go here under Automatic Replies. Now, under Automatic Replies, all you have to do is click on Send Automatic Replies, and then you can specify to send the replies automatically so it engages a specific time and date, and then it will disengage automatically on that. So you can set the time here, the date, and then you can have this for multiple days if you want, and then the end point. And then for people inside of my organization, so that would be anybody with your domain email address or the accounts on Microsoft Exchange, they would receive this automated message. So you type your message in there, what you want to be sent automatically. You can copy this as well. And then for people outside of the organization, you can choose whether to send automatic replies as well, and you can use the same one by pasting it in here. You can choose to send it to anyone outside of the organization or just contacts that are in your address book and such. Under rules here, you can choose to specify rules and conditions as well. So if it's from a specific individual, then to take a specific action to forward it to somebody else or to reply with a specific template. So if it's from your boss, then you say, I'm on it. If it's from junk mail, then you can have a specific other template as well. I'm not going to get into that at this point because it's a little bit more complicated, but for the sake of what you'll be doing most likely is engaging and setting up the auto reply, specifying the dates, the start and end time, keeping in mind that the system will enable it or disable it automatically based on those parameters. Type the messages for inside of the organization or outside of the organization, and then click OK. And now at this point, the automatic reply has been configured, and when the time parameters kick in, it will be automatically engaged. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the calendar feature in Microsoft Outlook. The calendar in Microsoft Outlook, it's a very powerful feature that is integrated within Microsoft Outlook along with email, contacts, and tasks and such, and that's what makes Microsoft Outlook so powerful in a business environment. The calendar feature not only allows you to keep track of your own appointments for specific dates and times, but it also allows you to schedule meetings with others and invite them to meetings and check their calendar and all that type of thing. Once you open Outlook, you have your emails and such, but here in the bottom left, you also have the option for calendar. Now on the left-hand side, you'll have the dates and times for the calendar. Further down, you'll have the multiple calendars that you might have access to. By default, you have access to only your own calendar. However, if other users choose to share their calendar with you, you'll be able to have access to their calendar as well over here, and we'll learn about that later. So basically, you have the months and the dates here on the left, and then on the right-hand side, you have these different views. Notice you have the today's view, next 7 days. You have the view for just today, next 7 days. The work week, it's skipping the Saturday and Sunday here. The monthly view, and then just the scheduled view. So you're just looking at specific days and what your calendar looks like for those specific days. Manage calendars, where you can open somebody else's calendar, and group calendars, and you can email the calendar, share your calendar and publish it and all that type of thing, and check the calendar permissions. So typically in day-to-day work, you're going to probably use the day view first or the work week view, one of those views. Now, to create an appointment, there are a couple ways to do that. You could be on any of those views, it doesn't matter which one, but the day view, let's say I go here, it's about 12 o'clock, let's say at 2 o'clock, I select the block of time, and then I just type the appointment that I want to create. So for example, and then simply hit enter. At this point, notice that once I hit enter, the appointment has been entered. At this stage, I have additional options here that show up about my appointment. So I could choose to show this as busy or tentative, or I'm free and such, or out of the office. So free, of course, that means that somebody else can schedule an appointment with me. My calendar will look free to others, even though I have something scheduled for it. Working somewhere else and such, or tentative and busy and out of office, of course, that means what they say. And somebody will see that you're busy at that particular point in time for that block of time. Another way to create an appointment is by simply clicking here on New Appointment and then putting the subject. And then here I'm putting more details about my appointment. I could put my location, the date and time, how long it's going to be, and then I can put also additional details about my appointment. Additionally, you have more options, as you can see, and we'll touch on some of those other ones, such as the scheduling assistant and notes and all that type of thing shortly here. Notice you have this recurrence option, and this is how you can make a meeting so it shows up every, let's say this meeting takes place monthly on the 21st of every month, and then you want to end it after 10 occurrences. So that's how you do a repeating meeting. So pick your parameters here and then click OK, and then press Save and Close. Now, if we go into the monthly view, this will show up the same way from month to month. It's added to your calendar. So that's how you create a meeting for personal use and also create that meeting so that it shows up from month to month. You can also create a meeting for a specific date by simply going to the date first here on the calendar. So let's say you want to create a meeting for the 18th of January. Click on the 18th here. It takes you directly to that date, and then pick the time, so 8 to 9, and the meeting has been entered. Also specify whether this meeting is private or not. Notice up here on the very top there is this option for private. When you mark a meeting as private, that means that if you give access to an assistant or somebody else, when you give them access, you can choose not to share the private meetings. It'll just show the time as busy for you, but they'll not see what you're doing. This would come in handy, for example, you're using your work calendar for personal meetings in the evenings and weekends, take out the trash or whatever. Your assistant doesn't need to know that at 7 o'clock you're going to take out the trash. You can just mark this meeting as a private meeting. So this is how you control it. You go right here under this and you choose to mark it private. As far as the sharing aspect of it, I'll cover that in a separate video shortly. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to invite others to meetings using the Microsoft Outlook calendar. Microsoft Outlook, besides using it for email, can also be used in a powerful way for collaborating with others and choosing the best times to meet and coordinate the meetings with others in your team and in your organization. And that's the main powerful features of Microsoft Outlook, particularly in the corporate environment. It makes it a lot easier to determine what time and when they are available without having to go back and forth with multiple emails as to when is available. For the sake of demonstration, I cannot use real accounts here for other users, so I have two accounts that we are going to tinker with, and hopefully you'll get the idea as to how to send the alerts and the requests. Basically, once you're in Outlook, then you need to click here on the calendar option. Choose any of those views. Right now it's on the work week. And let's say that for tomorrow on Wednesday, I want to send a meeting request with somebody else. Well, let's say I want my meeting to be at 10 o'clock. So I can either click here on New Meeting, or I can simply double click on this time slot from 10 o'clock, and I can put my details for the meeting right here. Specify the location for the meeting, beginning time, end time. You can put the different requirements for it, and then click here under the scheduling assistant. This is going to give you your own calendar. However, you can click here under Add Attendees, search the global address list in your company for another user in that company. So I'll choose here Instructor. It's a generic account, and then I'll add them either as required or optional. So you can pick and choose multiple users in your company from here. And let's say I choose Test here, and I have two other users, and I'll make them as optional attendance, and then click OK. Now the system displays their availability and their calendar. By default in Microsoft Outlook, all other users within Microsoft Exchange, they can see when somebody is available. They can't see what you're doing during that time, but they can see when you are available for a meeting with them. The spots in white, that means that they are available. The ones in blue, that means that they are not available. For these other two accounts, that means that they are not using the calendar feature here, therefore no information is available. If I wanted to make it an hour long, I have a conflict with my own schedule here. So you'll also notice some suggested times here on the right hand side. Notice that they are a little bit earlier in the day for those. However, you can also go and pick here additional times. You can see and pick here the exact block of time that would fit your need where it's available and open. Once you click a specific time that makes sense to you, you can choose a reminder. Then you and the person you're requesting a meeting with will be reminded at whatever time you specify here, and then choose whether this is recurring or not. Then once you have selected the appropriate time, you can go back to the appointment area and put additional notes that you want to put in this area here. Go here under Insert and insert an attachment if you want it for the meeting. Then press Send. At this point, the meeting will be added to your calendar, as well as the recipient will receive an email. The email will look like this, and it will basically say, please respond. And I'm accessing this via webmail. If we open this in Microsoft Outlook, it would be something very similar to this. It's basically saying that your request is from such and such an individual, and then the meeting is going to be on such and such a time. This is the attachment. As a user, you can choose to accept it, mark it as tentative, or decline it. If you choose to decline it, the sender is going to receive an alert that the meeting has been declined, and they will receive an alert provided you choose that you want to send the response back. You can send a response automatically whenever you press the check mark here. Sometimes you can accept a meeting without sending a response. Other times you might be best, if you're not going to be attending the meeting, to just choose edit the response first. Then press send here, and this is the recipient on the other end that is sending this. And if we go back here to Outlook, notice I received confirmation that it has been accepted, and this will also be in my email here. So it will say accepted meeting for sales 2018, and also it will display the note from the requester. I could actually go here to my calendar and double click on it, and here it says that 1 has accepted it, 0 have declined. And so if you're planning a meeting with multiple individuals, this is a great way for you to coordinate when everybody is available, and also track who has accepted it and who has not. Now, the way to track the exceptions is by going here under the tracking option within your appointment. I just double clicked on the appointment. You click on the tracking option, and then you'll be able to see who accepted it and what the responses were. Now, sometimes there might be cases where you need to reschedule the meeting and you want to send an alert to the individuals and such. In that case, all you have to do is go back to your calendar, go back to your meeting, and then change the time and date for the meeting. Now, as you're doing this, you might want to check, for example, to use also the scheduling assistant. After you have picked the time and date, you check the availability here. Notice on the 24th, there's not much happening for either one of us here for Friday. Then you select the new time and you go back to your appointment, and then you can put notes and give more details. And then notice, press send update here, and then the recipients on their end will receive an email like this. The old date has been crossed out, the new one, and you need to respond to it. These are the responses from the user side of things. They'll press to send the response as attending it, and then you, as the planner and coordinator of the meeting, you'll receive an alert of the new confirmation from the individual that you invited. So it will be here under the email that they accepted it. And also you can go under the calendar location, double click on it, and then go under tracking and you can see who has accepted it and who has not. So that's how the whole process works on inviting somebody for a meeting, coordinating the best time for everyone, and checking the tracking, who has accepted the meetings and who has not. In this session, I will demonstrate how to share your calendar with somebody else. There are times where in a business environment you want to share your calendar so that somebody else has access to it to either view the available times or to even manage your schedule. By the way, remember that this is recorded in 1080p, and it's best to view this tutorial in full screen for better quality and better resolution. So to share your calendar in Microsoft Outlook, there are a couple ways to do it. You can either go here under Share Calendar on the top, or you can right-click on your own calendar here and choose Share. Now, if we go here under Share Calendar on the top, click on Share, and then simply put in the email address of the user with whom you want to share your calendar. We'll share this with the online instructor account, and then you can also ask them for permission to view their calendar as well at the same time. As you're sharing your calendar, you need to define what permissions do you want to grant to them. So in this case, you go here under Details, and you can choose limited details, full details, and such. Just see the full details. They'll see all the details about that specific meeting. So you choose the proper options that you want to share, and then press Send. It wants to confirm that we want to still share our calendar with these permissions. You say yes and confirm this. The recipient on their end will receive an email very similar to this. They'll click on it, and they'll choose to accept the invitation to view the calendar. Now, and by the way, I'm using the web version or Outlook web for here to access the email account of the person that we shared the calendar with. So here they'll click on Accept, and then notice under Calendars here, they can view their own calendar, which is this one, the one in blue, or they can view also the distance learning staff account. In this case, I don't have any appointments entered, but let me say I want to enter an appointment right here. And now if we go here on the web of the recipient's account, notice that that appointment now has been synced, and it's available and accessible. So that's how you share your calendar with somebody else. You can also check the permissions for your calendar and assign multiple individuals multiple levels of access to your calendar. So the way you do that is by clicking, you click here on your own calendar, and again we are back to Outlook at this point, and then go under Calendar Permissions, or right-click and choose Properties. So either one of them, it should get you to the same thing. Now, if we go here under Calendar Permissions or right-click on Properties, it'll bring up to this. Here, notice these are the default permissions. In other individuals, by default, they can view the free and busy times for us. If you don't want them to view anything of your calendar, you can change the defaults over here. Now, notice that Online Instructor, we shared our calendar a moment ago with them. These are the permissions that have been granted to the online instructor. If you want them to view also additional details, you can change the permissions right here. You can also add other permissions in there. And you can add another individual in here and grant them specific permissions to your calendar. You can give them full details to your calendar. They can create folders and subfolders and all that type of stuff here. So basically, you're giving them the reviewer permission in this case. To remove somebody from your permissions list, you can simply click here under that individual account and then choose to remove that individual from the permissions, and then simply click OK. So that's how you share your calendar with somebody else, and that's how you view the permissions of your calendar with other individuals that you have granted access to.
In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to give delegate permissions to someone else to your calendar and also your account in Microsoft Outlook. Delegate access is basically somebody creating appointments, managing your calendar, and creating entries as if it were you. So we go here under File, and then we go here under Account Settings, and then we choose Delegate Access. We choose the option for Add, and then we search for the individual. We find the account that we want to give delegate access to. We click on Add, and then click OK. We can give access in a granular way to various aspects of our calendar here. So notice, and also other options as well in Microsoft Outlook. So notice that you can choose whether the delegate receives copies of meeting-related requests. So this is where you can control whether somebody will receive those email requests on your behalf. Now for tasks, you can control the properties for here, whether they can create and edit and modify, or whether they get no access to your tasks. Inbox, this is for email. This is where you're granting them access to create and send email on your behalf and author and create items, so you can choose the appropriate option here. Then under contacts as well, the same thing, and then also for the notes. So you basically grant them specific access to each individual item. You can also choose whether the delegates can see private items. Private items are when you create in your calendar a meeting, but you mark it as private. This is how you can control whether they can view your private meetings or not. And then you can also send them a quick email that you have granted them permissions and such. Then you click OK here. And then notice you can see who has delegate access, and you can view the permissions and other properties in here. Then click OK. Now in the recipient's mailbox, they'll have received an email similar to this. And again, I'm using the Outlook Web Access here, and it's summarizing the permissions that you have granted to that specific individual. So that's how you share your mailbox and the mailbox items such as a calendar, contacts, and tasks and such with someone else. In the next couple of minutes, I'm going to demonstrate how to open a shared calendar. So I'm going to start by first sharing the calendar with somebody else, and then opening that shared calendar. Because I'm using both Outlook and I need access to two accounts, I'm going to open the second account here via the Outlook webmail. The individual that wants to give me access in their account here. So we go under the calendar, click on the calendar, and then choose Share on the top, or you can right-click and choose Sharing Permissions. Either one of those, it's the same way. So then here under Share With, I want to share the calendar from the online instructor account with a distance learning staff account. So I go here and share it with the DL staff, and then here you can choose how you want to share your calendar. It's very similar to the previous session that we did on sharing the calendar from Outlook. We can choose to give them the specific permissions, including the delegate permission. And in this case, I'm just simply going to say full details. That means that they can view the full details, and then simply press Send. Now at this point, the recipient will get an email with a link to open the shared calendar. Notice, if I go to my email now, I'm the Distance Learning Staff account, and then notice you have the option for accepting the invitation to open that shared calendar. Now, if I choose to accept it from here, it takes me directly to my calendars, or I could have gone to calendars here sometime later, and notice the shared calendar for online instructor. If you don't want it, you can simply uncheck it here, and it will be not displayed. Of course, as you're working with a calendar, remember that you have these different views on the top as well. If you're working with shared calendars, remember you can also overlay those calendars. I don't have too many meetings at this point in these calendars because it's just for the sake of the tutorial. but you can actually right-click on one of the calendars here and choose Overlay, and it's basically going to overlay one on top of the other. If you don't want the overlaying anymore, you can simply right-click and choose to change the overlay. Remember as well, when you're working with shared calendars or any types of calendars, you can search for specific appointments and things of that nature here on the top right side. And it should display the different meetings and search your calendar for all the different meetings that you have. To clear the filter, you simply click on the X here on the top right. If for some reason you don't want access to that specific calendar anymore, you can just right-click on it, choose Delete Calendar. That's going to delete it only from your account from showing up. It's not going to delete that individual's account. If for some reason you didn't get that email to open the shared calendar, or the individual didn't send you the option for the email, you can also open a calendar by going to the Calendars option here, and then you click on Open a Shared Calendar or Open a Calendar. And you can choose from the address book or under the shared, Open a Shared Calendar. And then you search for the name of the individual that has potentially shared it with you. And notice, since they had shared it with you, the system just opens it and it will be added to your list of calendars. If they had not shared it with you already, then you can ask for permission to share it, and they have to grant you permission first. That's how you share a calendar from Outlook Web and then open it here in Microsoft Outlook. The reason why we had to use the Outlook Web, again, it was because of the dual account thing for the sake of this tutorial. In this session, we are going to explore the People Hub in Microsoft Outlook. One of the nice features of Outlook is that it incorporates multiple modules. We discussed so far the Mail module. We discussed the calendaring option for making appointments and scheduling events and things of that nature. And now we are going to explore the People module. People module, it used to be called Contacts in the previous versions of Outlook, and it's still the same type of idea. You're managing the people or the contacts in your Microsoft Outlook. So we click here on People in the bottom left. Of course, you have the list of contacts. You can search for these contacts, and then typically it will display the information here on the right-hand side if there was further information. Now, in my case, I just imported some very basic information for each individual, but typically you'd have a lot more information on the right-hand side. You have the different letters of the alphabet, so if you have, if you want to list all the people starting with G, in this case it's by last name, so G, sorting them by last name. So we can skip to that specific letter, and then the details, once we click on each individual, the details will show up on the right-hand side. Now, if we wanted a different view for this, notice that right here under the current different views, current view, you can change this. So that default is the people view, and then if you want the business card, something like this, if you want to see the full card, it would be basically all the information related to that individual, and that we have entered. In my case, again, I don't have that much information entered, so not much is going to be displayed, but that's how you change it. If you want to just view their phone numbers, if you want to view a listing of them. Additionally, here on the left-hand side, you have the options for creating a new contact that I'll display in a moment, then creating a group, a distribution list, deleting the contact, of course, you can do it from here, and then scheduling a meeting with that specific individual from here, and so on. Then further to the right, you can create a mail merge directly from the Contacts option. And some of these options, I'll cover them in a moment as well, but for now, we are just exploring this general hub or this module within Microsoft Outlook. And then if somebody shared contacts with you, you'd open those shared contacts from this option as well. Additionally, you can categorize those specific contacts
by choosing specific categories or color-coded categories. And if you don't like some kind of code or setting here, you can create new categories from the All Categories option. Following up and also marking contact as private, that typically is useful if you don't want your assistant, let's say you have given Delegate access to somebody for your full mailbox or just contacts or a specific module, and you're marking a contact or an item as private. In that case, by default, the delegates cannot view the private contacts or items. Now, to create a contact, you click here on a new contact, and then basically just fill in all this information for that specific contact. So we put in the full name, the job title, the email address, and basically fill in the web page, the business address, home address, and such. Then you put in their phone number, the home number, fax, mobile, and all that type of thing. Additionally, you can place notes in here as well. So basically the idea here is to place as many details as you can for this contact. Notice you also can add a picture to your contacts by clicking on the picture item right there, and you have to locate the picture that you have for Hubert. Then click OK, and notice the picture will be placed as part of that contact. Then we click on Save and Close, and now that should be listed here under Hubert Sims. So notice it's down here. And notice at this point it's displaying all the different fields that we have completed or filled up for this contact. So that's how we create a contact within Microsoft Outlook, the People Hub or the People module. In this session, we are going to learn how to create a contact group or a distribution list within Microsoft Outlook. So we are here under the Contacts module in Microsoft Outlook, and we have these specific individuals. So let's assume that every so often you need to send out an email to a distribution list. To create a distribution list, we go here under New Contact Group, and we first have to give a name for this distribution list or for this contact group. So we'll call it New Faculty List. And then the next step here is to add the members to this distribution list. So we click on Add Members, and you can add members from the Outlook contacts that you have within the People module in Microsoft Outlook, or you can choose the address book. The address book is the company-wide address books in Microsoft Exchange, or you can just simply add one manually to that distribution list by typing in their email address. First, we are going to add this from the contacts that we have in Microsoft Outlook. So click on it, and then notice we have here, we can search by name, and it's going to display all the names here of our contacts. Or if we wanted to search by more fields, for example, such as last name and so on, then we can just still simply type it in there and then press go, and it will display the contact that we want. You can either double click on it and it will put it under the members list here in the bottom, or if we go back to here to under name only and we browse through all of our contacts, we could simply hold down the control key and pick whichever individuals we want to add to that distribution list or to that group. Once we have selected that by holding down the control key and clicking on each name, then we click on members. That basically adds them to the members list. Then click OK, and then those members that we picked have been added to the distribution list. The next thing that you need to do with this distribution list is to save it, because otherwise you're going to lose it. So we click here on Save and Close, and now the distribution list should show up in the list of contacts in here. Now if we wanted to search for it, notice I just typed part of the name. Notice this is our distribution list, and you can expand this list to view further more.
You can double click on it and it will open up that distribution list, where you can add more individuals to it or take some individual out from here. Now, to add additional members, you can go also and use the address book. If you wanted to add an address manually, you simply can fill in the display name and the email address. Of course, it has to be a correct email address. I'm making that up at this point. We click on OK, and the system is going to add it to the distribution list. Now, to save it, you simply click on Close, and it will save it. Now, to use a distribution list, you simply can either come here to Contacts and then open the new faculty distribution list by just double-clicking on it, and then choose here to email them. So this is one option. And then just simply type in the subject and then the message. Simply press send, just like you'd send another email. Now, all the members in that distribution list will receive the email. Now, keep in mind also the distribution lists, you cannot make them with thousands and thousands of email addresses. That's because certain email systems, they'll limit the number of recipients within a distribution list. So therefore, it's best to have those lists in smaller chunks or smaller parts if you're going to have hundreds of them. If you're going to send to thousands of users and such, you can either consider an email merge, or you can consider some other tool for mass mailings and such. You can also send to a distribution list from the email module as well. So if we go back to the email module here and we click on the new email and then just start typing in here new faculty. Now, right now it's showing up for me automatically because I had used it a moment ago. But if for some reason that does not show up for you, or you're not sure how to navigate to it, you can either hold down the Control key and press K, and it'll look it up automatically for you. That's a trick for using names. Or you can click here under the to, and then search for your distribution list. And notice we have new faculty here. And then click OK, and now it's you can send the email that way. Or the Control K option is basically you type part of the contact's name or the distribution list name, you hold down the Control key and press K, it'll populate that automatically for you. And it'll bring all the possible options as well. So that's how you create a distribution list or a group of contacts, and that's how you send. In this session, I will demonstrate how to share contacts with another individual from Microsoft Outlook. So we are here in the Contacts module, or in the People module in Outlook, and notice we have here my contacts. And at this point, I want to share this with another individual. From here, I click on Contacts right below my contacts, and then click on Share Contacts. And then you choose the individual that we want to share the contacts with. And then press Send. Notice we have to confirm the permission that we want to authorize here. Click on Yes. Once you have shared your contacts with that individual, on their end, they will be able to open the contacts that you have shared with them. And the way they open those contacts would be for them to go to the People module, to go under the Contacts option for them, and then they'll click on Open Shared Contacts, and then a search for your name, the DL staff in this case. And then the contacts that you have shared with them will show up under here, under the shared contacts. I cannot demonstrate this for now because I'd have to open two separate sessions of Microsoft Outlook in order to actually demonstrate it fully. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to update the contact details and also how to share your contact with another individual via email, how to send what's called a V-card. Let's say we have here the Hubert account. And to update that Hubert account, of course, we can search for it, get to this contact,
and then double-click on it, and then update any of those fields and put additional information in there and such. So the idea here is to update your own contact and then send this as a V card to somebody else whenever you're meeting with somebody and such. Instead of exchanging business cards, you're sending them in an electronic business card. Of course, it's important here not to include any information that you don't want them to have. So you want to kind of clean out and polish your business card with only the information that you want. Once you have updated the business card, you can click on Save and Close, or you can actually send it from here as well. Notice you can customize all kinds of other things. It's very similar to what we did a moment ago. You can change the image size and the background and all that type of thing, and customize it with all kinds of additional properties that you may want. Changing it just like a real business card. Click OK, and then press to save the changes. And then if we wanted to send this as a business card to someone, we can click on the card name here, and then you can choose to forward it, to send it. And send it as an Outlook contact or as a business card. Both of them, they'll be just like an attachment to that specific email. So if we choose as a business card, it'll look like that. And then you can send it to that specific individual. Press send. And they, on their end, when they go to their email, they'll receive an email very similar to this. And they can also notice they are getting the business card to download it as well. So if I click here to download, and then once they download it, they can add it to their contacts, whether in Windows or if they're using Outlook, they'll be able to add it to my Outlook as a contact. In some other cases where the contact already exists with pretty much all the properties, you can simply click on Update here, and it'll update all the different properties for that contact. So that's how you update a contact, update the business card for the contact, and send it to somebody else. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to track email correspondence with other individuals in Microsoft Outlook by using the People pane within the email module. We are interacting back and forth with a lot of individuals, and we want to make sure to see very easily all the correspondence back and forth, whether it's meetings or emails and such, with that individual. The trick here is to go back to the email module, and then go here under the View tab in the ribbon, and then enable the People pane here under People pane. Typically by default that is off, so we want to choose here Normal, and that enables this stuff here in the bottom, all the correspondence, all the attachments, all the meetings that you have had with that individual. This is just another email, but basically for every email or every contact that you're interacting with, you're looking to all the interactions that have taken place between back and forth, whether they were mail messages, whether they were attachments, or even meetings. In this case, I don't have many meetings here, but that's where they would show up. You can also sort them either direction. Additionally, notice you can collapse this, and then when you need to, you can bring it up or down and hide it or unhide it. So this is a really powerful feature in identifying and keeping track of all the correspondence in one snapshot as you're navigating through your messages, and keeping track of what your correspondence was with that specific individual. In this next session, we're going to learn how to use quick steps in Microsoft Outlook 2016. The quick steps are a way for us to automate some of the processes in managing email and simplifying our workflow throughout the day in Microsoft Outlook.
Here's how it works. Basically, let's say we have specific emails and we want to mark them with a single click as work-related, or to kind of categorize them, or have the system do something with a single click. So here in our case, let's say I want to mark this as work-related. I simply click on the message, then go here under work-related, and the system will categorize it under work-related automatically. You can delete and reply to it, or you can send this to the manager or a team, or mark it as done. So if I want to mark it as done, just click on done, and then I choose to move it to a folder, and then press save. Before you start using those quick steps, it's actually important that you tweak those steps to do what you want it to do. So if, for example, to manager, you have to define who your manager is. So it's going to forward the message to that manager, but the system first needs to know who the manager is. Or if you want to say this, I wanted to send it to the whole team, you have to tell the system who the team members are. So to customize those, all you have to do is you go down here to the bottom of this option here, and you choose Manage Quick Steps. Here under To Manager, notice it's going to forward it, but yet we need to specify who the manager is by clicking here on Edit, and then under the To, we need to specify the email address of the manager. And in my case, I'm going to use a generic account. It's going to forward it by default, but you can choose additional actions here as well as to what to do and such. But for now, it's just going to forward it by default. Then you can also specify a shortcut for this. So if you press Ctrl Shift and 1, for example, that will take that action with a single keyboard shortcut. Then you press Save. Then for the team email, you need to specify as to what you want it to do. Here it's going to create a new message, but we need to still tell the system who the team members are. You just need to keep on typing the email addresses. And you can have multiple actions again, like let's say mark it as important. You can choose the action here under the drop down to mark it as important. Then you can assign also a keyboard shortcut as well, and then click on Save. You can create additional quick actions as well with that single click. So click on OK here. And now if I wanted to send, let's say, this message to my manager, you just click on Manager. Notice you can customize and add a little of additional detail here, and then press Send. So it knows who to send it to and such. It's going to copy the message and forward it to them. If you wanted to create a team email, you simply click on Team Email. It's going to have all the addresses of the team. You just type in the subject. You can even pre-fill that subject if you wanted by modifying the criteria there or the definition of the team mail, and then press Send. Again, the idea here is to use those quick steps to simplify your work. So first you have to define those steps, customize the steps, and then start using them by either a shortcut key or by simply clicking on those options. In this session, we are going to move to another module within Microsoft Outlook, and that is using tasks. So if we go here on the bottom left under the list of modules, we'll click on Tasks, and this is where you can see the list of tasks that you have to complete, or you can define, create new tasks and such. This is kind of the hub of all your tasks within Outlook. Tasks can be created as you're viewing the emails to follow up with something. So for example, in here, flag this item to follow up with it. And that will show up under tasks once I get to the tasks module. So notice I can go in here and also use follow up next week or tomorrow and such. So it's going to put the flag here, but yet those tasks then will show up in the tasks module in there. Notice we said to follow up with it tomorrow. It's marked here for tomorrow, and this is for today. So in the tasks module in the top left here, you have the option to create a new task, to create a new email, to delete specific tasks. Then you can manage those tasks and mark them as complete. So for example, this one, let's say I worked on it, now I want to mark it as complete. I can mark it right here, and now it will take it off the list. Additionally, here on the right-hand side, we can view various options, such as the detailed items for the tasks here, a detailed view, or a simple list view, or the to-do list, what remains to be done, or view the priority by priority, active tasks that I have to complete, and completed tasks. So basically, we're just changing the different views and sorting through those different views. Remember also, you can search for specific tasks here in the top right by simply typing in there. So notice I'm searching for the word published, and these are the two tasks that have that word in there. To clear the filter, we click here on Close Search, and then the filter will be cleared. So you have here My Tasks. So you have the to-do list, things that are marked from your email, and then you also have specific additional tasks. Now, to create a new task, we can either start typing right here, or we can go here under New Task, and then give it a subject. And then you can specify the start date and the end date, and then what the status is, whether you have started or whether it's in progress and such. And then you can also set a reminder, the time as well. And then you can place here details, basically all the details that you want to know. You can also schedule it so it recurs at a specific time and date. And if you want that to take place, you go here under Recurrence, and then you choose, let's say, every week on Monday, starting from this date to that date, and then end it after 3 occurrences. Then you click OK, and now it's going to schedule it so that it takes place in the sequence that you specified. You can also categorize this to be clients or whatever it is that you want to specify. Then you can also mark it as of high importance, and then also mark it as private if you don't want your delegate with whom you have shared your calendar to be able to see that task. And of course, you can insert additional modules and additional things here, very similar to the email, to format this however you want. So this is kind of the fancy way of customizing your task content. Then click on Save and Close. And now the task has been listed here and has been created. You can choose the different views if you wanted to. Now, at certain times, you might also want to send updates for this task. So to send an update for the task, you can simply open up the task here, and then you can choose here the option to send a report. So send a report, you can put the individual's name in there, and then it's going to copy all of the details about your task, and just type a quick report, and then press send, and that's how you send a status report. Notice as you're changing the status report, you can also change here the % complete. Notice also under the status itself, you can change it to in progress and update the status as to what you want. So basically, the idea here is that you're creating tasks, keeping track of those tasks and details on them. To mark the task as complete, click here and mark as complete when ready. If you're in the email module here, you can change the view so that the tasks will show up on the right panel here. To do that, you click here on View, and then you go under the To-Do bar on the right-hand side, and you choose Tasks here. And then the tasks will be listed so that they are available to you from a In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how you can assign a task to someone else within your organization. This comes in handy for you to keep track or to have other individuals with whom you work complete certain tasks and send you updates every so often. You can either use an existing task for this, or you can create a new task. So let's say we create a new task here, and then the start date, let's say it will be today. The end date, it will be 6 months from now. You can set it so that it sends a reminder.
the day and the time for the reminder and such. And then the priority, you can specify whether it's high priority and such. Post the details down here. And if you wanted the recurrence as well, you can change it from here like we did earlier. To assign it, you simply click on the Assign Task. Then you specify who you want to assign it to, and then you have the subject, the details for here and such, and then you want to keep an updated copy of this task in your task list, and also send me a report when the task is complete. Once Hubert, in this case, completes the task, then you'll receive a report, and also you'll be able to see the details of that task from the list of your tasks in your task list. So we press Send here. And in this case, the owner of this task becomes Hubert, since we are assigning it to him. The individual will receive the task. It will show up on their task list on their Microsoft Outlook account. And once it's completed, you'll receive an email. Now for you as well, it will show up over here under the task if you chose to have it along with your Outlook mail here, or it will show up on your tasks list. If you wanted to send an additional note or something, or an update, or request a status report or what, you can simply go here under Send Status Report and just add additional details about that task. So notice it's waiting for a report from the recipient. So that will show up on their account until it's completed and marked as complete. So that's how tasks work in a nutshell, in creating a task, in assigning a task to another individual. And the power of Outlook here comes in being able to assign those tasks to other individuals within your team and being able to keep track of them. In this next session, I'm going to go over the Notes module within the Microsoft Outlook application. If you go here on the left-hand side, next to the Tasks item, you should be able to locate the Notes option. If you can't see it and such, by the way, you can click here on Navigation Options and choose how many number of items to be showing in there. Now the notes are designed so that you can just create simple notes for you to keep track of things. This could be as simple as a telephone number if you don't want to create a contact, or a note to remember to do something. These are not tasks, but just a simple sticky note, basically. So on the Note module, you'll have the notes here on the left-hand side. You have the options to create new notes, to create new items and such, then to see the different notes as a list or as an icon. In my case, I don't have many or any notes at this point, but you can change the view from here and the notes that you have created in the last 7 days. Now to create a new note, all you have to do is click on New Note here and simply start typing. You can resize those notes, name it here, and that is one of the notes. Of course, when creating those notes, you can simply copy and paste the content from whatever other sites and such for the directions and things of that nature that you want to keep track of. You could share them with other individuals if necessary by just choosing Share Notes here, and then specify the email address of that individual that you want to share them with, and they'll be able to access them from Microsoft Outlook on their end. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to forward your email from Microsoft Exchange account to another personal email account. This is provided that your company allows you to do that. The best way to do this is by using Microsoft Outlook Web Access, or the web module for Microsoft Exchange. So to do that, you basically log into your Exchange mail over the web, and then you go here under the gear icon. And of course we are using here Microsoft Exchange 2016. Then go under Options, and then go under Inbox and Sweep Rules. Here we're going to create a new rule, by clicking on this add icon. And then we're going to say forward email. And then we choose one of the options, one of the conditions. Apply it to all messages. And then do the following action for all the messages. So we want to forward or redirect or send it. So in this case, we want to keep an email in the mailbox, but then forward it to another account or another individual automatically. Here we click on forward the message to. And then if it is within the organization, you can search for people over here. If it's outside of the organization, you can just type the email address next to the word to. It's a little tricky there because you don't figure out that that's where you'd be typing, but that's how it is. So you just type the email address in there, and then we press OK here. Now at this point, all the new mail messages will be forwarded. Anything from online instructor here will be forwarded to DL staff account. And also the email messages will remain in your email box. So you can use this to forward to a personal Gmail account or some other account so that you have one mailbox to manage, provided your company allows this. By the way, you can do these rules for specific messages, just if it has a keyword in it to take a specific action and such. And those specific rules, you can do them from Outlook itself or through the web module of Microsoft Exchange. Now, if we want to deactivate this rule, we go back here under the options, the gear icon, go under options, and then under inbox and sweep rules, and then choose to deactivate the rule and then press Save Changes. Of course, you could delete it as well if you're sure you no longer need it. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to work with the Outlook data. We're going to cover how to back up your Outlook mailbox. So to back up your Outlook mailbox, you go here under File, and then you go under Open and Export, and then choose here Import, Export, and then choose to export to a file. So we are going to back up to create a PSD file of your Outlook data. Then we click on Next, and then we want to choose the Outlook PST. And then you choose your whole mailbox with all the messages and such, including the subfolders. Then click on Next. Choose where you want to back it up. Notice it's putting under Documents, Outlook, and all that type of thing. Click on Finish. And then press OK. It's going to take a little time depending on how much data you have. In this case, it didn't take as much because this is just a test account for us to do this tutorial. Now, to restore this file, you could either go here under File and then choose Open or Export, and you could open a data file from here, so you can open that specific backup file. And now that backup file that we had from before, it has all the messages, all the stuff that we had from before in here. So that's one way to open it. The other way that you can do it is if you don't want a separate data file from here, and let's say you're setting things up from scratch, or the system crashed, or you want to get to those old messages to import, you can go here under File and then choose Open and Export, choose Import Export, and then you can choose to import from another program or a file. So we are just doing the reverse. Now we are importing. We click on Next. We choose the data file PST. Next. We find the backup where we had stored it earlier, and then click on Next. And then it will repopulate, it will recreate and add all those items to the same structure of your actual account. So I'm not going to do that in this case because there is no need for me to do it, but it will kind of replace all the stuff here on the left with items that you had backed up from that PST file. Now the nice thing here is also from time to time, if you have a lot of contacts, you can export
those contacts only to a PST file and restore them or have them as a backup and such. So basically the idea here is we are backing up and restoring only certain parts of that Outlook account. So we click here on File and then choose Open and Export. We go under Import Export. We choose Export to a File. Next. And then we choose PST. Next. And then here go and pick the contacts that you want. So we want just the Contacts module. Choose the subfolder for Contacts and then click on Next. And then you can call this just Contacts. Finish. You can choose to enter a password. There's typically no need to enter a password unless you want it to be really secure. And then at some point in time or to restore it, you simply go under File, Import Export, Import from a file, PST, browse for it. So we want Contacts. And then you can choose to allow duplicates or not, and then just press Next, and it'll bring in all those contacts. You can choose where to place them, on what account and such, and press Finish, and then the contacts will be imported. So in this case, in the second scenario, we imported only a specific item from our Outlook account. So this is it. Thank you for watching and for making it this far in the tutorial. I hope this has been helpful for you. Subscribe to this channel first and view the other resources that are available within this YouTube channel and spread the word. That is one way that you can help with this work. My hope is that people from across the world will be able to use these resources to advance in their careers, to advance in their knowledge, and even for those that are disadvantaged that cannot afford to pay for a class online and such, that they can take advantage of these resources.